Here we go. Okay, we're on. Okay. Good morning and welcome. Welcome to the 2017 GRC Summit for High Performers. It's great to see everybody here. A lot of faces from last year and certainly a lot of new faces, so welcome. We truly appreciate you making the trip this year. We guarantee that for the next few days, you'll leave this summit as a supercharged GRC high performer. In fact, the range of GRC practice and knowledge, execution, that you're going to achieve in the next 3 days will be mind-blowing. So we do hope also that you have turned on your steppers and your health apps, because if you're not a GRC high performer, you'll certainly be a physical performer. With the amount of steps that you're going to log between going back and forth through these rooms, we certainly hope that you'll enjoy that excursion. So, okay, let's get started. We have, as the agenda, you'll see that we have broken down into several tracks, 4 core tracks to be exact. We have a GRC track, actually 2 sub-tracks that are part of that, for enterprise GRC and GRC specifics. We also have a technology track and an IT risk track. We have an analytics and research and special interest group track, special interest groups for our customers. We also have an application showcase track, and that'll also include App Studio. On Wednesday, we'll add a government track as well. Our whole goal here is to maximize the networking opportunities that you have, not only with your peers, but with MetricStream executives, with analysts, and other folks that you'll meet. So please do take advantage of all the opportunities. The permutations are endless. So with that, nearly all industries that you see, if you look at the folks, the tables next to you and sitting next to you, are represented here. We have ExxonMobil to Intel. We have folks from the Bank of Tanzania, welcome, and Dick's Sporting Goods, of course, so all across. Before we get started, I have a couple of housekeeping items I want to cover off on. The first one is the general layout of the session. As you know, we're in the main ballroom, Potomac A and B. Just behind us is Potomac B and C. And in that room, which you've just come from, we have the experience centers, the vendor posts, as well and partner posts, as well as all the meals will be served and the receptions will be held in that room. The only exception to that is at 6:30 this evening, you'll return to this room for dinner in A and B. With that, the breakout rooms are in Potomac's 1 through 4, so it's the next group of rooms beyond B and C. And at the clear opposite end, of course, for your convenience, we have the Maryland rooms, 1 through 4 for other breakouts. Now, for the IT folks, we made it really easy for you. So we have just the Maryland A and B room in the center here. So it's a little tricky because you have to make a right between the signs A and B, and A and C, and you will find B. You get it? Okay. I think we're clear. If all else fails on your trip, you'll see a number of MetricStream folks to help guide you along the way. There are restrooms along the way. MetricStream folks have the dark blue and white badges, just so you can tell them apart as well. All right, on to risk management. So we're all here to help manage risk. So with this, we'd like you to please take note of where the exits are located in the room, and of course, when you go to the breakout rooms. In case of emergency, the Gaylord staff are all trained in emergency and medical emergency procedures. CPR, you might need that if you're doing all this, walking. So just to let you know, the registration desk is prepared to help you, as well as any of the Gaylord staff. Also, for those who might have food restrictions, we want you to note that inside your badge, there should be an indication of what that restriction is and what that special need is. So when you come to the dinner tonight, please do allow the server to see that so they can accommodate you accordingly. All right, So with that, our registration desk itself is set up to also be a high-performance desk. We not only are registering you in, but we are answering all sorts of questions. If you're looking to meet with one of your peers, it's hard to connect. We're there to help connect you with those folks. And then also assist you in the use of the GRC Pulse app. Now, GRC Pulse app, one final note on that. I'm not sure if you've gotten your logins here. If you don't have it downloaded already, we're using the MetricStream GRC Pulse app to obtain feedback after each and every session. We're very, very serious about quality at MetricStream, and that includes quality of next year's conference. We want your feedback. So if you log in, it's very simple. Just use your email address that you've been registered with, and the password, put out, GRC Summit 2017, lowercase. So with all that, we are very pleased now, without any further ado, to introduce our Chief Evangelist, French Caldwell. And French is going to walk through what you can expect from this year's summit, as well as lead us in what folks know as the GRC Promise. So, French?
Thanks, Kristen. All right, thanks. Okay. First of all, I want to thank Kristen Gant for volunteering to be our MC this year again. She did such a fantastic job last year, and we've asked her to again do it, despite the fact that many of her customers are here. So if you're one of the accounts that Kristen gladly oversees, please give her just a little bit of patience to get from one place to another, because she's actually doing all the main tent sessions here and making sure that all of our great panelists and speakers are properly introduced. So she's managing quite a bit on her plate. We also have to welcome our various teams at MetricStream who have contributed. Our events team has done a fantastic job once again. And I also want to give a special thanks to the Maryland Productions, who are doing all the audio visual. They're a great partner, and we're expecting you to, they're a big contributor to your experience here, and to the Gaylord and the Gaylord staff. We've done events in a number of places, and I have not seen the level of hospitality that we have received already here from the Gaylord any other place that we've been. Now, that said, the greatest thanks goes to all of you for being here and being willing to spend your time. And just to share with you a little bit about what the benefits that you will get are, I'd like to point out the 5 GRC accelerators that any good GRC program has and depends upon in order to be effective in delivering the audit or the risk management or the compliance or the IT security or third-party management capabilities that you're looking for from your GRC program, or you may be looking for an integrated GRC approach. No matter whether you're focused on one of those given capabilities or all of them, these 5 accelerators are very important, and we have brought all of them together in this 3.5-day summit experience. Looking at the technology, you can certainly see the MetricStream M7, the most innovative GRC app on the market. Absolutely a 4th generation technology, 4th generation of GRC, much more personal, bringing you a personalized experience but creating enterprise value. And then GRC Pulse, which we believe is the first personal GRC app. Extraordinarily innovative technology, but I'd also invite you to take a look at some of our partners, such as BidSite, one of our premier sponsors for some of the sessions here, who deliver extraordinarily great technology, a great complement to MetricStream. And then certainly best practices. And many of you, I think, have already participated in some of the sessions for the MetricStream interest groups, where we bring the community together to network and share best practices. But also, I was really entranced, frankly, by Yo Delmar's presentations yesterday on business calculations, how to prove the business value and demonstrate the business value from your GRC programs. So community and best practices, learning, without a doubt. We have fantastic speakers here, and we're going to be starting with our own CEO, Shelley Archambault, as she shares the impact of GRC in a disruptive world. And then we have Jillian Tett from the Financial Times right after lunch, Gordon Smith, who runs half of his organization there at Chase. So we are going to be learning from the best. Admiral Jim Stavridis on the last day sharing his lessons learned in the geopolitical world. I worked with Jim in the Pentagon many years ago, absolutely one of the most brilliant political risk people in the world. And then, of course, our partners. And without our partners, we wouldn't be here. They're in the networking center in room C and D, Potomac C and D, and I urge you to really interact with our partners and learn what you can learn from them, not just to find out about their services, but also they have deep experience. One of the things you're going to notice is that we have consulting and advisory partners, but what's new this year is we have cloud partners. You've heard MetricStream and M7 as being simple, pervasive, and delivered on the cloud, where our cloud partners, our cloud technology partners are right there. Go learn what they can do for you, learn how they can change your operations, make you more efficient, more effective, more pervasive in your own organization. Now, that said, I am really privileged to be up here as the chief evangelist, and you probably wondered, everybody asked me about that title, right? Has anybody here, never done a double take when you hear chief evangelist? Because if you don't do a double take, you are either from one of two places, Rome, with Vatican City, or Silicon Valley with Palo Alto, all right? So chief evangelist is a title that really Guy Kawasaki at Apple started. He was the first chief evangelist and really got out there, promoted the benefits of this whole new personal technology, communications, information sharing technology. So my goal here is certainly to spread the news, the great news about GRC. And in that regard, I want you to know something. One is, the most important thing to know is that we in MetricStream have a mission just like you. A lot of companies go searching for a social mission. We were born with a social mission, and that is to help companies and government organizations to follow the rules and behave better and understand the risks that they're taking, to be more responsible. And that is our social mission. Now, we share that mission with all of you, whether you're an auditor, a risk officer, a compliance officer, an IT security professional, a third-party management executive. We share it with you. And I would like to ask that all of you please stand right now, thank you, and take with me the GRC Promise. It's the one thing we all have in common. And if you've ever seen conscientious objectors, you can be a conscientious objector. I don't recommend it. Just cross your arms, but please stand. Now, okay, I promise to do my best to preserve our corporate integrity, protect our reputation and brand, and provide the regulatory and risk intelligence needed for exceptional business performance. All right, thank you very much. All right. Now, I know Shelley's heard that, but Gordon, now you can take that. You can take that back to Chase, all right, and lead your own teams in taking that GRC Promise. We've given the rights away to it. It is not copyrighted. Anyone can use it. Anyone can use this. You can modify it for your teams. think of it as a great way to kick off your team meetings, particularly when you're bringing people together from across the organization and you remind them of the common mission that we all have. Now, it is now my great pleasure to introduce the lady who forced me to take the title of Chief Evangelist. Yes, yeah, we had a discussion about this. Remember this, Shelley, 3 years ago? But I have embraced it now. And she is our CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the leading independent GRC firm in the world. And if you have any doubts whatsoever, look at any of the 3 independent analyst firms' Magic Quadrants. And if you go back and take a look at the history of those, and I did some of the first. I did the first when I was at Gartner, before when only one firm covered them. But you will see that metric stream continuously moves upward and to the right. And they have gotten so far up into the leaders quadrant now, it has been a real slog. But believe me, with M7, all those other guys are going down. And Shelley is responsible for all that. She has grown the company to be the largest independent firm. She understands board risk. She is on the boards of Verizon and Nordstrom. So for those of you who are corporate directors and senior executives of larger companies, you think, oh, Metric Stream's a mid-sized company, what do they know about me? Shelley brings it to us. We know what she knows, and she brings that strong perspective to us of what the boards are concerned about. She also is very involved in public policy initiatives with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And I think her job's a little harder these days. There's always been a rift between Washington and Silicon Valley. But she's working on helping to close that now. And you'll also see Shelley as an expert in regulatory compliance, risk management issues, diversity, sustainability, and so on in the Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, and you'll see her on TV, Bloomberg, BBC, talking about how you can grow your company from startup to grown up and providing advice to her fellow entrepreneurs. Shelley, thank you very much for introducing for being here and kicking off, and really look forward to your welcome note today. Thank you.
Thank you, French.
Thank you, French. Nice one. All right. Good morning. Oh, guys, French just got you up for the promise. We're trying to build you up. I need some energy. It's early in the morning, especially for those of us from the West Coast. So let's try it again. Good morning. Good morning. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. This is going to be a high-powered, very fast action. Kristen talked about all the steps, but over the next 3 days, we've got a lot planned for you. And want to make sure you have the energy and the excitement and the passion to gain all the value that we've put together. So I am really excited. I'm excited about the next 3 days. I'm excited about the opportunity to get a chance to interact and speak with many of you and talk about all the good work you're doing in the world and the space of GRC. You know, I'm always excited when we come to Washington, D.C. for the GRC Summit, because this is one of the greatest cities in the world, especially from a politics standpoint. And as many of you know, we had a historic election last November, and in many respects, we are still adjusting to the new administration and processes, et cetera. But it's not just the U.S. that's actually experiencing these changes. We're seeing significant changes just across the world, and not just from a political standpoint, but from just the way business is done, the way economies are changing, just the way it's impacting our everyday life. This world of disruption is one that we are all indeed living through. Now, the good news is many of these disruptions and changes are actually pretty positive. You know, from a technology standpoint, technology is really impacting a lot of our lives. We have everything from genetically engineered genes that are actually helping leukemia patients, right, survive and improve their overall life expectancy. We've also got things like technology that's bionic, that's helping people who have been paralyzed actually have feeling in their limbs. And we're seeing things like the DNA App Store, which is a place that you can go to determine whether or not you have a predisposition for different diseases, right, et cetera. So there's actually a lot of positive things that are happening from a disruption standpoint. But frankly, there's also some things that are not so good. We've taken things like cybercrime. Now that we are all connected, whether it's our cars, it's our homes, it's our devices, it's a power grid, everything's connected now to the internet, which puts us at greater risk as it relates to how we secure ourselves, our data, our information, and frankly, also our personal safety. And to that extent, we also have things like terrorism, which is affecting us across the world. And I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge what just happened in London over the weekend. And our hearts, our prayers, and our thoughts indeed go out to our colleagues in London, the citizens of London and the UK, as they work their way through recovering from this just horrific, horrific event. But it's not just terrorism. We're seeing other kinds of issues. Climate change is causing a lot of, whether it's tsunamis and earthquakes, those kinds of things are going on. We're also seeing a lot of changes and impacts as it relates to just political unrest. We see things like the massive migrations and how it's impacting a number of countries. There is a lot going on here. And it's not just global economies that are being affected. Businesses are being impacted too. We're not immune. Even in our own businesses and marketplaces, it used to be that once you got to a certain size and scale, credibility, capability, et cetera, you were in pretty good shape. But today, in just about every industry, a startup, a company with a great idea, determination, some passion, can totally disrupt you. Think about just the taxi cab world, right? Uber did not even leverage the typical capabilities of taxi companies. They didn't have a fleet of cars, they didn't have a fleet of drivers, and yet they've actually had a major impact just by putting together an overall algorithm, a mobile app, and a vision. And look what they've done around the world to disrupt overall transportation. So one of two things is happening when that goes on. Either traditional industries aren't seeing it, or they're seeing it and just not realizing the full impact of what it could have. But either way, disruption is coming, and it's coming to all industries. And we've got to make sure that we're paying attention. Months ago, The Economist magazine published an article where they talked about the fact that startups are indeed redesigning the building blocks of capitalism. They are changing basic business models. And they are actually having a situation where they are just changing the rules that used to exist. It was very interesting because a couple months after that article came out, another article came out that published some words from Sam Smith, who's the CEO of the fintech corporation. It's called FinCap. They're a stockbroker in London. And basically he said, listen, banks are at major risk, and we're talking about big banks, of being fully disrupted by fintech companies because they're also trying to change things. And I'm sure we'll hear about some of that from Gordon when we talk about what's going on in that overall space. So it's not enough just to be good at what you do. You've got to make sure you understand what risks are out there in the overall environment, because that's what disruption is really about. Because we're in this world called the digital age. And in the digital age, it doesn't take a lot to disrupt the overall business. As a matter of fact, there was an MIT study done where they surveyed a bunch of board directors, and board directors said that they felt that businesses are actually at risk of losing 32% of their revenue, 32% of their revenue over 5 years if they don't actually take proactive actions to fight the disruption that's coming to all kinds of industries. That's huge. That's huge. Now you add to all of this, the digital age, startups, all the insurgents, the regulatory environment. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, if you just look at the US, right, under the Obama administration, they put in place 600 major rules, 600. And now with our new administration, President Trump is trying to roll that back. He's going after the Affordable Care Act, he's trying to reduce Dodd-Frank, and it's just the beginning. It's only been a few months. So in the world of business, there's a lot of uncertainty, and uncertainty, risk. So my question is, and what I'm going to talk about here this morning is, so what does it take in this world of disruption and all this change? What does it take to actually be a high performer when it comes to GRC? So I'm going to talk about 4 things. First, one of the key things is we need to start looking ahead and prepare. David Burnett wrote in a Financial Times post, he said, he talked about the Uber example that I gave, right? Uber has changed that whole landscape and people didn't see it coming. Then you have to balance this whole issue of seeing what's coming with what capabilities you have. Because often we just don't see these risks and don't realize the impact that they can actually have on our business. But in today's disruptive world, these risks and threats are very real. And the key is data. We need information. We need risk intelligence information at the time that we need it to be able to make the appropriate decisions to actually counteract all these risks that are coming our way. The problem is, there's often too much data. Think about it. In your own companies, you've got lots of data. The problem is it's all scattered and it's all in different silos in different places. So sometimes you could say we actually have too much data. It's almost like an information glut. The key is not just the amount of data, it's the ability to actually understand this data and turn it into information. But the good news is we actually now have risk intelligence systems that can help us leverage technology to aggregate, sift through, report, analyze this overall data to give us the information, the visibility, and the knowledge that we need. And as GRC professionals, this is key. Now the good news is, over the next 3 days, and actually we had our first one yesterday, we have several sessions talking about just this, analytics, how to leverage and mine the information that many of you and your teams and organizations have been collecting to actually help you make those risk intelligence-based decisions. Just the other day, I was doing some reading about deep learning, really fascinating stuff. But we're actually getting to the point with things like deep learning where we'll be able to identify and capture the point of entry of malware as easily as I could see this bottle of water. The systems will be able to actually identify, isolate, right, and manage those kinds of risks. Technology, whether it's artificial intelligence, deep learning, all these different algorithms are absolutely going to help us. Because we need to use all of these tools to help us look in the forward mirror, not in the rearview mirror. Many of our resources today are spending a lot of their time looking at, well, what happened? Why did it happen? How do we keep it from happening again? Where we need to spend our time is actually looking in the forward mirror. What could happen? What would it mean to us? What would we do if that happened? That's how we become high performers. That's how we help our companies indeed drive high performance. So the second thing we need to do is to strengthen our overall agility and maturity. Many of you are familiar with M7. French talked about it earlier. M7 is indeed the new technology to help modern businesses get in the forefront and be agile and be mature. And you'll hear a lot about that over the next few days. But bottom line, in today's world, what sets a high-performing organization apart in terms of from others is how fast they're able to react. It's not just the financial strategies. It's not just the business model. It's not just the knowledge and experience, but it's how quickly can you react to change? How quickly can you react to opportunities? Because risk, as I like to say, it's not a 4-letter word. We don't want to stop all risk. The only way you make money and create opportunity is to actually take advantage of risk and leverage it. And the only way you can do that is if you're looking in the forward mirror, as I talked about earlier. The opportunities are significant, but the risks are as well. Because it's not just cybersecurity. It's not just social media. It's not just over things that are happening around in the economies around the world. It's not just your supply chains. It's not just risks are coming from all directions, and you guys know that better than anyone. So I want to introduce a new term, a new acronym. We talk about risk management, talk about GRC. I want you to think about risk agility. And what I mean by risk agility is, do your risk frameworks that you've put in place, are they flexible enough to help you absorb information and recover quickly when changes happen? because the only way you're going to be able to manage risk events proactively is if you have systems in place to help you do that. There was a 2016 Risk and Review report and study that was done by PwC that talked about risk agile companies. And it said that a company that is risk agile actually has higher profits and higher revenue growth than companies in general because they are able to react faster. And when you talk about high performance, it's all about being able to react faster. So the question is, great, Jelly, well, how do you actually create that? How do you build that into your overall program? Well, you hear a lot about that over the next few days, but it really starts with being able to look ahead and anticipate these risks. And then be able to have the framework, the data models, the systems, et cetera, to be able to actually leverage. And it's making sure that you can indeed break down the silos across your organization. So much of it is communications. It's not helpful if just one group knows about an issue. Your audit group, compliance group, the risk group are all dealing with the same things. So they can communicate and draw out all the meaningful data and information to make the right decisions and get the right information to the right people at the right time. Speed, agility, that gets us the overall maturity. Because we want to make sure that we give our CEOs, our board members, the right information at the right time. Because when we do that, then we can thrive. All right, I want to talk about a couple examples. So CareSource. CareSource is probably one of the largest, actually the second largest, Medicaid plan in the US. CareSource, using their own terms, we're indeed using kind of a paperclip Band-Aid approach to GRC. Most of what they spreadsheets, via paper, et cetera, very manual. I'm sure many of us in the audience recognize and have been through this overall process. Business was changing too fast. They couldn't deal with everything that was coming in, so they actually leveraged the metric system to bring automation to how they do all of it. Leverage the GRC platform to have a data model to indeed automate what they're doing from risk and audit, from overall business intelligence, being able to drive regulatory information, et cetera, pulling it all together. And indeed what that's done is they've been able to automate their assessments, they've been able to automate their reporting, so they're able to address the business needs faster, make the right strategic decisions when they need to make them. Riyadh Bank is another great example. Riyadh Bank, largest bank in Saudi Arabia, actually in the Middle East. They were dealing with lots of issues around cybersecurity regulations, cybersecurity risks, elements, et cetera. So they implemented they implemented metric streams, Freudian slip. They implemented metric streams GRC platform and systems, the IT GRC solution, to help them indeed manage all this because it's just too much data. So now they're able to pull in information from various systems and sources to be able to manage, mitigate, and proactively address the risks that exist. And they can provide up to their senior executives IT risk intelligence from many different vantage points so they can make the right decisions and put the right resources on top of the right areas of the company for better compliance and better overall governance. Okay, third item. I've talked about the need to look in the forward mirror, the need to be able to plan. I've talked about what we need to do with regards to how we strengthen our risk agility. The third thing we need to do is to think like a fast-moving startup. Couldn't come up with a better analogy, so I'm using this one. Because what is a startup? A startup is all about speed, about bringing and looking at how to take advantage of opportunities that exist in the market and being able to react quickly to those things. And when you think about GRC, it's exactly the same thing. It's the ability to look at what's going on, to be able to react and to bring to your companies what it is that you need. Because think about it. What you do today, necessarily what's going to take you where you need to go tomorrow. Google started out as a search firm. Who would have anticipated 5-6 years ago that they'd actually be developing autonomous vehicles? Facebook, social media, right? They're putting a lot of money right now in virtual reality devices. The key about a startup is you're willing to go where the market is going. You're willing to invest and be proactive, right, about overall opportunities. And we have to do that in our own companies. We can't be afraid. There was an interesting Harvard Review article that basically said it's not good enough for companies just to be great at one thing. They've got to become great at learning to do new things. That's what this whole startup mentality is about. And we need to bring that to GRC. Because every year, there are new technologies we can take advantage of, new approaches, new processes, and we need to be able to jump on that proactively. Because startups are risk takers. And at the end of the day, in GRC, we're trying to help our companies become better risk takers. So it's the same approach. Now, the good news is, and the example I have for all of you in terms of the effect and benefit of having the startup mentality is metric stream. One of the things that Gunjan Sinha, my partner and our chairman, say all the time is at metric stream, we want to be the largest startup in history. And what do we mean by that? We mean we want to keep that startup mentality because we're a large company now. We have customers and operations across the geography. French told you we're the largest independent startup. Largest independent GRC firm out there in the marketplace, but we still feel very much like a startup because we want to keep all of that excitement, the energy, the proactiveness in terms of what we do. We want to make sure that we keep that risk-taking mentality throughout the organization and that we are being very focused on changes in the market, changes in our customer needs, changes in the overall economic environment so that we can help all of you be successful in what you do. When we first started out, we were focused primarily on compliance, and we took a big risk to say we think it's a broader need around risk, governance, etc. And so we took the risk and invested much more deeply. Then we took another risk that said, you know what, it's more than just software technology, but it's content that's required, and it's actually cloud-based delivery that's required, and it's actually partners that we need, and it's best practices, and we invested in the breadth. And the good news is all that's paid off. Just look at the numbers. When you look at metric stream, we continue to demonstrate the fact that we're bringing value to our customers. Year over year, our customers are increasing their overall spend with us. The cloud, 85% of our mid-tier customers around the world are indeed signing up and moving on to the metric stream cloud. Partners, we want to reach a broader set of customers throughout the world, and our partners are helping us do that. And 25% of our business is now coming through partners. We are consistently a leader in GRC, as French talked about earlier, and first company to announce and launch the 4th generation of technology for GRC in our M7. But frankly, of all these things on this list, what we're most proud of are our customers. Sitting in this room and then sitting around the world, we have customers on every single continent, over 27 countries, and it's all of you that give us the excitement, the passion to do what we do every day. So I thank you for that. Thinking like a startup. The 4th area I'm going to talk about is using technology as an ally. Things are happening too fast in the world. There is too much data. There is too much activity. We cannot do this manually the way we used to do it. Spreadsheets, email, paperwork, it's not good enough anymore. Now, we've got to make sure we're leveraging technology to go after all the volatility that's happening in the marketplace, to be able to get to the speed. Because we have to take risks as business, but if we don't have the knowledge and information we need, that risk intelligence, then we won't. As a matter of fact, there was a point in the Wall Street Journal that was made recently that said, in actuality, we have not seen businesses take enough risk since the financial crisis. The level of risk-taking has actually declined. And what that's done is it's actually hampered productivity, it's hampered business growth, and it's hampered the returns and wages that employees have. So we need to take more risk. We need to be able to apply that risk intelligence. And it's only through technology that we will have that information to be able to enable our businesses to actually do all of that. Look at Formula One racing. I love to use this analogy when it comes to data technology. It's not the car and the driver. Has anybody actually been to a race? Seen it on TV, right? The speeds are amazing. I actually had a chance once to do one of these drive-bys where you sit next to the driver and you go around the track. I was bruised. My whole side of my body was bruised because of the centrifugal force that pushes you into the doors. Anyway, they don't win because of the driver in the car. Why do they win? Because they have hundreds of sensors all over driver, the vehicle that's feeding information into computers. It's looking at stress level and air tire and speed and wind shear. And based upon all that, it's reacting in real time to help the driver do exactly what they do to optimize. Business is the same way. Stuff is happening all the time. Different data points from the economy, from customers, from markets, etc. So we've got to leverage technology to do that. And the good news is we've had a lot of companies that have seen success in leveraging technology to help them, whether it's Johnson & Johnson, and I see Belle out there in the back. Hi, Belle, from J&J. But a while ago, J&J, right, was really focused on how to upgrade their quality assurance program across the enterprise. You know, they've got over 300 different companies underneath their business. It's a hard thing to manage. They leverage technology to do that, to help them get comprehensive information, share that data, do the reporting, aggregate kind of all their risks, etc., so they can do a better job of being proactive and getting information in the hands of their senior executives. All this was achieved with technology. You have companies like the CBS Corporation. CBS, they began automating and integrating all their vendor third-party risks. Because think about it, most of our companies are actually working with more third parties, vendors, freelancers, et cetera, than ever as we try to expand our overall reach in the marketplace. But that's creating a whole lot of risk. So they indeed automated with MetricStream to indeed enable them to conduct all these assessments automatically, be able to get the alerts when they needed to, understand when they have issues, correlate, right, that information, et cetera. And bottom line, it enables them to ensure that they are putting the right resources on the right issues that need attention. The Olympics. The Olympics has a saying, faster, higher, stronger, that I think applies not just to the Olympics, but also to business. You've heard me say all this morning, faster. We've got to operate faster because the market is moving faster. We've got to make sure that we're driving a higher level of overall performance and achievement, and we've got to make sure that our risk processes are stronger than ever to be able to address all these needs. I talked about 4 things today on how do we help our companies and help ourselves become high performers in GRC. We need to look ahead to make sure we're looking in the forward mirror, not the rearview mirror, to understand the risks and opportunities. We have to strengthen our agility as well as our maturity for GRC. We've got to think and act like a startup and make sure that we're taking the right risk and moving quickly. And we can only do that by leveraging technology as an ally. Those 4 things will help us indeed be the high-performing companies that we need to be. Now, this can't be done overnight. It's step by step. But all of you here have the opportunity to share your thoughts, your ideas, what's working, what's not. And I encourage you to do that because a good chunk of the value is not just what we're providing over the next 3 days, but it's the time and opportunity to interact with each other, to share, to learn, to gain. Because at the end of the day, companies are looking for GRC evangelism. They're looking for you to indeed bring your knowledge, your passion, your capability to help them better manage GRC so they can better manage their business so that overall we can indeed help our companies improve their overall business performances. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's not about stopping things. It's not about just controlling things. It's about how do we bring all of this GRC intelligence together to enable our companies to perform at the highest level possible, to compete in the marketplace, and to thrive. So, I ask all of you as the call to action over the next 3 days, make sure that you gain as much knowledge, information, examples, contacts that you can leverage after the conference to help you do just that. Because each of you can indeed be the GRC evangelist within your operation and truly drive business performance within your companies. So I want to thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for taking the time to come and join us. And I want to take this opportunity to actually pass the baton to my next speaker. So thank you, and let me introduce to you Gordon. Gordon, don't come up yet. Thank you. So Gordon Smith is a friend and actually a board colleague. He is the CEO of the Consumer and Community Banking at Chase. And many of you probably have a Chase card in your wallet. I know I do. Business itself is probably larger than you think. It has roughly 130,000 employees, serving over 60 million households and 4 million small businesses. The business is a leading provider of banking, credit cards, auto finance, payments, etc. He reports to Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, and is on the firm's operating committee. Chase itself has over 5,200 branches, the number 2 branch network in the world, and 18,000 ATMs, number 1, across 23 states. Chase.com is also the most visited bank portal in America, with 44 million active online users, including 27 million users. Before joining Chase, Gordon spent more than 25 years at American Express, where he managed several businesses, including the U.S. domestic consumer card business. And I would tell you that Gordon brings a unique view and a passion around how to stay in front and leverage the opportunities that disruption is creating. He is constantly raising that point when we're in the overall boardroom. So I'm really excited to invite Gordon up to talk about disruption in the world of retail banking. Thank you, Gordon. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Shelley, thank you very much indeed. I realize that in your day jobs, generally you're keeping a very close eye on people like me. So hopefully I'll give you a little bit of an insight into what we're doing in retail banking. And I think really to build on this message that Shelley laid out so clearly of the risks of not moving quickly enough. So, if we look at, the power of the mobile device that has been sweeping not just financial services, but every industry over the last couple of decades. Let me do just a quick show of hands, because this is always kind of a little bit telling. So how many of you have ever owned a Motorola phone? So looking around the room, almost everyone. Now, could we just do the same again? Ask how many of you own a Motorola phone today? One gentleman. You have really got your money's worth out of that device. Whatever you do, don't break it, because you won't easily find a replacement. But it has been an amazing journey over the course of these last number of years, and the disruption that these devices are bringing to almost every industry is both exciting and has the potential to be just a little bit scary. So this may reflect some of you. When I look at my kids, I actually think these numbers are a little bit understated, but effectively the vast majority of US domestic households have one of these devices in almost every person's pocket, and from the age of about 10. They spend 5 hours a day. That I would challenge is a little bit on the low side. I do worry a little bit that over time, if these devices stay the way they are, that humans will evolve to be a somewhat banana-shaped stoop as everybody walks along, and maybe with elongated thumbs. But we'll see exactly how that works through. And substantial amounts of e-commerce are now completed on that small device in your pocket or in your purse. And also, the major online players are beginning to evolve by setting up and moving into the physical space. Those companies which have typically been physical in nature are starting to go aggressively online. Order ahead is rapidly becoming a big factor in whether it's coffee or whether it's fast food. The geo-positioning capability in your phone gives the company the ability to figure out when you're going to be close enough that they can make your burger and fries or whatever that might be. Perhaps not salad, but because those can always just be ready. But they can figure out how far away you are so that when you actually drive up to the drive-thru, that your food is hot and ready. And a number of businesses, and I think Apple have really led the way here, where their stores have truly become flagships for their brand. Also, I think we're in a cycle of enormous change in just something which, everybody's been very familiar with since 1958, was the launch of the credit card. Now there's a move rapidly into wallets. Chase are developing a wallet, Apple have a wallet, Samsung have a wallet, PayPal is a wallet. And so you see this explosion of activity around bringing more technical capability to the way that customers pay at the point of sale. And then on the right-hand side, what we look at is person-to-person payments. If I need to pay Shelley $25 for something that we split, a meal or whatever, is facilitating the ability for individuals to better complete a transaction electronically and without cash. And you see the number of fintechs actually on the right-hand side that are very aggressively moving into this segment, including ourselves and the other major banks. But as I move to the next page, you can see on the left-hand side, it's really an infinitesimal amount of volume which has really moved at this point onto those kind of mobile and digital capabilities. Some people might just simply argue that the simple magnetic stripe is not broken, but many of you will have experienced as risk managers and consumers, data compromises, it's easy to copy those stripes away. If you put it next to a magnetic device, it'll wipe it out. And so, there are hindrances with the mag stripe which will rapidly improve as we move to a full online experience. And you see on the right-hand side of the slide, people say, well, again, the mag stripe's not broken, it's easy to pay on a day-to-day basis. People are concerned about security, and they haven't yet seen the full benefit of the wallet strategy. And I think what will happen is people like ourselves and Apple, Samsung, and the others that I mentioned will continue to innovate so that the functionality that will exist in those devices will just make it much easier than it used to be, that it is today, with a magnetic stripe, supply more data, more analysis, and more capability. So what does that mean for us? Shelley gave you some of our numbers. They are very large, 60 million US households, 45 million active digital users every day. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. It's incredibly important. And those of you who've been involved in business for many years will know that if you go back a number of years, most companies were working to try and drive out the number of contacts that they would have to have with their customer in whichever industry they're in. Why? Because they're expensive. So if you think about managing a transaction through voice response, it's probably 50 cents. If you think about managing a transaction in a call center, depending on the duration of the call, it's probably $2, $3, $4, $5 or more. And if you think about the cost of dealing with a mobile transaction, it's fractions of a penny. And for marketers, it also gives an amazing ability to be able to speak to customers at a very, very low cost. More than $28 billion we have go through our quick pay capability. And while we're here today, our customers will generate more than 40 million debit and credit transactions. So what we've tried to do is to lay out just a very, very clear strategy for the businesses around payments. Consumer to business, by far the largest, people buying things, of course. We've tried to focus everything around the customer experience. And I think when we come back to managing risk, constantly grounding ourselves in what is the experience that the customer is having is one of the best vehicles that we can have for driving risk. Person-to-person payments I spoke about earlier. It's going to be a very rapidly growing space. And then finally, and equally as importantly, how do we integrate much more fully the experience that the customer has who is carrying a payment product with the merchant at the point of sale? And how do we bring the data that exists between the merchant and the financial institution to help to drive down fraud and credit risk issues? Shelley mentioned fintechs. We work exceptionally closely with the financial technology segment. It has seen explosive growth in the last number of years. I think they have been enormously successful. And again, I will go back to what have they done? They have focused relentlessly on the customer experience and shown many industries how to take what that industry has done for decades and greatly simplify it. 3 examples that we've used: TrueCar, you may have seen, make it a much easier process to purchase a car, whether it's new or used, by supplying data to the customer that helps them have a more informed decision. We partner with a company called OnDeck, which help us to onboard, to bring on new small businesses and to underwrite them much more quickly for a loan. And a company called Roosterfy, who help to take all of those documents. For those of you who have ever applied for a mortgage, you'll know that there are literally inches and inches and inches of paper that you have to sign. I'm not going to ask you to do this because you're a risk organization, but typically when I ask people, how many of you read all of those documents when you sign for a mortgage, 2 lawyers put their hands up and everyone else shuffles away quietly. So you can answer that question to yourselves, and I won't do a show of hands. But enormous opportunity to continue to simplify the mortgage process, the home buying process for customers. Interestingly as well, I think there was a cycle of tension, I would describe, between financial services and financial technology companies. One thinking that they would entirely disintermediate the other. It's become clear that operating in a highly regulated industry is not an easy thing to do. And now I see many more partnerships where the financial technology companies are looking for ways to distribute their product, partnering with the major financial institutions, and the two working just much, much more closely together. We also have, as Shelley mentioned, a very large retail network, 5,300 branches. They're incredibly important. So every time you pick up the newspaper, particularly around earnings seasons, there is more talk about the demise of the shopping mall, the demise of the retail experience. I speak to investors at JP Morgan Chase in a large group like this once a year in February, smaller groups much more frequently. And so each February I like to look and see, well, about 5,300 branches, each one has their own P&L, their own profit and loss statement. How many of them were unprofitable? It was about 9 of the 5,300. So they're an incredibly important component, and you can see the position we have on the left-hand side of the page. And so we are in the business of trying to continue to grow, nurture, and evolve the retail branch, the physical structure, while continuing, as you see on the right-hand side of the page, to really focus on the digital and mobile experience. And you see some of the positions that we hold in the industry that Shelley mentioned. And the bar graph shows that how rapidly households are starting to move their banking capabilities onto the mobile device. But then when we come and just look at the core of the business metrics, 75% of deposit growth comes from customers who use our branches. And I hear this same question almost every time, but Gordon, the millennials, what about the millennials? Well, millennials are actually the largest population as they're defined since we started to gather or as markers as these statistics. They range about 18 to 35. Although I would argue that an 18-year-old has very little in common with a 35-year-old. But they range 18 to 35. The younger, the less they're likely to use the branch, the less they actually need a branch because they have very little money, they need very little consulting at that point. But as they move up that continuum and they're dealing with their student loans and they're thinking about how do I buy a house, they're thinking about how do I start to invest, then we start to see even the millennials start to use the branches. The branches physically are changing. They're becoming smaller, and the technology is moving to the front of the branch. The teller lines, the tellers behind the line are now moving out into the branch so that they can be there, they can be visible, and they can help customers. So You see the physical space continuing to evolve, and I'll show you some of the impact that that's had over time. If I think about the number of logins that we have from our customers, effectively it's almost every day. And now I'm going to go back to the importance of those person-to-person payments, cash if you like. The reason that P2P is so important for us, and we don't charge, so clearly we don't make any money from those transactions, is just keeping customers engaged with the bank. And having them feel that when you look at whose app is in those first couple of screens on someone's phone, we want the Chase banking app to be right there. In the center of the screen, quick deposit. So as risk managers, can you imagine maybe 7 or 8 years ago, somebody coming to you with the idea of saying, why don't we have a customer take a photograph of a check, which we could then deposit, and the customer would keep the check? I think your hair would likely be on fire. We did that 74 million times in 2016. And of course, you could say, well, what happens if the customer goes to the branch then to deposit the check? They forgot, they try to deposit it twice, or they take the photograph twice. Trust me, we thought of that. And it works extremely well. And quick pay transactions, person to person, growing at the moment at around 30% a year. So very significant changes. And if you just look here now, with the advent of or the evolution, I should say, of what we used to think of as just a cash dispenser, now fully 90% of all withdrawals are done at the electronic device. And it's now just actually a little less than 10% is actually done by a person. Those machines, because they're hidden in a wall or bolted to a floor, you don't see very much going on. You can obviously now deposit checks with them. You can deposit cash with them. This is something that only I would care about, perhaps. But when one person deposits cash, another person can take that cash, that same cash out, so that the machines last a lot longer before we have to send an armored truck to refuel them. But you can see as you look down the degree to which automation is affecting every aspect of what we do. Now, as we bring all this together and you look at the various arrows here, I think the one which really yells out is the number of inbound phone calls into our organization, down 2 percentage points, while you see that rapid increase in the interactions digitally. And if you go back to the earlier point that I was making of a call costing $3, $4, $5 based on duration, and a mobile interaction costing fractions of a penny, you can see that the impact that begins to have on the economics of the business. There's still lots more opportunity for these mobile devices, and making the mobile device interact directly with the automated teller machines. And you can see here, a list of kind of effectively customer transactions that one by one will slowly be able to be on the automated machines. But there's some real complexity here. And interestingly, and it may not always be apparent, but we hire people from all types of industries to help build these mobile capabilities. Why? Because design is incredibly important. Simplicity of design, understanding exactly how customers use those screens, the use of color, the use of open space on the screen. And so the benefit of these apps is that they do a few things astoundingly well and very, very simply. And if you look to the right-hand side of the page, there's clearly an opportunity to add much more functionality. How do you add more functionality and still keep it simple and still keep it easy to navigate? Those are some of the challenges that our designers face today. Yes, there's a big opportunity to do more on the phone, but you can't make it as complicated as the websites in the mid-2000s. We once looked at our website in about 2008. We had 4,000 pages. Imagine the customer having to navigate their way through 4,000 pages, when effectively 15 or 20 are actually all that they used. So let's look at a couple of, I think, kind of really important learnings that we have had through this journey, and I think are very important for all of you, to look at everything through the customer's lens. And if you think about some of the issues that arose through the financial crisis, being focused back on the customer. And for those of you in risk management, if you're based in headquarters, I would strongly advise you to spend time out in the field, and with due respect to all of you, and I sit in headquarters too, where the real work is done, where our people meet our customers, is where you learn the most. Rethinking talent acquisition and retention. Again, pulling people from different industries. Sometimes folks who've been in the development of video games can be incredibly powerful for understanding how to lay out the next wave of mobile functionality. Agile development. How many of you have experienced in your time in business where investments in technology and very large changes, potentially hundreds of millions of dollars, are kind of laid out in an effort that's going to take 2, 3, 4, or 5 years? They almost always fail. And why do they fail? They're so large, it's hard to figure out what the environment's going to look like 3 or 4 years from now. And so those enormous infrastructure projects can be exceptionally difficult to manage. Small, agile development groups with very narrow bands of functionality delivering, often on a daily basis, but certainly within 2, 3, or 4 weeks. So to break down the technology change cycle into much more digestible chunks. We've also made great use of a term which is very broadly certainly used across financial services and many other industries, is scrum teams. Just simply put, have people from each part of the business cycle working together in one area and taking a change and driving it all the way through, rather than business people handing requirements across to technology people, handing them on to risk and control people to review, and so a constant cycle is set up, rather than people sitting down together and working through what is the best possible outcome for the customer, how can we deliver something more quickly. You have to be a disruptor or you will be disrupted. The Motorola example is a good one. Most of us remember it. One might argue that if Blockbuster had embraced the online experience, perhaps Netflix wouldn't be where they are today. It is very, very easy to be disintermediated, and it is critically important to realize that standing still is a very conscious decision. Doing nothing is a very conscious decision and likely carries much more risk than some of the alternatives that people like to consider. And then the last point is relentlessly simplify things for your customers. And I think, again, if you go back I'll give you a personal example. We brought our daughter in, I think it was the holidays of 2001, an MP3 player. Anyone remember an MP3 player? I spent the entire morning of December the 25th trying to load 10 songs onto an MP3 player. I know you'll find this, shocking today, but I did. So, my daughter then listened to it for, an hour, and I don't think that MP3 player ever saw the light of day again. Disappeared into a drawer and was lost. And so if you just think about what Apple did to music and how simple they made it, we tried to look at every one of our business processes, our interactions with the customer, and say, how can you relentlessly simplify it? Because if you have to sit down and train your customer, you're going to lose that customer to someone else. So thank you very much indeed for your time this morning, and I think I'm now going to be joined by the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gordon, for that fascinating presentation. And it just reminds me, my first job actually out of school in the early 80s, I hate to admit, was with Chase Cards. And as an internal control analyst, I can only imagine what being an internal control analyst at Chase would be like today with the astounding rate of change and the automation. So with this, I'm very pleased to introduce Gaurav Kapoor. And Gaurav is going to be moderating our panel. I think that we're going to be setting up the panel up here with Gordon, Spiro Karetsos, and Donna Anderson from T. Rowe Price. Gaurav is our Chief Operating Officer. He's fearlessly led our company for the past 12 plus years in not only operations, but sales and marketing, has grown the company from a small few hundred to an 1,800 plus company. So not only does Gaurav run the operations here, but he also serves on the board of Reliance, which is an innovative technology and marketing company. So with that, prior to MagicStream, Gaurav held senior leadership positions at Citibank and operations and sales. So very pleased to introduce Gaurav Kapoor.
Thank you, Kristen. It's my pleasure to please request Gordon back on stage. We also have, if Donna's mic'd up, Donna Anderson from T. Rowe Price, and we'll do the introduction shortly. And we have Spiro, who's the enterprise risk leader from SunTrust Bank, and we'll do a quick introduction soon as well. So we did some quick introductions, and I think, Gordon, you've been introduced well, so I'm not going to ask you to repeat that. But I'll just hand it over to Donna quickly to give a quick background, on yourself and the company you represent.
Well, my title is Head of Corporate Governance at T. Rowe Price, but I'm not actually a GRC professional, which makes me sort of wonder whether I should have taken the pledge a few minutes ago. But for us, so my role in this conversation is to bring the outside perspective. As Head of Corporate Governance for a very large global asset manager, T. Rowe Price has about $850 billion under management for clients globally in a variety of investment strategies. We are interacting with your boards of directors, your senior managements, and asking questions about risk and strategy and capital allocation and board diversity and sort of all those elements that increase our chances of meeting our investment goals with the company. So I'm not a GRC expert, but I'm here to kind of provide what are outside stakeholders and investors looking for.
Spiro, we'll go to you next.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending. Spiro Karetsos, and when I talked to Gaurav, I said, why don't you put me down as a financial industry representative, because I want to bring forward my 10 years of working with the Federal Reserve from a regulatory perspective. I want to share my time with Goldman Sachs from being in the investment banking space. I want to share my time with Vanguard when I was in investment management, and now at SunTrust. But I also want to share an industry perspective because I'm on the board of directors of the Risk Management Association. I'm an executive committee member of the board, and one of our responsibilities is to make sure that we're increasing risk awareness and developing risk professionals for the future. So I'd like to bring that entire portfolio together for today's discussion.
Thank you, Spiro. Oh, close it.
Yeah. That better? Great.
Thank you. So first, thanks, Gordon, for your interesting presentation around how things are changing quite rapidly in the consumer payments world and the banking world. The last time we had this panel, it was actually in London in November, where we'd asked people to poll, what risks are the highest risks in the world at that time. It was one day before the presidential election in the USA. And almost unanimously, there was among the top 5 risks, I think, there was the US presidential election. It was a high risk, but exceptionally low probability. And remember, this was one day before the election. It happened, and we know what happened. My question is, I'll probably start with you, Gordon. What are business leaders thinking today as probably the top 3 risks? How have they changed in the last couple of years? And what do you see changing in the next 5 years?
Well, it's almost dangerous, I think, just to focus on one or two things. I want to just describe kind of, I think, a way of life in business that is really important to manage risk, which is, if I take, my own leadership team, it includes a general auditor, it includes the risk management team, it includes the head of compliance, internal controls. Those people largely don't report to me at all, but they are around the table for every single management meeting. So they see what the businesses are facing, they see what the businesses are thinking and considering. They have complete independence, but they are integrated into the team so that they're integrated into the information flow. Specifically, back to your question, I would ask all of you who are involved in the areas of lending money, whether that's in auto finance or leasing or mortgages, but also be really focused on those activities. It's been a very long time now that the credit performance, if you like, has been, just very benign, and it'll begin to return to its historical norms over a period of time from here. And so sometimes we can, after a long period of let's call it drought, people can take their eye off some of those key learnings. But obviously, the geopolitical issues that Shelley alluded to earlier are things we all have to stay very close to.
And Donna, from a corporate governance perspective, how have you seen things changing over the last few years in terms of what is top of mind?
Well, sort of 2 themes come to mind. One is a lot of investors have a lot of opinions about how your boards should be managing risk, kind of generally speaking. We, on the investment side at T. Rowe, don't have a house view about this. I mean, we've seen boards where the entire responsibility for risk management is spread across the whole board, some where it resides with the audit committee, some where it resides with a separate risk committee. Obviously, we want the company to do what is appropriate for your business, so we don't have a house view, we don't advocate for that, but we are obviously looking to understand why the board is set up the way it is. The area of cybersecurity is a really good example, I think, lately. A lot of investors are interested in this. Obviously, we do view it as a significant investment risk. Some investors advocate for having a cybersecurity expert on the board, but there's a lot of issues with that. One is there aren't that many of those people who have the capacity to take on board service in addition to their rather demanding jobs. One is there's kind of an age gap, to be honest, between your typical cybersecurity expert and your typical board member. There's sort of a sourcing issue. Another is, a board seat is very valuable real estate. You really need everybody around that table to be well-rounded and to be bringing a lot of different contexts, to make decisions. And so the notion of specialists, a group of specialists, narrow specialists around a table is not the traditional board dynamic. And then the other challenge is disclosure. That's an area where investors are clamoring for a lot of disclosure, but it's probably not in our interests, honestly, for you to be, that forthcoming with your cybersecurity plans and programs. So it's, again, we are just looking for the company to have sort of a good rationale and, good answers to questions about why you're structured the way you are. But this is an area where, I think often you shouldn't really listen to investors. They're not always right about that. The second theme in my sort of small world of corporate governance on the regulatory front is this uncertainty. Every other market where we invest is heading the other way, and that is giving shareholders more rights and more responsibility. We're kind of trending in most markets to a system of shareholder, sort of mandatory votes on compensation, for instance. If you can't get your compensation plan past your shareholders, you can't implement it, that kind of thing. In this market, we're actually unwinding shareholder rights as fast as we can. So this is an area where perhaps your interests are different from mine, but we don't see this as a good thing. We've kind of come a long way from having very poor shareholder rights in general in the US to sort of being in the middle of the pack, and there's a lot of legislation and proposed kind of rollback of rules at the SEC and Congress right now that would take us back to where we were about 15 years ago. So that's definitely something keeping corporate governance people up at night.
And Spiro, thank you, Donna. And Spiro, you've got a pretty unique perspective, having worked in different organizations, but also as a board member of the RMA. What are you hearing the most?
Yeah, so I think if any of you have an enterprise risk function or an operational risk function, you'll typically see that they'll maintain a portfolio of exposures. You might see it in the version of a heat map. There's some evergreen exposures over the past 3 years, 5 years that have been out there. So you typically have your cyber exposures, your third party, which is now extending to fourth party exposures, concern about your data, where is your data, where is it residing, to the extent your data may move to cloud-based computing, specifically if it's public cloud. Those are the evergreens that have been sitting out there. But I would say over the past year, there's a new dynamic of exposures. And if you thought the ones I referenced before were qualitative, the ones I'm going to tell you right now are even softer. And you have to think about the how you do things more so than what you do these days. So while you can talk about products and services and capabilities and revenues and financial exposure, the question that people are asking these days is, how are you offering these products? What are your business practices? Are they fair? Do people trust you? And if you're failing in those spaces, potentially from a sales practice perspective, and it's not just the financial services industry, the airlines were hit really hard this year with their practices. I mean, they were following their rules, but the way they treated their customers and their clients was not considered to be appropriate, and it really impacted their reputational damage. So now you've got to start moving into the how and focus on your culture, your conduct, and your capabilities more so than the what you're offering and the types of exposures you have in that space.
That's a great perspective, Spiro. And if I just flip the question around, you started talking about how to do it and what there could be opportunity. Earlier, Gordon, you talked about risk and opportunity. Both Shelley also talked about Uber, that for the taxi cab companies, Uber is not just a risk, but you've got to figure out how to conquer that if you've got to survive. So taking a slightly different perspective, Spiro, I'll start with you. Actually, what do risk managers have a seat on the strategy table of companies or not, or still not yet?
No, I think if you have a mature risk management program, you should just be given a seat at the table. You should earn a seat at the table. And the way we earn a seat at the table is we believe that risk management has to have an ROI component to it. And it starts in the strategic space. We want to be part of seed ideas and identifying where those exposures are on seed ideas. We have a risk research team, and that's very new. Not many functions have a risk research team. That research team is identifying opportunities where we can push the envelope and take on more risk and not just reduce risk exposure. And then finally, we've been bringing risk appetite to the table, to the forefront of every discussion. It's no longer the time where you can put a blanket statement out there and say that you have a moderate risk appetite as a company. Risk appetite has to be broken down component by component, building block by building block. A building block is a cross-section between a type of risk, like credit exposure, and a business area, like consumer, like Gordon's world. And once you break down every risk that you face by every entity you face it in, for every block, you can start identifying how much risk you want to take on. And in some areas, you want to be aggressively pushing the risk because there's a good return on the other side of the equation. In other areas, you may choose to be more conservative because the potential damage or opportunity cost outweighs the risk of non-controlling the environment. So you have to really analyze every risk And you have to think about the appetite where there's a risk-return relationship, and mostly that's credit, market, and strategic, or where there's a risk-opportunity cost relationship where you're trying to figure out how much you're going to spend to control something versus how much you're willing to live with from an exposure perspective.
Thanks, Spiro. Gordon, I'm going to take the question to you. I personally actually spent over a decade at Citi in the consumer business, and I never used to like the risk and audit and compliance professionals. They're almost an impediment to the growth of the business. I'm going to ask you, with the role you have today, how do you look at the risk managers, and how do you look at taking their help in understanding opportunity, not just a post-assurance function?
Well, as I said earlier, that all of the risk disciplines are equal, and that's a very important distinction, are equal partners at the table. And honestly, I think the best business people are really good risk managers too. We all face a set of risks in business which have never existed before, because almost every member of the population is now a movie director. So what do I mean by that? Just look at some of the recent events. These types of situations that have hit the media have always existed in some way, shape, or form, but there haven't been, dozens or hundreds of people at the moment there with a video camera called a phone and the ability to post it onto YouTube. So, that's a whole set of, whole area of evolving risk that only having people working together, risk management teams with an equal say at the table, and business people who factor risk into everything that they are doing.
Thank you. Just taking that concept a little further, you talk about everybody's a movie director, right, today. One of the key themes we constantly hear about is, from a lot of our customers, and Spiro, you talked about it briefly, is about culture. So you can set the tone from the top, but if it doesn't converge with the bottoms up, there'll be trouble at some stage. Yeah? So Donna, maybe request you to take that question. How do you ensure that the culture, the tone is consistent throughout the organization, and the top down meets the bottom up?
Well, I'm not sure I have great advice about how to do it, but I've seen examples where it's clearly not working, so I'll give you that. The cautionary tale, I guess. One new development with regard to public companies and their shareholders is a lot more direct interaction between board members and investors. That used to be pretty uncommon in the US market and is now much more common for a variety of reasons, but basically because of the increase in shareholder rights that I mentioned before. And so it's not at all uncommon now for us and our portfolio managers to be sitting across the table from a lead director, chairman, or a committee chair from your board, with or without adult supervision from management in the room. And so I guess authenticity is the risk that I think of when I think of companies trying to demonstrate tone at the top, but they can't, back it up. So a couple examples are, we're a very large shareholder of a personnel firm. I would say sort of high-end placements and consulting. It's the firm is all about people. That's all they have. They don't have, buildings and the footprint. They just, people is their business. And so the chair of that firm came to talk to us about, talent and how they're competing and, how the environment is, how important diversity is to them. Oh, diversity is so important. We have this big, women's leadership program. Retention of our women is so important in the consulting business, all of that. And they just almost had us convinced. But he was accompanied by his head of HR and his head of investor relations. And when the meeting, ended and they were heading out the door, it was all, so girls, where are we going to lunch now? So would you girls like to go to the little girls' room before we, hit the, it was so demeaning and so, and you could tell that these women were not empowered to do anything about it or to, kick them in the shins or just like, it was, and we were like, we're still sitting here. We can still observe the behavior even though the meeting is over. It just destroyed their whole message about, we are investing in people and we're enlightened and we're like all about diversity. Another example was this epically horrible meeting where a board came to convince us that they had an activist. So shareholder activism is another new movement on the horizon in corporate governance land. This company has been underperforming for 10 years, very dominant, strong, overwhelming, I would say, kind of leader founder in the CEO chair role. And an activist came after them and said, we think this board needs a few independently minded people on it. And so they brought the board members and the board lead independent director and the CEO to convince us that they didn't need outside intervention. The board was perfectly independent from management already. And so that was great. We were happy to hear more about that. But every time the lead director wanted to say anything, she asked permission of the CEO first. She would lean over and say, hey, Steve, can I make a point? And then he would either say yes or no before she could speak. And the whole point of being there was to demonstrate the board's independence from management. I mean, these are things that are sort of coming up new as board members and investors have more direct contact. But I mean, I would say as a basic protection, I mean, people, you gotta actually, believe what you're saying before you go before outside parties.
No, thanks, Donna. Interesting. And Spiro, you were one of the first people, I think 5 or 6 years ago, when we were interacting to talk about how to align compensation, for example, to the risk world, right? So what do you think, taking a little bit from what Donna just mentioned about culture, combining it with what are the ways to actually get the culture organized better? And what are the typical challenges that you are seeing in your organizations on breaking these silos within the organization?
So a couple of things on that front. First of all, I've been very lucky to have been part of purpose-driven organizations in my career. But if you hear the tone from the top and the culture that's preached from those organizations, they're only as strong as the echo from the bottom. And in many ways, you measure the echo from the bottom as the conduct and the behaviors from those in the bottom. So we're constantly focusing on ensuring that there's parity and that the culture and the tone from the top is in sync with the behaviors and actions and echo from the bottom. And one of the ways to reinforce that is through the compensations programs. And when we talk about incentives, it can't only be downside. Just like there isn't downside of risk management, there's also the upside of risk management. The same thing for performance management. So if you're going to include risk management capabilities in someone's performance management, annual review, mid-tier review, ongoing discussions, you have to be willing to recognize the positive things that they do. We look for testimonials. We look for managers to raise their hands when there are heroic efforts and someone's identified a problem or an opportunity area. And we have to be able to recognize those opportunities. Otherwise, you won't have a culture where people will be willing to raise their hand. But there also need to be consequences. So when behaviors aren't as expected in the organization, regardless of the level of the employee, if the organization is true to its purpose, true to its tone from the top, true to its culture, there have to be repercussions. And there have to be repercussions in a manner where there's recourse. And in many instances, where peers or other employees understand the reason for that recourse. So we found that you can't just take negative events and brush them under the carpet. You need to have testimonials where management teams raise their hand, highlight where things have gone wrong, highlight what they're doing to improve it. And from that perspective, we now have an environment in which people can be openly discussing risk management. And at the end of the day, know that if we raise our hand early, we get the right people involved, and we can swarm a problem. Not only can we minimize its impact, because risk is not like wine. You know why risk isn't like wine? It doesn't get better with age, right? You want to identify risk quickly. And if you identify risk quickly, you can swarm it, address it, and minimize the impact. And we recognize people positively for that. We don't want the opposite behavior where they're trying to solve problems on their own or figure out a way to potentially cover it up. That's the negative behavior, the negative culture you're looking for. So if you want the positive risk culture, you have to incent it, you have to reward it, and you have to recognize it.
Thanks, Spiro. I thought you were about to say it's not like wine because red is not good. But red wine is good. So Gordon, from your perspective, one of the things that we hear constantly now is banks are becoming technology companies. You know, I've heard this on this podium from companies like Citi and MasterCard and many others. So how do you see both the spend but the view that business managers and CEOs like you have around technology, and not just overall technology? I mean, there's obviously a lot of movement happening. You covered some, Shelley in her keynote covered some, but how do you view technology as an enabler to manage risk better as you see the future?
Well, you know, I absolutely believe financial services companies, banks specifically, are becoming technology companies, as are many other industries. We spend billions of dollars every year in the technology space. And I think what's really important for business people and for risk managers is to make sure you're staying current. You know, I so often see people who just effectively gave up learning. You know, you can run into people who have retired at the age of 25 and it just make up an age. But effectively, they've just stopped learning. And so, you know, how are people interacting on social media? Which sites are they using? How are they using? How is Instagram now working for Facebook? What's the implications from a marketing perspective on, you know, the growth of Snapchat versus Instagram? Just how are people using the technologies is becoming vitally important, and business and risk people actually really have to understand it. No, they don't have to sit and write code, but they have to be able to understand what the capabilities are, what the power is, what the potential is for of the technology as it continues to evolve. So, you know, I could not push hard enough that just keep learning for everyone who's in business, because we are all, like it or not, in technology companies. I started life as a COBOL programmer, which anybody who's a technologist will laugh, because you have to hunt a long way to find a COBOL programmer today. It's not the most modern language. But
Seems like you should have been able to handle that MP3
yeah.
player better than
I should, shouldn't I? It should have been much easier.
Just, you know, we needed a COBOL programmer once. We posted it online for months. We couldn't find anyone.
Yeah.
We put the newspaper ad in the paper. We found someone in a week.
I should have called.
Yeah. So thanks, Gordon. Sorry, Spiro. So you've obviously, as part of the last 10, 15 years, been exposed to a lot of technology around risk. You know, with processes changing and technologies changing. What do you think are the biggest 3 or 4 areas of investments now that companies are looking at in terms of GRC technology?
Yeah, I like the partnership that Gordon's talking about, because so often I see risk trying to make a business case for a new technology, and they call it regulatory required to try to make the business case. And the business trying to make a case for a technology that's quite similar, but yet they don't have enough of a business case on an ROI perspective. But we pair them up, and a great example of where you can pair them up is voice to text. So clients are calling in, and you may have a client center that can't catch on to certain terms that they're using to either A, identify that they're a great prospect for some other services that you may offer, potential advisory services, or you may not catch on the fact that they're not formally complaining, but they're whining about something. So if you go from voice to text and then apply text analytics, we found is risk and business can partner together. Business can start analyzing the text analytics and start really identifying their clients that have needs that their services and products can help with. And it serves as a great prospecting tool, and you can do callback strategies to get to the right people with your informed sales personnel, and hopefully the hit rate's much stronger and you're helping client needs. But you also don't have to wait for a client to complain. Complaints are almost so far downstream right now. If you really want to address client concerns, understand when their tone is negative about something. Figure out what we can do to learn about that, and then pair that data up. If they're whining about something today, they're going to be complaining about it tomorrow. If they're complaining about it tomorrow, at some point it's going to be an audit issue, a risk issue, a regulatory issue, or a compliance issue. And then at some point, it's going to be a lawsuit or a settlement, right? That's typically the way this thing tracks. So if you want to get uphill on the battle, start really dealing with where your clients are at the gate. And I love the construct that Gordon talked about earlier, where if you're part of corporate, you've got to leave the ivory tower and you've got to get out into a branch and you got to talk to, in our financial services industry, the folks on the front line and ask them what challenges that they face. Ask them if they understand what our culture is and what we're trying to promote. And then ask them what the client's sentiment is. You get so much intel from the folks on the front line. On my first day of work, I had to open an account, and I'm a risk manager. So when I transferred my bank account, I sat with the branch representative, and I just said, hey, just out of curiosity, what are the things that really bother you? What is it makes it hard for you to do your job? And what makes it hard for you to service me as a client? And I learned more in that 1 hour of spending time in the branch and opening up all my accounts. And when I went to my first meeting with the executives, they were so surprised that I knew where the sweet spots were out of the gate. And they wanted to know how I did my due diligence. And I said, you really have to talk to the people that are interacting with your clients and running your business.
Thanks, bro. Given the time, I'm going to request each of you in one sentence, one piece of wisdom, on how business leaders here can actually make their organizations tie their risk program and governance programs for better business performance. What's the one or two things that they should think about? I'll start with you, Gordon.
I would push on this. Simplicity is innovation and will lead to phenomenal risk management. Complexity is always the enemy. It will lead to process failures, it will lead to employee frustration, it will lead to customer frustration. So simplicity is one of the greatest tools we have. It's exceptionally easy to say, much harder to deliver, and frequently overlooked.
Thank you. Donna?
Well, again, all my experience in this area is looking at it kind of at the leadership level. When I think about our own corporate experience, one that always sticks with me in the area of kind of leadership and authenticity is when we launched our own phishing program, right? The kind of the testing program that employees would get embedded, phishing type messages as a test for awareness and training purposes. And one of our senior, like very senior executives, one of the first ones to fall for it. And IT and security actually report up to him, so it was awkward, but he's very public about it. I've heard him talk about it in about 5 different town halls, and that freedom to sort of create, an admission of mistakes, a learning environment instead of a fear environment has been really powerful when I think about kind of the signal that gives employees in the town halls when they know that everybody makes a mistake like that.
Thank you. That's good insight. And Spiro?
So I'm going to take a Maslow's hierarchy of needs perspective, and the pinnacle, what we're trying to get to, is what I'll focus on at the end. But if you think about what we start with, we have raw data. We have whatever's available to you from your systems perspective, whatever you can survey, whatever you can get at. And then you go from raw data to big data, where you're actually starting to analyze it. And then you're going from big data to reporting, right? And people had stopped at reporting. But what they didn't realize is in their reporting, they're now giving hundreds and hundreds of pages and schematics and visuals to managers and board members. And what they're missing is the pinnacle, which is storytelling. Storytelling is a lost art. And I'm going to tell you that your responsibility, if you want to be in the GRC space, if you want to be in the risk management space, is you are the chief risk storyteller of your organization. You have to find what the elements of the story are, and you have to weave it and integrate it in such a manner that it can be interpreted, it can be understood, and people can be action-oriented around your story.
As you can see, Spiro has been a masterful storyteller, and what we'll do is we have a few minutes for a couple of questions, in the audience. And first, let me thank you, Gordon, Donna, and Spiro. Very diverse set of, opinions and advice for the audience. So thank you.
Hello, good morning. This is Lady Michelle from SunPower. I have a question for Gordon. You mentioned about risk managers and business owners having the same or equal, they are equal on the table. So how do you make sure that your risk managers and business owners in your company are actually collaborating, and how's your organization structured to make sure that it happens?
Yeah, well, we're structured in such a way that the key functions report independently, so they truly have total independence. So I'm not involved in their compensation or any of those factors, so I think that's very important. But they're always round the table, so every forum that I hold, whether it's a weekly staff meeting, whether it's a strategic offsite, whether it's a town hall where we're communicating to thousands of people, risk and control, auditors are all part of the same discussion. I was really touched by Donna's diversity point. It's a very, very good one. You can't set a tone at the top through PowerPoint. Everyone looks for where is the gaps, and people look to see our management, our leadership actually walking the talk. And I think by making people at each level in the organization part of the management team as an integrated business, then you really start to get that layer upon layer upon layer through the organization, rather than just something that's articulated through PowerPoint. So really a level of independence, but a level of integration in terms of people being aware of anything and everything, and open sharing of data and information.
We'll have time for 2 more questions.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
This is Sharad Joshi from DTCC New York. This is a question for anyone in the panel. When you look at risk, there are so many metrics that you can actually look at. How do you focus on, metrics that matter from risk perspective? Anyone from the panel, please?
Do you want to take this, Spiro?
Sure. So if you think about metrics, you can count almost anything. So what we try to do is go from what metrics could we get our hands on to what metrics are aligned to the story that we want to tell. And then once we start that alignment, then we start narrowing down those metrics to which we think are the ones that are key. And then if they're key, we start asking ourselves, are they leading or lagging? What you find is typically most metrics are lagging. We're trying to do much more on the forecasting space, but we still find we have to use a lot of lagging indicators to get there. So it takes a lot of time to digest first what's available. And I will tell you that a lot of times we sit at the table and we want to identify new metrics. But if those new metrics aren't used by the business and they don't believe that those metrics are valuable because they never collected in the past, it's really hard to say we're going to create new metrics for you as a business area. So definitely start with what exists, figure out what element of the story it tells. Does it tell a little bit of the backstory, or is it foreshadowing a little bit? And then bring together the best of what's available to help tell a story. But always be cautious of a false sense of precision of what the data is telling you. Always get qualitative perspective to layer in your quantitative and your qualitative together so your story has more richness.
Thank you. Any last question? We passed the time, but one last question. Anybody? I think everybody's ready for a break. All right.
Thank
so
you,
once
Gaurav.
again, thank you. Thank you, Gordon. Thanks, Donna. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
And then finally, just a couple of key takeaways. Assume that risk and compliance is always going to be in flux, right? It's not just about regulations going up. It's not just about risk going up. Maybe it's going to go down. It's just always changing, right? Your third-party ecosystem, your business models, everything's changing. So invest in capabilities that will help you move through change, not capabilities that will help you necessarily respond to this set of requirements and then next set of requirements, because that's only going to last a couple years. Next is follow the money. So if you haven't already, align your risk and compliance efforts to where your company has value, the things that you're supposed to protect, and where it's making money. You know, all these technology projects that I mentioned that are all going external, they're all helping win, serve, and retain customers. Focus your GRC efforts on that. It actually helps you as well. You get more visibility, more budget, maybe more authority in the organization if you're helping your marketing people, your customer service, your salespeople achieve their objectives. You can show, look, GRC is strategic. It's not just about cutting cost. It's about how do we go to market in a way that's safe, that's going to protect our brand. And then finally, you create a greater skill and agility by getting people involved. You cannot be in every conversation. You cannot choose every third party. You can't be there when a customer service rep answers the phone to remind them of policies. You'll create that culture so people understand this is what we value, this is what we care about, and therefore, this is how we expect you to behave. So here's my email address. Always happy to carry on the conversation. Email me with questions if you want to set up a time to talk, ask questions, anything like that. Always happy to carry on the conversation. For right now, any questions while I'm here? I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to stand awkwardly until somebody asks a question. Do we have one back there? Oh.
Hi, Knut Ullman from TCF Bank. When you were talking about the fact that 6% of the time from risk management professionals is spent on strategic risk, and that accounts for 88% of the losses, you said that was from a Harvard Business Review article?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wrote that down right so that I can give it to my manager.
And I believe you'll have access to this slide, so we do reference that specific article in the slide.
Thank you.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So quick question for you. One of the things I think that's seen is, along with the rapidity of all of the changes in the external environment, are the internal environments where organizations are cycling people through, either from the outside in or from the inside out. Have you seen any best practices for people being able to accelerate bringing people up to speed? So it's how do you get the front end of that agility curve started? Any good suggestions there?
Yeah, it's a tough one. So the question is, have we seen best practices for dealing with internal change? A number of people cycling through, spending less time within a job. I don't have the same kind of data on that. I will say the emphasis that I have on culture, we spend a lot of time looking at regulatory fines, regulatory enforcement action, and we see a lot of times it's not just a one-time bad actor. It's not that causes a big fine. It's when the regulator comes in and sees there's a pattern or an environment of malpractice or malfeasance. So Wells Fargo, for example, my assumption is they probably had a whole lot of people cycling through that part of the organization, but there was a general ecosystem or environment of malfeasance. So you're creating the culture where managers talk about, this is what we care about, these are our policies, this is why we have policies, having the tone at the top, having a lot more ways to get input from the front lines. If you're tracking things like, in your CRM system, has there been an abnormal spike in the average number of accounts per clients? I can't say, if you had done this, you would have stopped that risk event from happening. But making sure you're collecting a lot of data, you're giving employees a reason and a channel to highlight potential risk events or concerns, those are best practices that are generally going to help you mitigate risks of that quick turnover. You have 1 minute, just one more here.
On the strategic risk, do you have any recommendations in terms of sort of process or products or workflow in terms of how to sort of monitor that? Because I think that I was very interested in what you were saying, but it's harder to see how that's integrated into current systems?
Yeah, the tough part is integrating the bottom up and the top down, but I do workshops with clients on strategic risk, and I almost always start with the ISO 31000 standard. The first, I mean, it's very approachable standard. I think it's only about 27 pages. The first section is establish the context, where you document what is our focus for risk management, why are we here, what are our objectives, and then very specifically we say, what are the organizational objectives that we're hoping to protect? So from a strategic perspective, most organizations are going to say, we care about customer loyalty, we care about product quality, we care about those types of things. And so start there and say, okay, what are all the uncertainty type events that could impact our ability to achieve the objective of increased customer loyalty or increased margin or increased shareholder value, things like that. So starting at that top and using ISO as ISO 31000 as a framework to start is the best approach that I've seen so far. Real quick, one more. Yep.
Thank you. Hi, Chris. You had talked earlier about the evolution and the direction moving forward, I believe, to business performance. But the arrow and the star has not been moving very quickly recently.
Yep.
I saw a study that indicated that risk identification, risk monitoring, and risk reporting, people feel like they're doing an awesome job of that.
Sure.
However, the risk response, actually creating treatment plans and answering that question, are we doing enough, was severely low in people's confidence. And without that risk response improving, how do you see the evolution becoming stronger and going that direction?
Yeah. So we've got a report that we're working on right now, very similar results that say of the top reasons, here are the top 10 reasons that risk management's not going too well. We don't have time to take a vote, but if you think about the number one response, risk managers say risk management's not moving forward, their top answer is, it's doing just fine. We have no barriers. I don't believe them. The next four responses, the next four most common responses were we don't have enough resources, we don't get enough priority, there's other projects that take priority. My assumption, and we're digging into the data, my assumption is because they're not tying that response to value. They're saying, I have a laundry list of all the different business continuity risks or all the different HR risks, and we have all of these remediation action plans just waiting for somebody to pick up, and we just need the budget for it. Well, minimizing risk events, it's very hard concept, right? We do this for a living, but if you walk into HR and say, here are 30 things that we think you need to do better, it's a hard conversation. I think if you walk in and say, we know what you're in business to do, right? You're trying to get the best and brightest talent, bring them in, get them trained, provisioned to systems, and get them in the workforce as quick as possible. Now, I've got 30 ways I think I can help you do your job better. And we can be partners in this, right? We'll invest some, you'll invest some, and you'll think about it in terms of reducing risk. But they'll think about it in terms of, awesome, we just took our time to hire from 3 months down to 2.5 months because we have a better background check process. So I think tying the risks to value is the only way you're going to get people to stand up and say, oh, that sounds like a great project, I'll sponsor that or I'll invest in that. So the risk response, if we keep saying, yelling at people about how risky their business unit or process is, it's a hard conversation to get them excited about, right? So hopefully that'll help. I am out of time, guys. Really appreciate the time and attention. Take care.
So thank you so much, Chris. So now we have a 5-minute switchover break. So the next session will start at 11:30, and you have 5 minutes to get to your next breakout rooms. In this room, we will have the panel discussion on heightened risk standards, a global phenomenon, and that'll be a panel discussion.
my mic on? Okay, great. 1 minute. Okay. We still have some panel discussions wrapping up in other rooms, so they'll start us in a minute.
Ouch.
Very good. Okay, good. Getting the signal, we can go ahead and start, everyone. So good late morning to everyone. I think just an hour before lunch. Hang in there. A nice panel discussion here on our risk track. We're going to be talking about heightened risk standards. Is this a global phenomenon? And we have some great panelists joining us today. What we're going to do is ask each panelist to introduce themselves, and they're going to describe what heightened risk standards mean to them and to their organization, and a little bit about how the organization's adapted to that as they do their introduction. And then we're going to have some questions. We've done a little preparation leading up to today, and we're going to direct questions to each of the panelists and then have a discussion across the panel. But right away, we wanted to open this to questions and answers from you. So I'm going to be scanning the room, looking for your questions. So raise your hand high, and we'll get a microphone to you as soon as possible into this panel meeting. So let's start with Joe, if I can pass it to you to begin the introductions.
Yeah, Joseph Monks, the Chief Audit and Risk Officer at Market Access. Market Access is an electronic trading platform for trading bonds by asset managers, securities firms, and banks, and other corporates. Prior to working at Market Access, I worked at Citigroup as the head of operational risk management. And prior to that, I was in New York. And prior to that, I was in Japan with Citigroup as the chief auditor of Japan, covering all their products in Japan. And prior to that, with Morgan Stanley in Japan as well. Early in my career, I was a federal regulator at the Federal Reserve. So I have an appreciation of banks and securities firms regulations, Bank Holding Company Act. Hopefully that's not too loud.
Yeah, a little bit about heightened risk standards, how you've taken that to the work you're doing at Market Access.
Yeah, having my background in banking and securities over the last 25 years, when I set up operational risks for Citibank NA, what I did is I looked towards regulatory guidance, OCC guidance, and the OCC guidance is very rich in terms of how you set up a framework, set up operational risk categories, develop KRIs under these categories, use scenario analysis. There's a lot of information on the OCC website around this topic, which I found very useful. And I applied that to market access, which is a much smaller organization than Citi, but by identifying what are the key risks of our business. And some of those areas would be, for example, strategic risk, settlement risk, credit risk, operational risk is a large category around operational reviews that are conducted, regulatory risks, things of that nature. And I have 10 categories. So amongst those 10 categories, I have KRIs under each of those categories. And we try to develop as much as possible leading KRIs. And that allows us, to be more proactive in terms of the risk focus areas that we work on and pulling together information across audits, risk assessments, KRIs, in terms of giving you sort of, the face or the format of what the risk profile is at the company. And then we have various reporting that we do both to senior management and the board, which will indicate, quarter over quarter, what is the risk profile of these key areas. For example, credit risk, settlement risk, showing it as a RAG rating as, either being red, amber, or green. And for those cases where it's less than green, what is the direction of the risk? What are the actions around it to reduce that risk? And I think one of the questions you have here is just in terms of, geographical risk. As we expand globally, of course, it brings on a whole new set of regulations, other challenges for us that we have to consider, for the UK, MiFID II, and things of that sort. We're expanding into Asia as well. A number of regulations out there also. So we further develop our KRIs and make them richer in terms of where we operate in our business activities.
Thank you, Joseph. And Janine McGee from Ameriprise.
Hi, I lead the Operational Risk Center of Excellence for our company, and we actually are both domestic and global. And we're seeing not just heightened risk standards, but they're coming from such a diverse group of folks. There's been other people that have talked in other places in the conference so far around those risk standards coming not just from regulators, but we're seeing standards from our board, we're seeing standards from our stakeholders, we're seeing things from consumers themselves that are concerned about, obviously in financial services, what's going on with privacy, what's going on with their money. And as we've seen that, we've had to take an increasing stance of breaking down the silos within the risk communities in our own organization to respond comprehensively. And so where we have our own areas of expertise, I lead operational risk, I have peers in compliance, I have peers in audit, I have peers in our financial risk realm. We increasingly need to work together to bring that data together, to use a common taxonomy so that we can respond without having to build specific programs for every request that's coming in from every different constituency. And for us, particularly with the global nature of what we do, that's been a big process in and of itself. And so that's what we continue to work on as we see these risk standards come in.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So, Lady Michelle Valdez from SunPower.
Yeah, so I bring a different perspective in this panel. I came from a solar company. It's SunPower is an integrated business wherein we are in manufacturing. We also have our downstream business, so we do installations in all market segments, residential, commercial, and power plants. So very different from the financial service companies. So risk management and the framework that we use is evolving. It evolves with the business. So you look at the environment where you play in, and for me, the risk standards are indeed changing. You look at regulators, you look at other competitors, how they are performing in the industry, and also you look at your stakeholders, they have different standards, and your risk management program would need to adapt to that or respond to those changes. So yeah, you have to, well, COSO is issuing a new or updated standards as well, or framework that would guide risk managers And that in itself tells us that, you have to really grow or evolve the program as you can see the changes or as you respond to the changes that's happening in the environment that you're in.
Thank you. Thank you. So very interesting, kind of views on what we mean by heightened risk standards. So Joe talked a little bit about the risk identification across, current risks, emerging risks, strategic risks, but in 10 categories, right? To make sure that you have a framework that's comprehensive, and then you have KRIs that are aligned to those key risks in each category. And then Janine, you talked about the sources of those risks, and for example, not just regulators being a source, but your customers, your board, and so on. And then Lady Michelle, you talked about, and we also have evolving market standards like COSO, but there's COVID, ITEL, NIST, and they're constantly evolving, right? So there's a lot to keep up with, right, in any organization. But Lady Michelle, I was going to direct a question to you just about, enterprise risk management. It's a term we heard a few years ago. Remember, a lot of us were focused on market risk and credit risk, kind of those traditional areas. And then the introduction of operational risk, around 2000, 2001. And then, everyone was talking about enterprise risk management again. And then the phrase kind of changed to GRC, right? And now we seem to be hearing again about enterprise risk management, right? Not just in terms of what's being spoken about across organizations, but also regulators. What do we mean this time, when we talk about enterprise risk management, and how is it a little different than the flavor we experienced several years ago?
Right, so it's becoming more and more aligned towards strategy setting. And in fact, there are articles or there are talks around how your risk management program become more valuable in terms of achieving organizations' objectives. To me, ERM actually is not going away. It's there, and it's becoming more and more important. And the main factor, I think, that contributes to that, or the most significant, is culture, like tone at the top. How management actually looked at risk management, and with the review of the ERM standards that COSO has just announced, it's good to know that, while we have these discussions, us in our company is actually moving towards that already. So I would believe that other risk management practitioners out there are also doing the same, because we believe that with an effective risk management program, it's not actually a separate function, but it's embedded within the organization. So the culture that the company would, I believe, would be best to project on risk management is to have that mindset, not only on the top level organization, but also within the management levels up to those at the front end.
Thank you. Thank you. Joseph, what's
I think
your experience?
we're starting to see more discussions on risk appetite again. And, I've done some research myself at other companies, and you'll see that a lot of them don't really share a risk appetite statement, and maybe something they've done in the past and they haven't spent as much time on it lately. But my board is definitely talking a lot about risk appetite. And so if you look at enterprise risk management as like a pyramid, risk appetite is at the top, the board risk appetite statement, and then going down the organization and tying our activities in a very detailed level to that risk appetite statement, which I think is a good idea. And that helps to set the culture, and it helps to push us in the right direction in terms of goals and activities that we want to achieve. So we're taking all of this GRC data we have and the whole enterprise risk management structure and making it more dynamic for better business decisions. That's how I see it for ERM.
Okay, good, thank you.
And I would just add that I think that part of ERM, and this is the part that's coming in the resurgence, really is to go from data, and someone talked about it earlier, to information. People are increasingly asking about what is the story of your risk, what is the story of your company around risk, and they don't necessarily want to talk about your KRIs. They want to talk about your key risks in a way that really resonates with your business model, and those aren't separate things.
Right.
Okay, thanks. So as we think about that enterprise risk management umbrella, Lady Michelle, you talked about culture, right? That tone at the top, maybe that's stronger than it was, before. We understand better the importance of that. And then Joseph, you talked about risk appetite, right? And how, whether it's formulated based on metrics or how much losses we can withstand, there seems to be more clarity around what that is sitting at the top of the pyramid. And then Janine, you talked about the focus on getting data into information that matters to the business and their language, right? I'd say another thing we're seeing is just the broadening of risk management. I think, Lady Michelle, you talked about how it gets embedded in your entire company. But when large organizations have done inventories, a lot of different forms of risk assessment have grown up over time. One of the large financial institutions we work with did an inventory, found 14 different risk assessments, right? Because risk assessments were being done by the third-party group, the business continuity team, the IT team, and of course, operational risk was doing a risk assessment, or the first line with a second line challenge. So what enterprise risk meant to them was taking risk from multiple perspectives, right? And then, broadening that view, understanding that risk management's really happening everywhere. And, we need to be thinking about, can that be rationalized? And can we make sure that every risk assessment is done, independent of another one? There's not too much overlap burdening the business, right? So ERM definitely back, and with a broader flavor. And as you guys have talked about, impacting culture, risk appetite, how the board is looking at the company and so on. So again, we're still scanning for hands. We're open for questions at any time during the panel. But in the oh, good, we have a question. So let's just get a microphone to you. We have more questions that we've prepared, but want to make this as interactive as possible. So thanks. Just introduce yourself first and ask your question.
Perfect. Thank you. Someone has to be first. So my name is Renee Oxley. I lead compliance for ATB Financial up in Alberta, Canada. My question actually, it really started from this morning with some of Shelley's comments and then Gordon's comments around the importance of looking forward and then to be able to survive disruption. And some of the comments that Joe said around leading versus lagging KRIs. And that's one of the things that we're working on within our framework, is around having real value added leading KRIs versus always looking in the rearview mirror. So one of my questions for you is really just, do you have examples of what has been really successful leading KRIs in terms of your board or senior executives from an oversight perspective?
Yeah, it's a good question. When it comes to KRIs, I kind of view them this way, that I have what I call major league and minor league KRIs. So it's almost like it's an incubator within the risk group, to have a number of different KRIs that we sort of, test and see how valuable they are to us, that they'd be potentially leading KRIs, and we'd want to put them higher up into the major league and present them to the board. And some of that comes through regression analysis, and doing correlation of activities and variables and seeing where they're predictive in value. And I did a lot of that actually at Citigroup. And I'm doing some of that at Market Access, but it's still sort of a continuous improvement for us. But some of the examples is that, if you have some losses, let's say for example, credit losses, and then you can pick up some variables that relate to that, whether it be, mortgages or, lines of credit on a home, home equity, and some of the, maybe the regional factors where these loans are, centered, concentration risk, and just the various variables that would relate to that loss that can then become a leading indicator. So a lot of it is just analysis through regression and correlation that we do typically.
And Joe, it sounds like you might be bringing in external information
Yeah,
as well.
definitely.
Like macroeconomic variables that could be
Yeah,
predictive
exactly, yeah.
of some deterioration in the credit quality,
Yep.
as an example. Any other comments to this question about how do you ensure your indicators are leading rather than lagging?
We've done some retrospective analysis to see where things might not have gone well. And then we use that and turn it into more predictive data. So things we've seen are the proportion of our investment spend that's pointed at technology, for example, that proportion versus business is a proxy for complexity in our world. And so as we start to see the plans come in for like 2018, which we're working on right now, as we see that spending proportionate business to tech, we can start to predict how much complexity is coming into our change agenda, for example, for next year. So we do a lot of backwards looking work on lagging indicators only to find out if they can in fact become predictive indicators.
Mm-hmm. Another point I would just like to make is that we're doing more scenario analyses. And so this is an area I think that is very tangible and it works well for us because we can look at different events that have happened, like the financial crisis. We're doing this for potential credit losses. So we're looking at Moody's default ratios based on different credit ratings, so the quality of the credits. We take our internal ratings, we align it to these Moody's default ratios. We look at volatilities as well of interest rates and various things, and from all that we come up with potential losses that could occur under different situations, and that allows us to have a better handle in terms of the amount of capital that we should earmark for potential losses. But in a very large company like Citigroup or Morgan Stanley, where I worked before, you have very rich loss history. Fortunately, in the company I work now, we have no losses, so that's a good story. But using the external factors, like you had said, we can come up with these kind of predictive models through scenario analysis. That works quite well.
I'd just say, just observing what's happening, I'd say, some companies look at the number of training hours as an indicator, a positive indicator, of how well the process will be performed, for example. And then going to predictive analytics, just within the GRC data that we're collecting, can you have, kind of the number of control test failures, right, as a leading indicator of losses in the future, for example, which really it kind of is that bridge into predictive analytics or some of the scenario assessments. You can start to do leading and lagging your time windows just to start seeing what is predictive, as Janine was talking about.
It's kind of like peeling back the onion. It's kind of surprising what some of the factors are that could tell you something's wrong. And when you start with a loss, and like you were saying, you go backwards, unpeel this onion, you find maybe 10 different variables. And some of those variables are very predictive that you never would imagine. But it's sort of back testing, right?
Right. Was that helpful? I hope that brought to light some experiences. Okay, so we're still looking for hands. Oh, good, I see another one over here. Thank you. A microphone's coming behind you.
How about now? Okay. My name is Sundar Venkat. I am from Salesforce.com, a software technology company based in San Francisco, for those of you who have not heard.
We know who you are.
My question is for Joe and Janine, who work in the financial services industry. Salesforce is selling to a number of customers in the financial services industry. You guys are leaders in your respective organizations. As companies in the financial services industry start adopting cloud, what are some of the risks that you guys worry about? Because we keep hearing a lot about security and privacy of information, and there is heightened sensitivity around security in different geographies, heightened sensitivity around privacy in different geographies. I'm curious to hear your perspectives.
Yeah, one comment I would just make on that, which I think is kind of out there in the public, is there's the private cloud, there's a public cloud, and the ideas around having more security with the private cloud. But it's interesting for us because we have businesses both in North America, EU, as well as Asia. And the regulations in the EU and UK specifically, the FCA, they don't really favor the cloud. They feel like it's not that secure, so they're not that happy with it. And they prefer that all of our data centers, our hard data centers, are located in the UK. And they feel that that has more security. However, as IT professionals, you recognize that there's also some difficulties with having a hardware data center in terms of keeping it state-of-the-art and updated. And in many respects, the cloud is better, especially the private cloud. So I think a lot of it is change management. But to get back to your question, it's a matter, I think, of educating everyone about what this is, how this works, and the security that surrounds it. But I think in many respects, it's better than the hard data centers.
And just to add to Joe's point, I think that it's really about educating people about what it is, because again, in operational risk bent, when people don't really understand something and they start using it and planning for it, they create risk because they don't really understand how it works. And so I think there's a lot of obvious risks about the cloud that people talk about, privacy, et cetera. But I think it almost is so non-intuitive to a lot of people that they can't really tell you what the risk is as they start to convert to cloud because they don't really understand.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, great. So we'll go on with the next question, Joseph. I was going to point this to you, but yes. Oh, another question. Oh, thank you.
Really quick. It's a probably three-part question. One is, could you give me an idea about the center point for collecting all that data in probably very big, large institutions? I'm thinking about, I don't know, risk, compliance, definitely not internal audit because it might be a little bit conflictual for them. That's one thing. The secondly is about the data that is provided to this center point and the skills of the people, not just the head of that team, but the whole team about knowing and digesting the data that is provided for a different points of the organization. I'm speaking about, I don't know, production data, sales, talent and culture, HR, stuff like that. Somebody that might be able to connect the dots. I'm talking about collateral data. And also your comments in regards to the quality of the data, because we need to make decisions as far as using that big data, which is as big as the company's size. Mm-hmm. But that's one of the issues we've been facing, that the central person is not truly aware what sales are, what terminated people in HR is. So when they try to look behind the data, they might not be able to connect the dots.
I can share based on the challenge. I would agree with you. It's a continuous challenge. Like you have everything, or you have those data sitting across your organization. Maybe for some you don't know where they are. We just recently implemented or developed, implemented the metric stream ERM module, and we are envisioning to use that to collect the data. But prior to that, it's really a challenge. Everything is done manually. So with the help of your executives, like getting their support, the enterprise risk management team had interactions with different departments in the organization, making them accountable in identifying what are their risks and the related data and events that go along with that. And we have them report to a larger umbrella, which is ERM. And we do also you have to identify as well what are the existing functions you have in collecting those data. Like they are housed in different initiatives anyway. So the key is tap them, get them work with you and come up with a more centralized and better reporting. So that is how we did it, and we are still doing it. And with the ERM tool that we had with Metric Stream, the vision is we get to involve those departments that are working or collecting this data currently and have them use the tool so that we would have a centralized repository or a system that we can use to analyze all this in a more centralized and to put it at like a higher level or visibility.
But Joseph, you and Janine also know that it's not easy, right? So
Right,
do you have
yeah.
some lessons learned maybe about the skill set?
Just a couple comments on that. With the GRC software tool, MetricStream that we have, we do have the opportunity to set up APIs to our, source databases, collect thousands of transactions, and have a very seamless, program. We have that opportunity. But we consciously decided not to do that to start with. We set this up as an incubator within the risk group, and we control all the data that comes in. So what I mean by that is that we set up the risk library within the risk group, knowing the key areas that we wanted to focus on based on our ERM process, enterprise risk management process. We know what those key risks are, technology, cybersecurity, BCP, things around strategic risk, settlements and credit risk, that type of thing. So we know what they are, HR, et cetera. And then we went out to the different department heads and we worked with them. These are the kinds of KRIs we'd like to get from you that you would provide to us, which are, analytical KRIs that are based on judgment in terms of what they pull together. And some of it's pulled together, through their own systems, and some of it is they have to, go to a couple of different systems to create it. But ultimately, they're sending us this data, these owners. We're reviewing it. We're making sure that it's QA'd, that we're happy with it. We're getting it into our GRC platform. So we go through that kind of, process. But I like that process because we know anything that's in our system is good data, and it's meaningful for us. And then if we want to, increase the number of KRIs or the different sources, we'll reach out to individuals and get more of it in certain ways. Over time, as this further develops, I think we can start to move towards APIs over data that we feel is good, we're comfortable with. For example, like credit data that's getting better or settlements data as it gets cleaner. But we want to avoid, garbage in, garbage out situation. So that's what we've done. So the key point is we set up the risk libraries. We control the data that goes into it. We're very conscious about it. And then it allows us, to connect the dots to the various things that we do as a risk group in terms of key risk indicators, the internal audits that we conduct, and we have, issues that come out of that and actions related to it, our SOX testing. It's all against this risk library, and it goes across vendor risk management, and then using Tableau. We're starting to do that for the business intelligence side of it. But the bottom line is we control it, and maybe that's somewhat old-fashioned, but it works, and eventually it should get better and more seamless.
Right.
And we took a similar approach. We control the data within MetricStream with the library, but we also imposed a set of minimum standards across the organization because we're a pretty federated model. We have a lot of independent business entities. And by having those minimum standards and also defined practices around the creation and change of data, the use of data, we can try to make sure that the data's clean as we start to collect more of it from different parts of the organization. But they have to look to us, and we have DAMA and other places to look for those types of standards to say, this is the bare minimum you have to do so that we know as you're giving us data, it's right, it's got quality, it's got the right accessibility. We're not using something we shouldn't see because we're in one part of the organization and that's coming from somewhere else.
Thank you. Great lessons learned. So great experiences. Okay, our keynote speaker this morning, Gordon Smith, was talking about disruption caused by technology. Joe, I just wanted to ask you a question just about, how will changes in business models and the emergence of fintech, and other types, new ways of doing financial services or providing energy, for example, how's that going to affect enterprise risk management?
No, I would just say, from my point of view, what I look at that is related to our businesses and how the businesses evolve. And for example, at Market Access, one area that we have, in addition to the trading platform, is we're able to sell data, that comes across the platform. And the data business is a very much evolving business, and they're doing things like, machine learning and different demands that customers have for this data. So as that further evolves, it changes the business model, at least internally, and we need to adapt to that in terms of the types of risks that we look at, key risk indicators, the types of things that we review and get involved with. So that's a focus for us, is to stay on top of the changes of the business, which are very fast-paced. Also regional locations of the business as it expands. In Europe and Asia and different locations, it brings on other requirements in terms of regulatory regimes and things of that sort. In terms of disruptive players, of course, one good example is cybersecurity, these kind of external risks that are happening to all major companies, and having good controls, KRIs around that, being able to predict it, and getting in front of it, various phishing attack training that goes on with it internally. What are the metrics that come out of that? Things of that sort. So we just try to stay in touch with the business and the landscape that we're working in terms of the key risks, and make sure that risk library is updated. We're tracking the right things.
Anything to add? I mean, Chris McLean was talking about, in our enterprise risk management function, how little time we spend on strategic risks.
Right.
But how big the impact, the value of the company can be. So just kind of following up on that question, do you have any tips for the audience? How are you trying to get at some of these strategic or more disruptive risks that might happen?
Sure.
And bring that to bear in your discussions with management and the board?
We really have two sources of data for that. We have frequent discussions with our senior management to understand what their strategies are, what direction they're going in as a company internally, so that we're looking at the right key risks. We do an enterprise risk management analysis every year. We update that as it's needed. And we also stay in touch with the rest of the industry in terms of changes that are taking place and how that impact market access. I looked at external factors at companies that are similar to ours, and how are they impacted by these changing requirements in the industry, particularly MiFID II in the UK with the regulatory regime, which is really significant, which takes place next year, and how that affects our businesses. So kind of both sides, internal and external.
To add to that, going back to the earlier comment on culture, it's good to encourage your organization to identify these risks, these emerging risks, and be bold and bring them forth. Like, for example, thinking about disruption, which is very different on non-financial service company. Think about Uber-like disruption in solar company, like ordering or getting energy when and where you want it. So things like that, how your company would be able to respond to that. So becoming more open in acknowledging these risks or disruptions. They may not make sense right now, but they would potentially become reality. So
more than just taxis are being, Uberized, if you will. It might be even energy supply, right, on demand. Yeah, interesting. Okay, still scanning for questions, but in the meantime, I was going to direct a question to Janine. In financial services, we've seen some interesting integrations in the last few years organizationally between, at some firms, it's between risk management and compliance. And then we've seen other organizations, one large US bank, actually integrate their risk and finance organizations. So what do you see, where is this trend heading? And, is it really just moving to one very large function as a second line of defense, kind of combined assurance? Or will there still be value in having these separate second line functions in the organization?
Yeah, we're very much in the combined assurance camp, but we have not gotten to the point where we feel like those different disciplines should be combined. They really do have focuses that would possibly get lost in a combination. And so we have what we call our Office of Risk, which is
all of the risk heads, the heads of the risk organizations come together. And we do work to present a combined assurance view to the organization of our key risks. Our senior leaders want to see that, our board wants to see that. But again, I haven't seen a place where those would be physically combined into one huge risk organization.
Right. Interesting. Joseph, any comments about that, or
Not really.
anything you're seeing in terms of trend?
Agree with those comments.
Yeah, so we have a question in the back here.
Hi, Knut Ullman, TCF Bank. I've got two questions, actually. One is, what's your approach for the quantitative data? It's very easy to gather. It's very easy to analyze and things of that nature. When you start thinking about the qualitative risk aspects that you want to try and analyze, what's your approach of gathering that data and then performing analysis on it? And the second question is, what type of training or education opportunities did you provide to your employees to get them to the right mindset of how to approach risk and how to understand how it rolls up to an enterprise aspect?
I'll start with the second question first. Again, being partially regulated by the FCA out of the UK, they had a huge push probably 2.5 years ago around risk culture. And we actually had to roll out a formalized program in that part of our organization that had training and other parts of culture development that we worked with the FCA to look at. We found that that was valuable enough that we imported that to the rest of the organization. So we have a pretty structured approach to thinking about risk culture and tone from the top down. And it's actually included in our annual employee engagement survey. So we ask people, how aware are they of our risk culture? Where are they in understanding risk? Do they feel like risk is a part of their job every day? And we look at those answers.
Anything on the first question about qualitative and quantitative? I think, an easy beginning is, you think of the traditional market and credit risk functions as almost entirely quantitative and very easy to quantify, or relatively easy to quantify the risk. And then you get into the area of operational risk, and now you're more into the art of quantifying inherently qualitative information, whether it's about your people, process, or systems. So we've come up with pretty ingenious ways, for example, of conducting a risk assessment.
Right.
So we have common rating schemes, is it high, medium, low, or 1 to 5, right? But you're taking something that's a qualitative assessment often and putting a number to it.
Right. So what we do is we have this called risk interaction as one of the factors that we use in rating the risk. So even if by itself it's not that much or it's not significant, but if this particular event happens, other risks may be triggered, and we looked at the entirety, the impact of that risk to properly rate it. Like, you don't rely on the quantitative impact, how much you can quantify on that particular risk, but rather the totality.
That's a great point, in terms of using that qualitative information to trigger, business rules that ask you to look at other factors that you might not have considered otherwise. But, that was enough to trigger the insight, right? Another thing is like looking at operational losses. It's, creating what we've talked about as KRIs or KPIs. The number of control test failures, the number of hours of training, right? All of these, can be looked at as risk indicators or performance indicators, depending on what they're linked to. But it's a helpful way of trying to quantify qualitative information. And I feel like that's a lot of what GRC is about, and kind of the broader umbrella of enterprise risk management. You have market and credit risk as the exception, but virtually everything else, whether it's IT asset risk assessment, third-party risk assessment, business continuity risk assessment, and then operational risk management is highly qualitative, but using techniques that allow you to quantify and report.
The other thing I would just say to add to that is we do engage with peer groups quite a lot, like SIFMA, different organizations. which provide training, which is useful for us, IIA for audit, groups like that. And the other point I would say, on a more complicated type risk or audit project, we'll bring in a so-called subject matter expert, consultants that have done this for other firms that are well regarded, to bring some additional credibility into the process. It seems like everyone thinks, oh, the consultant knows everything. We'll listen to the consultant, but we won't listen to you maybe. But so that helps to some degree for the qualitative aspect. But whenever I do a risk assessment or an audit, naturally, it's great when things can be quantified. Makes it much simpler. If you, for example, if you have audit software, you look at 80,000 transactions, 70% of them fail the criteria, you got an issue. It's just a matter of what's the degree of the issue, and let's get on to the action. Let's not debate the issue anymore. When it becomes qualitative, you know how that works. It becomes a big fight and everything in terms of does it really make sense or not. But if you do the benchmarking, I think, in the industry, and I do recommend using SMEs at least one time for certain things, like BCP, we've done that. It adds a lot of value. I'll throw a couple plugs in here, but Protiviti, we've used them quite a bit. It's worked out well, and things of that sort.
But it really feeds that kind of use of SMEs will feed the scenario analysis you were talking about, and then help you, kind of link types of data to perhaps become more predictive, which is, as we think, sometimes the holy grail of risk management, when we can finally provide that business intelligence that Janine was talking about earlier. Okay, great. So Janine, I was going to ask you just about, the regulators sometimes have an approach of being more principles-based. Others are more, kind of prescriptive in how they regulate the entities they oversee. So are we going to see more prescriptive or principle-based regulation in the future? And how do you think organizations will adapt to that?
Right now, we're in the middle of having a lot of both. Which is really challenging because they really take different skill sets in our organization. We find the more prescriptive regulators and more prescriptive regulations are usually a big conversation in our world with SMEs and technology people. How do you get this information? How do you report on it? How do you track? How do you do this? When you talk about the things that are less prescriptive, it's more thought leadership. I spend a lot more time on risk conversations with lawyers and other risk professionals in our organization to try to figure out business model changes that might lower risk. And so this world where we're kind of in both is really challenging because you've got these different skill sets you have to hold all at the same time. But as risk has gotten more difficult for regulators to manage prescriptively because they can't stay ahead of it, we do see less of that and more principles-based because they're just trying to say, this is basically what we want you to do. We want you to keep clients safe. We want you to work in the best interests of clients. You guys tell us, what's the best way to do that? And again, that does get really difficult because you can't talk a lot with your peers as much as you would on some other things because of the competitive nature of what you're doing. But you do have to figure out what are these regulators getting at, particularly because a lot of these regulations are new. So there's no history here to say, well, this is what Citi did, or this is what Wells Fargo did, or this is what TCF did, because we're all doing this all at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good question. In the case of the U.S., and I'm a former U.S. Fed regulator earlier in my career, I do think it tends to be more principle-based, in general, more of a risk-based approach. Look at the big picture, systemic risk, that type of thing. That makes sense to me. A lot of literature they come out with the OCC and the Fed and things that you should follow, the spirit of the law, that type of thing. When you go overseas, it tends to be more rules-based, kind of the mixture, like you said, principle and rules-based. The FCA in London, I think they sort of cover both. They will say that they're more principle-based with their error reports and things like that and these types of things, but lately they're getting a bit more detail. In Canada, recently I responded to a Canadian regulator that was extremely rules-based, and I provided a lot of details to them. And when I was in Tokyo, it was definitely both. It was definitely, principle and rules-based. And actually, I met with the regulators over there, the FSA, and SCSC is what they have over there. When I met with them, they told me that we're both, principle and rules-based. That's what they said to me, and it was true. And so I had a team, an audit team when I was there, of both a risk-based team that would cover the U.S. regulations that we require, including SOX and all our requirements. And I also had an inspection team, which was kept separate. And that inspection team was just a bank inspection team that went out and did detailed testing. Because when the Japanese regulators come in to audit you, they send 30 people in unannounced, and they just do, a pants pockets review, basically. It's extremely detailed. It's amazing. And so I think you really have to cover both in today's world. And I do think that the regulations in general tend to be more spirit-related in the U.S., but I think that's going to change. I feel like we're getting convergence to more of a rules-based approach. That's how it feels to me.
Yeah. Well, one recent example would even be, in Basel around, operational risk capital, and it was more, kind of the principle of every firm having their own kind of risk-based approach to measuring and monitoring operational risk capital, but it created so many different types of models that it became very difficult for the regulators to say which one was better or which one was appropriate. And so they've recently made a major change in the operational risk framework to, more of a standardized measurement approach, which is very rules-based or prescriptive about how that capital is calculated, rather than relying on bespoke models that have been developed through the years. So, so it's interesting to hear you both talk about perhaps a trend, but it does vary by country, by regulator.
And it'll be interesting to see what happens with Donald Trump and his efforts to reduce regulation in the U.S. That's a chapter we'll have to follow.
Yeah.
To touch on how organizations respond to that, what we see in the solar or the renewable energy industries, that more and more organizations are coming together because it's a broader, I guess it's a more global impact, like sustainability, green energy. So whether they are prescriptive or principles-based, we see more and more of them coming together.
Interesting. Right. Good. Okay. So, Kwasi, I see a hand back here.
Hi, this is Enes Rao with Matrix Stream. So this question is on the risk library. So considering the global nature of the business, so the risks that actually each company is going through, some or other way, like they're actually common in nature. So how are you guys seeing in terms of the trend of actually sharing or standardizing? One is actually the sharing the risk taxonomy and the standards around that. The second part is towards that, how it is actually trending in terms of standardizing this entire library, the content itself. So that's the question. And the second question is around the risk scoring itself, that we tend to see that is each company has a different way of actually scoring, like the simple way of actually impact likelihood. There is a complex way of complex formulas and all that. So is there any standardization that's being thought through in the scoring side as well? So those are the two questions.
I guess looking for views here. But thank you, Enes, for your question. And, on the risk library, Joe, you talked earlier about, having 10 categories of risk and then, names of risks. But again, those risk categories may be evolving, right? As we're looking at strategic or emerging issues in the company. So how do you standardize that taxonomy?
Yeah, for that point, the way I would see it is that we have the 10 categories and we lay that across the different businesses we have at Market Access. In some cases, those are global businesses that will be the same, but just in the different jurisdictions, so different traded products, but essentially the same type of business, like what we call an open trading business where individuals can trade on the platform through Market Access as the intermediary. So that's a business that exists both in North America, in Asia, in UK, and EU. So there are some differences because of the products that are traded, but essentially it's a similar business. That's one example. But there's other cases where you have a different business type, perhaps like in the UK, something called a tracks business. And in that case, we could still have operational risk categories, still have certain categories that apply, but it applies uniquely to that business. Some areas would not apply, like credit risk, would not apply. We'd have an NA for that. But we take that, list of key risks and just lay it on top and then decide what applies, what doesn't apply. That gives you the consistency.
Any tips, Denise?
Same for us. The consistency is really important. And then once we establish that library and once we establish that taxonomy, it was the change management process became really important, because as we brought in new businesses or someone changed something in their business model, we'd have to bring it back through that same group to say, okay, is this really new? Is this just a different take on something we already have? So once we did it, almost the next day, we had to start thinking about change management to keep it consistent.
So it's centralized now in our program. Every risk that comes in, it needs to be reviewed for consistency to make sure that the framework is applied. And every new user you bring in to Metric Stream, they need to get that training.
Indoctrination, right? But Joe, I think, even, within a risk library, as you talked about, like the 10 categories could stay relatively consistent, but it may be at lower levels where you're seeing some change in the language that's being used, at a corporate level or even at a business level. We've even seen one customer, kind of name, having a risk library, but then having a library of what they call the top risks, where, they might take the current vernacular, like, the impact of Brexit or the impact of Donald Trump's election, or, but it's really an amalgamation of several risks, but it's kind of the word that's being used at a board level. And so they can then take information from the library that's been mapped to another kind of taxonomy of top risks, which by design are constantly changing, but through the mapping allow you to draw relevant, bottom-up information to that new phrase being brought up by the board, for example. And then the second part of NS's question was about the scoring. We see, there was a period things seemed to be getting much more complicated in the way risks were scored in terms of, the qualitative and quantitative inherent risk factors, maybe having embedded factors. So you have levels of factors that have to be rated before you get to an inherent risk score. And then you've got a control approach in terms of rating the effectiveness, operating and design effectiveness of your control to finally get to residual risk. So how do you see that going today? Is it continuing to get more complicated, or will there be more simplification in the rating?
We are not getting more complicated. Our users just will not tolerate sort of the level of complexity that most of our risk folks would like to see. Especially when you start getting to the board level. I mean, at its base, they really want to know what's the quantity of risk that you hold in the organization, how well are you managing that risk, and what direction is it going in? And everything else just kind of leads to that. And so we're moving towards having the complexity stay in the risk organization, but as we report out, really trying to make it as simple as possible for people to understand those three things.
So that gets back to a principle from our opening keynote address. Really think about your audience and simplify, simplify, simplify. I think it's a great message for all risk managers. And I think with that, we've got no time left at saying, but we wanted to thank you for all your questions. We think we've had a good sample from the group, but really sincere thanks to our panelists for being here today. Joseph Monks, Janine, and Lady Michelle. Thank you very much, and we look forward to the next time.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be breaking for lunch. So we have a 1-hour lunch break, and that would be at the Potomac C&D ballroom. So please go, take a break, have lunch. During the lunch, we have a very interesting session on measuring the impact of anti-corruption. And that's by Heather Morgan from Dow Jones. She will be presenting at the Vendor Theater, and that's at about 1:10 p.m. But do enjoy your lunch from 12:30 to 1:30, and see you all back here in the main ballroom for the keynote at 1:30. Thank you.
we don't have to. Thank you, everybody, for joining back after lunch. Thank you. To get you guys awake, we've got a pretty interesting session coming up. It's my absolute privilege to welcome Jillian Tett, the managing editor for the US and columnist for the Financial Times. She leads the US editorial operations across all platforms for the Financial Times and writes weekly columns covering a range of global economic, financial, political, and social issues. In 2015, she received an honorary doctorate from Lancaster University in the UK, which is a top 10 British university. In 2014, she was named Columnist of the Year in the British Press Awards and was the first recipient of the Royal Anthropological Institute Marsh Award. Her latest book, The Silo Effect, looks at the global economy and the financial system through the lens of cultural anthropology. We'll spend the next 30 minutes on her experiences. And, she's got a very interesting background. She'll talk more about it. But she's lived in different parts of the world, including for several years in Central Asia, Afghanistan, has seen some of these things unfold from close quarters. Welcome, Jillian, to the stage.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that kind introduction, and it's great to be here today. Now, the last time I was standing on a stage was about 5 days ago when I was with Johnny Ive, the Chief Design Officer of Apple. He's a tough man to interview as a journalist because he absolutely hates journalists. And every question I asked, he stared at his feet and mumbled and went, "Oh, I'm not really sure." But in the course of discussing what he's been doing with Apple in recent years, he mentioned that he's now Chancellor of the Royal College of Art in London. And the Royal College of Arts is engaged in something right now which is absolutely fascinating and very relevant to what you're all doing today. And it is launching its curriculum to embrace a concept that it has called STEAM. STEAM. Hands up anyone in the room who's actually heard of STEAM, as in S-T-E-A-M, okay? 2 of you, 3 of you, okay? You're either very trendy or you're ahead of the curve or both. But STEAM is basically the new version of STEM, which I hope you've all heard of, because otherwise you can't be doing your job. But what people have realized is that the concept of just looking at science, technology, engineering, and math is looking increasingly outdated. These days, people like Johnny Ive are talking about science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. That's where the A comes from. It could also be anthropology, but in this case, it's art. And the key point is this. They recognize that trying to understand the world in terms of how you innovate, in terms of how you create brilliant ideas, in terms of how you manage risks, can't just be done by numbers anymore. It can't just be done with your equations, your algorithms, no matter how good they are, and no matter how important they may be. You also have to have an awareness of A, art, anthropology, social sciences. You need to understand the social patterns that drive what you're doing. You need to understand some of the shortcomings of the cultural rhythms and rules that you have created and that you live in. Because if you don't, you will end up being, at best, somewhat blindsided, at worst, terribly prone to risks. Trying to understand the systems we work in, not just with the mathematical brain, but with that A brain, with an artistic or anthropological brain, is absolutely crucial. And as I heard Johnny Ive talk about this idea of STEAM, not STEM, I realized that in many ways, Apple is a company that has exemplified that very powerfully. And if you want to understand why, think for a minute about a product like the iPod. The iPod. Now, if I had asked you 30 years ago, or even 20 years ago, which company was most likely to create a brilliant cutting-edge design for portable digital music, who do you think you would have said? Sony. Okay, you've either all read my book or you all grew up carrying Walkman. And you probably all grew up carrying Walkman. But in many ways, Sony at the end of the 20th century was the absolutely archetypal candidate to create the iPod, or in fact, the digital Walkman. Because in 1999, Sony had every single ingredient you could possibly want to create digital portable music. It had those beautiful Walkman and all those brilliant consumer electronic engineers. It had computing inside its company. Remember the VAIO computing label? It had the early digital know-how. It had a music label sitting inside Sony. And almost everybody assumed that Sony was going to be the company that carried the day. Sony assumed that it was going to be the company that carried the day, and in fact, in 1999, it actually launched a product called the Digital Walkman. Problem was that it didn't just launch one product called the Digital Walkman, it launched two, and then in fact three. Because Sony was a company that was also marred by silos, by a sense of fragmentation. When it started life as a small, freewheeling group, it was so tiny, so creative, so innovative, it didn't actually have silos. It had a common sense of purpose. But as it grew big, it began to become successful. And success has a terrible curse. It doesn't just breed complacency. It also breeds territoriality. One by one, the different products created their own departments. A bureaucracy sprung up, whereby each department was incentivized to defend its own product, its own ideas, its own brilliance. Each product was invested in its success and success of the past. And as Sony got bigger and bigger, the Walkman department assumed that it was the most important department and it should create the new digital Walkman. The computing department thought, well, actually, no, we're digital, we're going to do it. Neither of them wanted to collaborate with the music department because they were kind of competing with them and saw them as a threat. And so suddenly you ended up with a situation which in retrospect was absolutely mad, where you had different departments creating the same product and not collaborating. And surprise, surprise, each of their products turned out to be pretty terrible and died very fast. Apple, by contrast, was a company where Steve Jobs, through sheer force of his personality, through sheer thuggishness, if you like, he was a thuggish geek or a geekish thug, forced different departments to work together. He forced different teams to collaborate, share ideas, and to focus. He wouldn't let Apple have more than 6 products at a time. He wouldn't tolerate different departments creating their own little tribal groups and essentially fighting with each other. They had to constantly remake the world and remake their structures. And so when they saw Sony come out with those 3 disastrous competing products, the Apple team, including I, sat down and brainstormed all types of boundary-busting ways of solving the digital music problem. And if you stop and think about it, that simple iPod is an extraordinarily innovative product that jumps across boundaries all over the place. The idea of mixing up software in the form of the iTunes store and hardware, the idea of having a tiny little clip, a tiny little product that's the actual music carrier that somehow also has to be plugged into the main computer, all of that essentially turned up many of the silos upside down and forced people to remake the world and to recognize that software, hardware, and content were collapsing together and converging much faster than companies like Sony could change their internal bureaucratic structures. And that happened not because Steve Jobs was necessarily an IT engineer, not because he loved numbers and equations, but because he had a very big sense of social vision, of context. He was reflective. He looked at the structure of Apple a lot. He thought about how to bring together seemingly unconnected parts of the world, including not just his passion for IT, but a passion for Japanese calligraphy he found very early in his life. He was a silo buster. He knew that STEAM, not just STEM, mattered. And the reason I mention that is because it actually illustrates a much bigger point, which is that these days, we live in a world where we think that we are automatically hyper-connected. We live in a world where we think we have the ability to join up the dots all the time. And in some ways we do. We have these, our iPhones. We have these, our laptops. And I'm not meaning to do a sort of a commercial for Apple. I just happen to be carrying a lot of Apple products right now. But we think we live in such an incredibly sophisticated, cyber-enabled world that we never need to think about social patterns and cultural rules. Because we think, hey, a computer is a computer in any language. I can click online, I can get all the data I want, I can talk to anyone around the world, at least if they friended me on Facebook. I can connect with anybody all the time. And yet, as a story of Sony shows, we also live in a world where we still have that ever-present tendency to become marred by silos, by tunnel vision, by tribalism. We're still human, and human beings, since the dawn of time, have tended to cluster into tribes, into small groups. Since the dawn of time, they've been essentially hardwired to sort the world out into different mental, social, political structures and buckets. I mean, I'm trained as an anthropologist, and I know that anthropologists go around the world studying cultures, and what they find is that every single society ever known to man, whether you're a Papua New Guinean tribesman or whether you're a Wall Street banker, is hardwired to classify the world, to sort it into different buckets. And in some ways, we do it because we're human. We have too much data to cope with. But because we're hardwired to sort things into buckets, to classify the world, to cling to people like us, we continue to do that even though we have our cell phones, which appear to seamlessly connect us. And the key problem is that we tend not to notice our all-too-human traits until it's far too late, until we're making very stupid mistakes, like Sony. Now, the reason I mention all that and lay it out is because I know that most of you are not actually in the business of innovation per se, or maybe you are. Maybe you're all actually secret innovators. Most of you are actually in the business of compliance, risk management, assessing risks, looking at dangers. But the pattern I've just laid out doesn't just matter in terms of innovation. I mean, it does matter for innovation because innovators tend to be people like Apple who can jump across boundaries and remake the world. It also matters in terms of risks. And in fact, the time I first started thinking about this problem of silos was actually not in relation to innovation or Sony, it was actually because of the financial crisis. Because if you want to understand why the financial crisis happened back in 2007, 2008, it wasn't just because the regulations were crazy. It wasn't just because you had too much money swirling around the world. It certainly wasn't just because bankers suddenly collectively decided to be mad, greedy, evil, or all three at once, although that's the popular explanation. It was also because, just like Sony, most of the big banks and financial institutions were marred by these silos. And I think many of you have worked in finance or have clients who work in finance, and you know this. A background in Tajik anthropology, a background in looking at Afghan tribal power structures is actually a fantastic background for understanding your average investment bank. or it certainly was before 2008. Because what you find in most large financial institutions are essentially these tribal groups, these departments, these teams, these desks, where power goes up and down a vertical structure, where there's often loyalty to your boss, and where the different tribes are essentially competing ferociously with each other to try and get resources, not goats, but instead trying to get P&L. And if you want to understand what happened inside the banks and the financial institutions before 2008, why it was that big groups like UBS or Merrill Lynch or Citigroup were so incredibly blind to the risks of subprime mortgages, even though they employed some of the people who were supposed to be the smartest people on the planet, or who thought they were the smartest people on the planet. If you want to understand what went so badly wrong, then just like Sony, the problem was partly that nobody was able to join up the dots because different departments weren't collaborating with each other, sharing information, or taking an overview. I mean, again, in retrospect, like with Sony, it's very hard to believe just how stupid collectively some bright people were. But if you saw that and experienced it at first hand, you know what I'm talking about the problems of silos. And it's not just inside the banks. If you look at the central banks, if you look at the treasuries, the finance ministries, again, you see this problem over and over again of different teams of bright people collectively behaving in very stupid ways. I mean, in my book that was just mentioned, I tell the story of the Bank of England and how it was that you could have a situation where the people who were looking at the macroeconomic picture simply weren't talking to the people who were looking at the financial situation on the ground inside companies. Financial regulators did not talk to monetary policy economists, and that was a key reason why they missed the looming crisis. Or you can look at the military. I mean, if you want to know why the CIA and the intelligence services missed 9/11 before the tragic events, a large part of it was down to the fact that you had tremendous stovepiping, which is the term that the military likes to use to describe silos. And if you want to see other examples from the corporate world, I mean, think about General Motors and how it was that a group of intelligent engineers inside a large car company, which had once been very successful, totally missed the implications of the seatbelt scandal for years and years and years. Time and again, if you want to understand why people miss risks, where they're blind to dangers and opportunities, it comes down to silos. So that begs a question: what can we do about it? Because the other reason why the story of Apple and Steam is so important is that I'm a firm believer that every mistake creates an opportunity. If one company messes up because of silos, if one person misses a chance to be innovative, that actually creates an opportunity for somebody else. For every Sony, there is a potential Apple. And if you look around the world today, you can actually see plenty of examples of companies which are not only not blowing up because of silos, but actually managing risks quite well. Sometimes actually being very innovative at the same time. And if you step back and ask, why is it that some companies actually can deal with silo problems easier than others? To my mind, you come back again to that STEAM equation, S-T-E-A-M. Because one of the key defining features of companies which manage to handle the silos better than others is this ability to step back and to think about social patterns, think about structures. I mean, take, for example, a company like Facebook. Do any of you work at Facebook? Any of you worked at Facebook before? It's an absolutely fascinating company because Facebook is generally known as being very innovative in terms of what it's done for our communications with each other across the world. It's thought to be full of brilliant computer engineers who've been solving problems. And to a certain extent, that is true. But to my mind, what's actually much more interesting is what they've done in terms of social engineering inside the company, not just outside. Because in the last few years, they've developed a strategy for dealing with silos that in some ways is better developed than almost any other company I've seen and has application much more widely. And essentially what they've done is this. Facebook have started off by recognizing that human beings, as I say, need to cluster into groups. You need to have some kind of classification system. You need to have some type of system for organizing the world to get stuff done to survive. And so Facebook has lots of little dedicated project teams that are doing stuff. You can't have 4,000 engineers all trying to solve the same piece of computer code. And yet, Facebook have also recognized that if you just have teams, you will start to create tribes and silos that start trying to compete and kill each other. And so, alongside creating teams, Facebook has also tried very hard to find ways of making the boundaries and the walls of those teams very porous. It does that in several ways. One thing it does is if you join Facebook, you have to go on something called a boot camp. Boot camp. It's a bit ironic to have a whole bunch of hippie West Coast engineers engaged in military language, but they call it a boot camp because they take absolutely everybody from all levels of Facebook or all levels of computing experience and put them together in a common training course. And the theory behind that is not just to teach them computing code because they can all code already. It's to ensure that they have a common experience learning together and they create a sense of being a cohort. And the idea is that after they work together as a cohort, they scatter across Facebook and they essentially have two sets of affiliations. They're a member of their team, but they also know people in other areas of the organization. And the idea is that you start to break down the sense of belonging to just one team. You have contacts and people you know who you can bump into, talk, and essentially break down some of the boundaries. Facebook rotates people. They have something called a hacker month, where they let people in one team go to another team and see other parts of the organization. They have something called a hackathon, where they basically put people together overnight in a room and tell them, force them to work with people from other departments overnight, again, to break down the boundaries. They use architecture in an open plan way to get people moving across the campus and to bump into each other. They use the Facebook platform itself to try and make sure that people talk to each other. The key point is that over and over again, they allow people to be part of a team and then try and break down that unilateral team affiliation to ensure that they don't settle into separate tribes no matter how successful they are. They are trying to be the anti-Sony. They actually say, we want to be the anti-Sony, the anti-Microsoft. Or another example is you can look at a group like Cleveland Clinic, a big hospital. This is very interesting because another way to try and break down silos or cope with the problem of siloization is to look at the structure you have for organizing the world and try a mental experiment and just turn it upside down. Just try and reimagine the classification system you use and try to imagine an alternative. Sounds very obvious, but actually I'll give you an example to explain how this works out in practice. Medicine, like many other areas of our world, like finance, like engineering, is marked by these very strong sense of silos, a very strong classification system that's inherited from before and which essentially makes people see the world in quite a rigid way. And essentially in medicine, you divide the world up into different buckets. You have surgeons, who are basically people paid to cut up other people. You have doctors, who are not allowed to cut people up, or physicians. And then you have nurses or support staff. And historically, hospitals have been arranged around those very rigid buckets, which works well in many ways, but the problem is that medicine has been changing recently. Innovation has broken down these boundaries. And if you look at how consumers, i.e. patients, i.e. all of us, consume medicine, we don't experience medicine according to those rigid boundaries. When we go into a hospital, we don't say, I'd like to see a cardiothoracic surgeon, please. You go in and you say, my heart hurts, or I have stomach pain. Essentially, consumers, patients, look at medicine and wellness differently from the way that doctors, producers, have historically been trained to offer medicine, and differently from the way that hospitals have historically been organized. So Cleveland Clinic tried an experiment. They said, what happens if we turn this pattern upside down and try to redefine medicine according to how consumers experience it, not according to the convenience of producers? What happens if we define medicine according to body parts or ailments rather than doctors' training? So they took the hospital and they literally reorganized it around not a department of surgery and a department of medicine, but around a brain institute or a heart institute, a cancer center. Again, it sounds very obvious unless you work in medicine, where the idea of putting surgeons and physicians and nurses on the same team sounds very, very radical. But Cleveland Clinic tried it. It had a big impact on the hospital, improved their patient satisfaction scores enormously. And again, it's a principle that can be applied very widely. If you want to try and see how an organization can break down silos, simply stopping and asking yourself, what is the end point of what we're trying to do? What's the goal of what we're doing? What would happen if we started with the goal, started with the consumer, and then worked backwards? You might end up with a pattern that's very different from what you actually have at the moment. And potentially you can see where your silos are essentially harming you. That's, in a sense, what Apple did in trying to create the iPod, and it's what Sony failed to do. And it's incredibly important because whenever you have rapid technological change, when you have convergence of different products and ideas, essentially, if you keep your bureaucratic structures driven by what the producers have grown up in and been trained in, you will end up with that Sony problem. What's happening in the auto sector today in terms of the creation of autonomous cars is an absolute classic case of that. If you start off as a company with a metal bashing section, an IT department, and say a town planning section in different departments, you are unlikely to get the really powerful autonomous car solution that you would need. If you start off with the end problem and work backwards, you're far more likely to actually hit the nail. So, keeping boundaries flexible, thinking about your structures, stepping back almost like an anthropologist, trying to turn your mental map upside down, those are all very, very powerful things you can do. And the last idea I want to leave you with very quickly is to also think about technology. Because I said at the beginning that these things can be very deceptive. They give us the illusion of being automatically connected. Many companies think that because they have these, then somehow you're automatically seamless and you don't have a problem with being fragmented. Anybody who's ever used a cell phone or a laptop knows that that is an illusion. The more data you have, the more you tend to self-select into, guess what, tribal groups. There's more and more and more information right now, more studies and research showing that when people are allowed to forage on the internet by themselves, they start self-selecting into tribal groups. The reason we have so much polarization in our political landscape today is partly because consumers today, as a result of this, have the ability to customize information and news sources. And when they're given that choice, they automatically go into little tribal groups. And yet, if you use data creatively, if you think about technology, if you recognize that it's rooted in these cultural patterns, if you think about STEAM, not STEM, you can actually use technology to break down silos too. One of my favorite stories is a story of what Bloomberg did at City Hall in New York, where essentially City Hall has long collected enormous amounts of data about what's happening in New York. It's one of the richest pools of data anywhere in the public sector. And yet, until very recently, that data sat in different, guess what, bureaucratic silos. You had different data banks about different parts of city life, and nobody ever put them together. But then, literally 3 or 4 years ago, some computer engineers in New York sat down and said, what would happen if we tried to put these different banks of data together and engage in basic predictive data techniques? I mean, I'm sure that all of you know all about predictive data because that's your kind of field. And in some ways, it's a very obvious thing to do. But nobody had thought about it before because the silos were so deeply ingrained in their structures and their minds. So they started doing it with fire detection, fire inspection data. They managed to make their fire inspections of buildings, residential buildings, 5 times more effective just by combining different pools of data for the first time. Terribly simple, didn't cost a lot of money, had a big impact. My favorite example of the power of data was that they addressed a problem known as the yellow grease problem. Anyone know what yellow grease is? It's basically what happens if you go to a New York restaurant and you order some delicious chop suey or spring rolls or French fries, and you create lots of fat sitting in the deep fat fryers inside the kitchen of the restaurant. And in theory, the restaurant owners are supposed to pay a waste disposal company to take that fat away. In practice, until very recently, a very large proportion of New York restaurants were simply tipping the fat down the nearest manhole cover because they've either watched The Sopranos and don't want to deal with waste disposal companies, or they don't want to pay. True story. And historically, it's been completely impossible for anybody from the New York City Hall to actually work out which restaurants were dumping yellow grease because they dumped it at 3 o'clock in the morning and they didn't have any inspectors who could go around at that time. But then, as with fire detection, people actually hit on the idea of saying, well, we can't predict which restaurants are dumping yellow grease just on the basis of environmental data, because unfortunately all that showed was that there were big lumps of yellow grease in the sewage system. True story. But what happens if we take together the data on yellow grease dumps, match it up on the data with the data on kitchen fires, together with the data of tax liens, mortgage liens, and tax defaults, mortgage defaults, and vermin infestation, mapped it all together, and lo and behold, they used predictive data analytics to essentially determine which restaurants were probably dumping yellow grease. And then they went to another department, which again, nobody had ever connected up before in New York City, which was the biodiesel recycling department, and said, why don't we go and try and persuade the restaurants to sell their yellow grease, i.e. to use it for recycling? Terribly obvious, didn't cost a lot of money, didn't require any huge restructuring. All it required was someone to step back and say, what are the silos that are trapping us? Are we going to be mastered by our silos? Or can we actually step back and look at them almost like an anthropologist? See the problem, try and reimagine how we organize the world, and reorganize it to create a better solution. It's not genius, it's very simple. It's about going back to STEM and adding an A. Royal College of Art adds an A for art. I like to add an A for anthropology. But you can all do it. And believe me, it's that, more than anything else, that will make you a winner. And if you see an iPod next time, just think about it. It's that which Apple knew. So thank you very much indeed for listening. I think we're going to have some questions now.
Thank you so much. This was extremely insightful. And, clearly it's going to be interesting for me to interview the Financial Times managing editor. Guys, we have become much
You
larger
can regard
before.
this as a
It's the other way
chance.
around.
Exactly, the tables are turning. This is divine justice. You can ask me hard questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, thanks for actually raising the whole topic of silos and breaking down silos because, Metric Stream in itself, our whole genesis foundation of the company has been around trying to do that in the risk world, how to break down silos, within the organizations and look at risk, from multiple perspectives, in companies. But before, I have a few pointed questions. It'll be great if you can just spend a couple of minutes. We talked at lunch about your background, and how your earlier life has shaped some of the experiences that you've had, and how that has translated to the financial service or political industry. But I would love the audience to hear a little bit about the background.
Certainly. Well, I'm actually trained, as you might have heard, as an anthropologist. I was a cultural anthropologist. Anyone else here in the room got a background in cultural anthropology? Okay, so I am in a minority of one. And anthropology is something that people outside anthropology tend to imagine it's all about bones and museums and weird rituals and things like that. And what anthropology actually is a way of looking at the world. It's a kind of prism or tool that you use to look at the world. And essentially it's defined by having an ability to try and look at the world bottom up, to try and observe very, very detailed way what's going on, to try and connect the different parts of a system together to understand it, and to try and look at the gap between rhetoric and reality, between what people say and what they do. And it tends to be comparative in that anthropologists go around the world looking at what's happening, not just because they think that trying to understand another culture is important, but because they believe that the sheer act of immersing yourself in another culture gives you the ability to then look back at yourself with fresh eyes. The thinking is inside anthropology is that we're all hardwired as human beings to assume that everybody else is weird and we're normal. And when you've done an anthropological bit of research and immersed yourself in other people's world and worldview, you then look back at yourself and realize that actually everybody's weird, but weird in different ways. So I trained as an anthropologist. I did my field work in a place called Tajikistan, which is on the Afghan border. I looked at things which had nothing to do with finance whatsoever. And then after that, one thing led to another, and I ended up becoming a journalist. And the background shaped me really in two ways. Firstly, it showed me that actually human systems, cultural patterns, are fascinating in any context. And the same tools that you use to understand the anthropology of Tajikistan, you can use in a place like Wall Street or Washington. We're all tribal in our hearts. And secondly, tragically, Tajikistan, after I did my research there, essentially collapsed into a very brutal civil war. I was working there in the last years of the Soviet Union. I'd grown up in the West, where I had a very nice childhood and young adulthood in the UK, assumed that systems were fairly permanent, assumed that unimaginable things were unimaginable, and assumed that life was very predictable. Living in Tajikistan blew that assumption apart. And when I came back to the West afterwards, I realized that 90% of people in the West had lived these very cozy lives where they assumed that the past was going to be a good predictor of the future. That had not occurred in Tajikistan, and it made me much more cynical about assuming that any systems were permanent and that you could always have comfort in assuming that things were unimaginable would never happen.
No, thank you. And we definitely see a lot of your writing as well being applied, some of the background and experiences applied to that. You were actually one of the few people, and you briefly mentioned that she was one of the few people who actually predicted, or at least you were writing about it. So taking this forward today, as you see the world, what are some of the medium-term, risks that are looming, in your opinion?
Right. Well, before 2008, I wouldn't say I predicted the magnitude of the financial crisis, but what I did do was to go into the world of financial reporting in 2005 and essentially do the same thing that I did as an anthropologist. Look at the system as a whole and try and see how people were talking in the City of London and Wall Street about the financial system and how that matched up what was actually happening on the ground. And above all else, what people were not talking about. Because one of the core ideas behind anthropology is that what people don't talk about is as important as what they do talk about. And if you look back to 2005 and 2006, what was very striking is that almost all of the media coverage of finance and all of the policy debate was about the visible parts of the financial system, like the equity market, like currencies, to a degree, commodities. But there were these big shadowy parts of finance, like debt and derivatives and credit, which were growing rapidly but were not discussed at all. I mean, they were extraordinarily ignored. And much of the problems that later emerged were not due to anything which people were deliberately concealing. It was stuff that was simply hidden in plain sight because people had been culturally trained to think of it as being boring or geeky or dull or unimportant. Things like credit derivatives seemed to be really, really boring in 2006. And yet things that are in the shadows, things that are not talked about, are often incredibly important. So fast forwarding to today, my first question would be to ask, what are the things, the parts of our world that people are not talking about, which are widely ignored because they seem to be boring and geeky and dull? And there are two or three areas which are, center stage to me. One is the way that the internet does or does not work, the workings of the net. I mean, I'm constantly amazed by how few people have ever heard of groups like ICANN, how few citizens have a clue how the internet actually operates, how it works, how few people would have any idea how to put it back if something broke, or how exposed they are to a sudden malfunctioning of the whole cyber system. The pharmaceutical world I find endlessly fascinating and terrifying. I mean, the whole issue of antibiotic resistance is something which is absolutely crucial and critical, and yet widely ignored. The few cross-border agencies that do exist that are trying to look at things like the internet and, say, the question of pandemics are underfunded, widely ignored. I mean, how many of you just knew that there was recently an election for the new head of the WHO? Hands up who knew that. Okay, a few of you. Hands up anyone who can name with confidence who the new head of the WHO is, let alone spell his name. Okay, well, it's indicative of the problem. That, there is large parts of our world which are ignored. Pension systems, again, something that people aren't talking about much. The debt overhang, that was being talked about a lot 2 or 3 years ago. The fact is that debt is still growing rapidly. All of these issues, which are areas where we're not talking about, are where the potential next problems will come.
Thank you. If you take this forward, I mean, you in your talk, you talked about Apple, you talked about Facebook a little bit. Take that a little forward. Facebook, Uber, Google, Airbnb. Talk about all these companies. They've grown significantly. Hyper growth over the last 7-8 years. They've consolidated a lot of the consumer spending power between them, for example. So what could be the black swan there? What could be things that these companies are not looking at? And we saw a few incidents with Uber, on the corporate culture side, etc. But what could be the top couple of things that they could be blindsided by?
Well, I find technology companies today fascinating because when I look at where tech is today, I see a lot of parallels with the financial sector in 2006. And the reason is that you have a small group of people who are in command of a technology which everyone relies on and almost nobody actually understands. Essentially, you're putting a lot of faith into the hands of a small technocratic elite. And that elite have become very wealthy very quickly, and they're essentially engaged in providing something which is so ubiquitous, it's almost like a utility, and yet they're essentially profit-seeking companies. And most politicians don't understand what's going on. And you also have a lot of regulatory political capture. I mean, as you say, the tech sector is very powerful. But the other thing that's very important is the tech sector today is at risk of becoming essentially trapped in its own social silo, like finance back in 2006. And in late 2006, early 2007, I spent a lot of time going around talking to bankers on Wall Street and the City of London, saying, you know, don't you realize how cut off you are from the wider public? That you look at the world one way, and yet the rest of the world looks at you completely differently. Don't you realize that you're sitting basically in a little citadel tower? You know, I went to one of the trade bodies back in early 2007 that was involved in securitization and said, don't you think you should be doing some outreach to explain to everyone what your products are? Goldman Sachs, I remember having arguments with them about, you know, them looking horribly arrogant. And, you know, no one really listened in 2007 because they were the masters of the universe. Subsequently, of course, they created a massive, massive backlash. And the question I find fascinating is whether the tech sector is going to suffer the same fate. They're trying very hard to not, or some of them are trying hard to not suffer the same fate. You know, Mark Zuckerberg has just gone off on his listening tour to try and show that he can listen to Middle America. Companies like Google and Facebook are trying hard to make sure that they don't appear too hopelessly arrogant and to reach out a bit. But the reality is that if you go onto a campus these days of something like Google or Facebook, I'm constantly struck by the commonality of the mind view, that they all tend to think the same way, operate the same way, operate in the same social milieu. So to me, the question is, you know, can they avoid becoming, like finance, a victim of their own success? Can they actually get out of their own social silo and realize the potential for a political backlash? A lot of it boils down around the issue of trust. And this is my key point, is that Edelman, the public relations company, does a survey once a year of what people trust around the world. And before 2007, trust in finance was quite high, and then it collapsed. Today, trust in tech companies is sky high. But if something ever caused people's trust in the internet and tech companies to collapse, then you really could have a nasty backlash and a shock.
Thank you. Metrics team is headquartered right in Palo Alto, so we see all the stuff that you're talking about. One trend we are starting to see, and it kind of emerged from the leadership of tech companies, but I see it a lot more in the last couple of years, is that CEOs and chairmen of companies are speaking a lot more about political statements, and they have stands, which never used to happen, or used to happen lesser, 5 years ago. My question is, do you see, having studied a lot of companies, do you see any correlation between the political leanings of executives and how the companies run? Or does it just balance out because the pool of people is very large in these companies? Yeah?
I haven't seen any studies that show the political leanings of chief executives impacting company performance. It would be kind of interesting to know that study if it does exist. But what I do see are really two things happening. One is that, a growing number of companies realize that they have to start engaging and interacting with society in a wider issue, and social and political issues in a wider issue, or they will suffer this backlash. And, if you look at companies, large companies, there's really been 3 evolutions that have happened in the last 20, 30 years. 30 years ago, many companies didn't really care that much about anything other than shareholder value. Then they all woke up and realized they had to have something called a CSR department or a do-gooding department, which would basically be a department inside the company involved in engaging with society in a wider sense. Now you're starting to see more and more companies recognizing that you can't just put engagement issues into a separate silo, if you like. You need to start bringing it into wider corporate philosophy and strategy. Groups like Unilever are at the forefront of that, but I would suspect you'll see a lot more of that going forward. And that doesn't necessarily mean that companies are taking an actively party political bent. Most CEOs these days would sooner, jump upside down and, appear on American Idol than make any statements about the White House. The politicization of the current environment is that people are very scared of talking about party politics often, but there is a recognition that they need to get out and engage and try and be involved and try and be aware of issues beyond just shareholder value. But we do live in peculiar times. I mean, the whole dance between the White House and corporate America right now is absolutely peculiar, extraordinary, and fascinating to write about as a journalist and to analyze as an anthropologist.
Thanks. Let me also talk about the dance between the journalists and the White House, not just the business, right? So last, not just the White House, last probably couple of years, and especially accentuated in the last 6 months, we've seen the whole role of media, communication, journalism, kind of going through change. And it's not just about the administration, but also, WikiLeaks and, the social media virality around incidents like United Airlines and other things, right? How should business leaders, in the room think about these risks now, given all the volatility? We talked at lunch a little bit about the Uberization of politics, how it has just opened up your relationship with White House, which is, more chaotic now, a little more chaotic in terms of organization. How should business and political leaders think about, this new brand management, with all these things happening?
There's two things going on. First of all, when it comes to the specific issue of the White House, what you need to recognize right now is that quite apart from whether Trump does or does not like the media, quite apart from whether he thinks they're in the same political camp as him, what you have going on right now is disintermediation. You essentially have a president reaching out to speak to their his electorate directly without the intermediation of the mainstream media. And that's not the first time that a president's done it. It's actually the fourth time we've seen this happen in a century. The first time was Franklin Roosevelt with radio, who disintermediated the press, the journalists, the newspapers, by speaking directly to people with radio. Second time was Kennedy and then Reagan with television. Third time was Obama with the internet and emails. And now we have Trump with social media. And on every occasion, the traditional media has found it very uncomfortable and complained. And yet there's always been a process of shock, complaint, and then adaptation and adjustment. And I think this will happen too with Twitter. If you step back, though, on the bigger picture and ask what's going on, what I think is actually happening today, that politics is part of, but it also affects the corporate landscape, is what I call the FUCU problem, which has infected politics. FUCU. And F stands for fragmentation. You have all this cyber tribalism I've talked about, which is very, very significant. There is as much cyber tribalism as there is real-world tribalism. You have U, which actually stands for unbowed or untrusting. And essentially what's happened, if you look at all the surveys on trust, is that trust has moved from being something expressed in a vertical axis to horizontal axis. And by that I mean that in things like the Edelman survey, if you go back 20 years, people turn to corporate executives, politicians, experts, people in authority for advice and information. I mean, if you think about it, if you were going to go on a holiday somewhere 20 years ago, you probably went and spoke to a travel agent. Remember that? Or you went and got a book with experts in to tell you where to go. Today, trust has actually shifted onto a horizontal axis because increasingly people are telling pollsters that they go to their peer group, their Facebook friends, for advice and information. So again, if you're going to go on holiday today, you are as likely to go online and look at the ratings of a holiday and look at your Facebook friends. Or if you go to a restaurant, you look at the ratings for information and advice instead of an expert. So you've gone from vertical to horizontal. And that shift is very empowering, but it also creates this real problem of factionalism. Because when you have cyber tribalism and a horizontal pattern of trust and advice, you get these different groups that are competing and don't talk to each other. And then the C stands for customization. We all know we live in a customized world where kids are growing up assuming that you can customize everything, including your media source and your information. And increasingly your politics. I mean, people are not sticking with political parties anymore or preset platforms. Everyone wants to congregate about a single issue that they care about. It's customized politics. And when you add that together, you get a very unstable, very uncertain landscape where you can get issues suddenly creating enormous amounts of passion, tribal fury, fighting, the equivalent of cyber flash mobs explode online and then die down again. And so looking at the FUCU framework is quite a good way to explain politics in the last few years. It's also quite a good way to understand what your average CEO is potentially grappling with. Good luck.
Thank you. We're just about running out of time. Couple of last questions. In the last year, who has been your most interesting person you've interviewed?
Got to be Trump. I mean, just for sheer historical value and sheer cocktail party value and conference value. Not because Donald Trump in person, in the White House, in the Oval Office, is actually that different from what you see on television. In fact, he's absolutely identical. But because who would have guessed, as recently as 2 years ago, you would have somebody with the background and the CV and the personality of Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office. If nothing else, that shows that life is extraordinarily unpredictable in every sense.
Thank you. Any couple of questions before we wrap up here? We've got a minute and a half. Go ahead, please.
I have to say that I'm in favor of net neutrality, and I actually tend to think that things that have utility-style function probably do need the government to act as an umpire. I realize that may not be popular with everyone in the room, but that's where I personally come from.
Okay.
Jillian,
thank you.
I'll just end on the one point about that, which is really tying back to my earlier starting point, is that when you look at the world today, you can see sector after sector where you have growing technological complexity, where you have vast numbers of people depending on the product, and yet you have a tiny, tiny coterie of people who actually understand how that product works, and they're working for profit-seeking companies. And where you have the population putting their blind faith in what the geeks in the corner are doing. And we saw in 2007 and 2008 what happens when you have populations and politicians putting their blind faith in geeks who are profit-seeking geeks without much oversight. And the results were not pretty. That pattern applies to the pharmaceutical industry, it applies to the internet sector, it applies to area after area of our modern world. And so insofar as those of you who are involved in risk management are involved in trying to keep an eye on the geeks, good luck and thank you, and keep going.
No, thank you. No, thank you, Jillian. Thanks once again. Getting multiple perspectives here, breaking down the concept of silos, or at least starting a lot of us to think about it. Appreciate it, and thank you very much for all the stories as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jillian, Gara, for a fascinating, eye-opening discussion. And just one quick announcement before we all leave to the breakout sessions. We'll all be returning here for another fascinating conversation around cybersecurity and geopolitical risk, the link. We're going to have representatives from our U.S. military, intelligence, and justice departments, definitely not to miss. So 10 minutes before 5 o'clock, or 4:50, if you can find your seats early, it's not to miss. So enjoy your sessions. Thank you.
So are you guys supposed to stand? Good afternoon, everyone. Could you please move to the front? Yeah, please move to the front so that it looks kind of a bit more cozy and definable. Thank you. So we'll just start the session right away. My name is Jagdish Amin, and I'm the Director of Strategic Alliances and Partnerships at MetricStream. And I would like to introduce the KPMG Alliance team. We have Lisa Rawls, who's the principal, who will take over the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are honored to be here. This is our 5th MetricStream GRC Summit. And my name, yes, thank you, Chris. My name is Lisa Rawls, and I lead KPMG's Enterprise GRC Services. We have a group of practitioners that are focused on helping organizations transform their risk programs and really align across the 3 lines of defense and across GRC program areas. We are structured in such a manner that we, here in the U.S., serve as a global center of excellence, and we team very closely with MetricStream in helping organizations achieve their GRC visions via the MetricStream platform. Ali co-leads the MetricStream Alliance with me, as well as the global COE. You want to introduce yourself, Ali?
Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Like Lisa mentioned, my name is Salman Ali, Managing Director in our GRC Advisory Services, based out of the Baltimore office. It's good to see some familiar faces here, so we might be picking on you guys. Glenn, maybe you. Maybe you, Mike. So we're going to make this interactive as much as possible. It really is about, we'll facilitate the discussion. Melinda and Kate are going to kind of go through some of the material, but really what we want to focus on today, especially from some of our clients that are in this room that have embarked on the GRC journey for a little while now, to share some of your experiences as we talk about some basic concepts on how we see high-performance GRC programs kind of flourish into the next stage of the evolution of the GRC journey. So it would be very, very helpful if you guys could share your experiences as we go through the presentation. Please, raise your hand if you have any questions as we go through. We'll have about 10 minutes at the end of the presentation to talk through any questions and answers, or answer any questions you guys might have. So thank you again for being here. Please be comfortable. If you want to come closer, you can barely see any of you guys.
See you over there.
I know we're GRC celebrities, but so if you guys don't mind coming up, that'll be great. But I'll hand it over here to my core team here, which is actually a local team from the Tyson's office, Kate and Melinda.
Thanks, Ali. So, depending on where you are in your GRC journey, you can be on a bunch of different places. But how we think of it at KPMG is much more holistic. We do not think of these GRC implementations of simply just a tool. What we really do think of it as is a programmatic lens and really enabling your GRC program, not just enabling it through the tool. And there are a lot of different stages that this GRC program, and our clients are spanning all of the different various stages, but it is a journey, and we like to think of it as a marathon, not a sprint.
So we like to say, let's walk before we run, because getting too much ahead of yourself can be problematic. So we want to think about everybody in this room, and we hope that you all identify somewhere on this path, this continuum. Basic, intermediate, and optimal. And optimal is really what we're going to talk about today, because the goal for everyone in here should either be assessing yourself as optimal today or getting to a place where you're optimal in the future. And that's why we sort of look at it across a path, across a journey, because you have to take the right steps, build the foundation in the beginning to be able to reach that optimal state. And we'll talk to you today about some of the challenges, about some of the roadblocks, and how to overcome those on your journey.
But before we get started, we want to kind of understand where you are on your GRC journey. So step one is the basics. You're setting up your foundation, you're identifying your vision and your objectives, you've identified your key stakeholders, who are those folks that are going to be important in making those decisions. Step two.
So once you've built that foundation, the next part is talking about people and process. We also include technology in there, but the most important key pieces at that intermediate level are bringing people together and bringing process together. And a lot of times we refer to that as convergence. Jillian talked a lot about silos. It's taking the silos down and looking cross-functionally, looking places you can align within your organization to be able to start putting actions into place that's gonna help move you along in your progress.
And then the last step that we're going to be focusing on is optimal. It's really embedding that risk culture and integrating your GRC functions across your organization. So just raise your hand. Who feels that right now at your GRC stage, you're kind of in the basic, you're just getting all of the foundation set up, you're getting all of the pieces in place? All right, so we got some. All right, what about the next level? Intermediate. Okay, good. Yeah, that's good. Got a lot of hands on that one. What about optimal? Does anybody feel like they're really trains on the tracks, you're moving, everything's working together, it's seamless? No? Well, we're working on that. And that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna walk through some tips and tricks to help you reach those milestones.
So why do you want to be an optimal performer?
What is it about being an optimal performer that is going to delineate you from those bottom two levels? What sort of characteristics do you show? So for example, proactive. By being an optimal performer, you're able to anticipate what is coming down the pipeline, and you're able to quickly react and change direction, either right or left, but you know about it and you're proactively managing it.
So at KPMG, if you've ever seen our tagline, it's called Cutting Through Complexity. So we like to help organizations sort through that complexity and sort through problems and how to navigate through that. And that's something with a lot of clients we find is sometimes it can be overwhelming. In a GRC program, there's so many pieces. There's so many people coming together. It's almost a paradigm shift. You're bringing cultures together. You're bringing different parts of the company. You're bringing a lot of data together. So how do you navigate through that? What are the tools that you use? Who should you be talking to? What should you be doing to make it easier on yourself and help build the program so you can manage through that complexity?
So Kate, what are the attributes of a high-performing GRC organization?
So oftentimes we want to start at the beginning, right? What is your vision and strategy? How do you connect the vision and the strategy to your business model? And ultimately, how do you connect it to your company? Why are you in business? So connecting those key pieces in the beginning is very critical. Once you've defined that vision and strategy, where do you take it?
If you're not able to connect your purpose for doing it, your program is going to quickly fall off the tracks because it loses all of its strength and all of its future that is going to build in your organization. But after you've thought through that and really have identified what it means to your organization and how it really is going to affect your business model, your strategy, or even your existence and why you're doing those activities, you want to make sure that it's aligning to your corporate strategy and that everybody is aware of it and it makes sense to you, and that you're not just doing these activities because you went to a conference and that's what people said, and so you have to do all of the same activities. Each organization is going to be a little bit different, so you have to make it resonate within your organization.
A lot of people like to talk about tone from the top, and I think tone from the top is a loaded statement because it's so crucial. Because once you have that vision defined, you need somebody in the organization to be reinforcing the message, continuing to put the project or program in the spotlight, and showing there's focus and commitment to managing to results. And that's where the tone from the top really comes into, because you need the leadership to help support.
Another key aspect of these programs is resources. As you all have day jobs, this GRC journey, and as we mentioned earlier, it is truly a journey. There's a lot of complex moving parts and different activities that are going to need to be performed in order to make you successful. One of the key areas to focus on is that resource allocation, making sure that you have the right people who have the right skill sets that aren't stretched too thin and that are going to be able to perform those necessary GRC activities with a smile on their face, and they're not going to be feeling like that they have no hours left in the day. You want to make sure that you are allocating the work appropriately to the folks who have the right skill sets so that ultimately they can do the work to make you successful.
And I'll wrap it up with people. People management, people and change. That's one piece to not lose sight of, because these are projects where you're bringing a lot of people together. And I know there's organizations in this room that focus on the people aspect of this project. And I can't emphasize it enough, to focus on the organizational change and how it's impacting the people in your organization. The people part is so critical in managing through the change and managing through all the complexity of these types of programs. The people will really make the impact and give the value that you're truly looking for.
So I think one of the taglines that we had on this stride was that, you know, these organizations do exist. I think there's one on that table, but there's one right here as well. So you weren't in the room. I told them that I want to pick on them. But could you shed some light on this, Kim? Kim is from USA, one of our large metric stream clients in San Antonio.
Thank you. So regarding the people, that really resonates with us, and I can't downplay the psychology of the entire GRC journey, from the initiation when we're thinking about the initiative to now the aftercare after the large implementation, bringing them along the way, making them feel part of the vision, building consensus to a point, and having deliberate decision making. But now, during the change management, helping them understand what's the art of the possible versus what's the reality of working within the tool. And, moving forward, helping them understand the journey that remains and that we're never really done, but giving them a clear roadmap for what is coming and making it transparent for them is very, very important. This is, something that's been going on for 2 years with different implementations, and it's always been the promise of something more. But change is very hard in large organizations with anything, and I think it was very obvious to us from the beginning that driving risk management within the culture and down to the first line, because it's very much a first line tool, but it's helping everyone understand all the control partners' jobs in here, and the collaboration aspect of an integrated solution was crucial. And we haven't perfected it. We're learning, and we're all along. It's one team, one fight. That's sort of our motto along here. So we are one team all together, and we win together, we lose together. So we've had KPMG along the way as one of our partners as well. And we wouldn't have been successful without crucial change management and training. That was critical. So we're looking forward to future implementations of KPMG.
This was not scripted at all. But thank you so much. I think as we kind of built this and some of the work that we did with you guys, right? We talked about some of these things, and Kim, think business first. I think has come a long way from your perspective, right? You've got the ownership, you've got the tone at the top. Even though it's one of the great things about kind of your implementation was that it's not just one owner, right? So even though the Chief Risk Office is kind of sponsoring it, all the change management work that you guys did, your Chief Compliance Officer, your Chief Risk Officer, and your Chief Audit Executive or their representatives were there. All the communications were going out through them. So I think that goes a long way, right? So it's not just a one-man show. Would you say from obviously you guys have multiple GRC tools in your organization. As you move towards kind of the high-performing GRC program, what else do what would your kind of advice be to our other clients and perhaps people who are on different stages of their GRC journey on some of the better practice on how to converge from a process and business perspective?
I think hindsight's 2020 completely, but some of the things that we did right that really worked well for us was understanding that data is first and foremost. Standardization is paramount. Coming at it from a process perspective and making that, understanding that these are workflow tools, and so knowing what your handoffs are and the questions that you're trying to answer are critical. But the standardization and working in an integrated environment and having a common goal across your control partners and identifying the ownership those were the critical pieces, and everything else sort of enhanced that. So when we're saying, having change management and training and feedback loops and governance over that, really establishing that, those were critical. But, I'm a data person by nature. That's a little self-serving, but if you want good information and reports, you've got to put good information into a system. And so that's where it all starts for us.
Anybody else have any comments to add? Okay, I guess.
So we've talked a lot about what does it mean to be a high performer and what are those attributes and characteristics and those activities that our high-performing clients are doing. We've talked a lot about all of the different words and all of the different things, but now we're going to take a step back and really break it down and make it a little bit simple. What does it mean?
So we want to break it down in 3 basic elements. Number 1, understanding the disruptors. What is going on in your industry that could affect you? And we'll talk a little bit more about that throughout the presentation.
The second step is your organization. Understanding, based on what you learned from the industry lens, how is that going to affect and resonate within your organization? How is it going to look against your culture? Are you going to react or are you not going to react?
And then where do you want to be? What does your future look like? Have you put success criteria in place? What do you define what do you define your goals by? Who do you want to be? Do you still want to be in business? Those are some of the things to think about as you start to build the program and get to the high performer level.
So the first step in that is to understand the landscape of today. As you all know, we live in a very dynamic time. There's constantly change, and you always have to be reactive to that change. For example, regulatory change management. Right now, our government is all over the place, and no matter where we are from a political perspective, there's either going to be increased regulation or decreased regulation. You want to make sure that you are acting on that optimal level of an optimal performer so that you are proactively understanding what's coming down the pipeline and that you're able to quickly pivot to make your organization successful no matter what is coming at you.
So optimal performers in the GRC space, they understand these, but they're also putting action in place. That's the differentiator between someone who's at the basic or intermediate level versus someone who's at the optimal level. Somebody at the optimal level has a path forward for regulatory change. They have a path forward for data privacy, cybersecurity. Those aren't in the rearview mirror. Those are in the front and center, and they're focused on it and starting to put actions into place of how they're going to address these issues for the future. Every day in the newspaper, you're seeing the cyber attacks. You're seeing, as Melinda mentioned, you're talking about regulation. What's happening with the CFPB? What's happening with Fannie and Freddie? Where are they going to be? Are they going to be around in 5 years? So the regulatory landscape is changing dynamically, and being aware of all the sorts of disruptors that are coming your way, or maybe even ones you're not aware of. A lot of us have blinders on every day in business, and maybe we're not thinking about business disruption. We have a question mark on there because maybe there's something we haven't listed here that's top of mind for you. So is there anything up here that you either identify with and is a big threat to your organization, or is there something up here that we haven't listed that's top of mind for you?
And another great example on this is around cybersecurity. Kate mentioned that we're constantly faced with all of these cyber threats. And for example, there was the cyber ransomware just a few weeks ago that happened. And they're constantly thinking of new and innovative ways to try to get into your organization and get that information. So for example, everybody has taken those trainings that you're not supposed to click on the link in an email, like a phishing email from somebody that you don't know. We've all taken that, we all understand that. But now, they're moving the needle forward. Instead of just trying to target you that way, they're now putting links on Facebook and they're embedding them in your friends' accounts. So normally you'd go in and click on something that your friend had posted. Lo and behold, your friend didn't post it, and there you've experienced a cyber attack. In a basic and intermediate organization, you've gone through those trainings. You understand that the threat is there. But when you move up to the next level, when you're in that optimal performer, you have a risk view on at all times. You've embedded that in your organization. So instead of being reactive and clicking on that link, you're now going to be proactive and know that you shouldn't be clicking on that link because that is going to open your organization up to some form of risk, and you're going to go ahead and report it so it can cycle back through the integrations and the connections through your organization to better protect everyone.
So there's one thing on here, I just want to poll the audience. Who has heard of digital labor? And when I talk about digital labor, there's a lot of different pieces. So we want to give you a little bit of an introduction on that today because I think it's cutting edge and it's probably going to be affecting every single person in this room within the next 5 years. So, digital labor, I already mentioned it. We'll talk a little bit more about reg change. Dynamic risk assessment. How are you doing proactive risk management within your organization? How are you taking your blinders off and seeing the risks that sit out there that you may not be aware of? So these are all sort of cutting edge capabilities that KPMG is starting to develop for clients. And we're starting to do more work in these areas because these are the cutting edge things that those optimal performing organizations are looking for. They're starting to think out of the box. They're starting to think a little bit deeper and a little bit out there in terms of what they can do to make their organizations better performing, provide more value, and provide more insights.
So now we're going to have a quick video around digital labor to explain a little bit more around the concepts, because I, for one, thought it meant robots, and it does not. So just hoping that we can explain that a little bit more. So go ahead and cue the video.
Brains. Yes, that gray and white between your ears, that matter. Arguably one of your most important assets. These brains have been responsible for some pretty amazing life improvements throughout the years. Like this, and yes, even this. Then came along human brains like these and gave birth to these brains, computer brains. Back then, as with any unfamiliar thingamajig, it was scary at first. But humans adapted, as humans do, and life went on. Along the way, brains like these evolved these brains even further, allowing them to mimic human activities and take over repeated tasks. Things like this and this. In the near future, they may be programmed to do things like this and this, but probably not this. And while many of these easily bored brains would say, good riddance, it's caused these curious brains to think, will I still have a job tomorrow? Or will robots take over the world? Yes, jobs will change, and there will be painful dislocations in the short term. But our lives will be radically transformed for the better. After all, who wants to do the boring or dangerous work? Not these brains. Instead, they'll be freed up to do the more important thinking. And these robot brains will get to do the more menial and mundane thinking. Companies will no longer have to waste resources and talent on low-level jobs that produce little value. They can now invest in new technologies, making the world more efficient, safer, and generally a better place to live. Yes, the cognitive era is upon us, and one thing's for sure, human brains aren't becoming obsolete anytime soon. They still need to invent and build these other systems, interpret their findings, evolve them, and keep them in line. Our brains will never stop questioning. For starters, what does all this automation mean? How do we plan for change? And how do we get ahead of it? We might not have all the answers now, but we're figuring it out, just like we've always done before, by putting our heads together and thinking forward.
Just add a few additional comments around digital labor. This is something that really we're seeing in all aspects of business, whether it's the risk management side as well as the first line executing. And we think of it in three different classes of digital labor. And the first is just basic automation. And we're seeing that happen where organizations literally are moving one piece of information from one field on a spreadsheet potentially to another field. And it's something that just every day somebody's doing that, and something very easy and routine that you can have a machine do to really drive efficiencies. The next is advanced automation, and therefore you're adding a little bit more decisioning in, but it's still pretty cut and dry. 1 + 1 always equals 2. And it's cut and dry, but it's something that, again, you can train a machine, a bot to do. And then the third class is really that cognitive. And as we talk to organizations around trying to achieve that cognitive state, it really is the machine is making decisions based on what it has been trained. And from my perspective, there are just so many risks that come with that. And so again, we are going to have our jobs, as the video said, as we think about how do we train these machines to make those informed decisions, how are we going to control the risks around them, how are we going to make sure that as they get smarter, they're learning the right things. So just as we talk about being an optimal performer, don't think that digital labor and moving has to be automatically to that third class. You really can do baby stepping stones up the path, almost like our basic, intermediate, and optimal. So just wanted to share those thoughts.
Thanks. So we've been talking a lot about your GRC programs and the optimal performers through the programmatic view. But now we're going to take a step back and talk about it through your GRC transformation. What are some tips and tricks that are tangible that you're going to be able to take with you to hopefully move you down the spectrum?
So we learn from failures, right? We see clients challenged every single day. We see across industry, we see across many different organizations. So what we've done is we've tried to parse out some of those things that a lot of our clients have a hard time with. They're challenged, they see them as roadblocks, and we want to highlight those for you to be aware. So you can start identifying the challenge, maybe try to avoid it, avoid the roadblock if you can. And then if you do, we want to give you some practical tips that will keep you on that path to being an optimal performer. So we start with people and process. Having an approach and considering the people, process, and technology implications to the program. The second, as we mentioned several times, having that vision, tying it to the strategy, making sure that that's communicated, making sure that's reinforced across the organization. And then the third, we'll talk about a lot, and we'll even tie this in a little bit to the digital labor piece, is converging the risk, control, and compliance information across, getting that alignment, having the transparency to be able to see across, share information, do that type of collaboration so you're able to bring information to light and be more informed when you're making decisions.
You really want to build your programs for the future. You don't want to build it for where you are right now, because as we just saw, everything's changing. There's going to be constant disruptors coming in, so you want to make sure that you're building your program dynamically enough to be able to roll with the changes.
So just a little pause there, and Mike, you and I were talking. So Mike is another client of ours from DTCC, and you guys have been on the journey for a couple of years now, not just from a metric stream perspective, but from a GRC program perspective. And I think as you think through these things, Kim shared kind of where they've come, and I think they're moving pretty fast to the optimal stage. I think you guys are at a different stage in your journey. Would you like to comment on that?
We've got a couple of different groups that are at different stages, but overall I think we might be at a basic stage because we're still looking at the overall vision, where I think certain groups, friend Steve here, his group has been using some of the modules, and they're fairly advanced. But as an organization, I think what we needed to do was take a step back and really look at what the overall purpose was and the intent, and what would that look like in terms of the different workflows and the different data that we want to get out at the end. And I think we're going back and we're doing that work, and I think that's going to get us fairly quickly to the intermediate stage. But we're not there yet. We're still working through some of the issues with you guys, which is great. Yeah.
So thinking about it from a strategic lens, while organizations are building out their GRC programs, some of the roadblocks that we see all the time is a poorly defined vision, not involving the right folks or not involving the right decision makers, and not necessarily defining the rules and accountability that comes along with these big transformational projects. You want to make sure that you're identifying those folks that are going to be impacted by this program up front, so that you are able to bring them along the journey with you. Nobody's going to like to find out about this GRC transformation at the end when they should have been involved in the beginning.
It's understanding who are the decision makers in the process. There's a lot of deliberation occurs. There are a lot of decisions that need to be made, but who is empowered to make those decisions for the program and for the journey? Who has the mindset to understand we're taking the vision and then we're going to execute on it? So it's keeping in mind, and that ties very well into a governance structure. A lot of clients we work with haven't maybe taken the time to put that in place or clearly think about how they want to align. So defining that early on can help you avoid some of the challenges and roadblocks. It comes when a critical decision needs to be made. Well, who can I go to for that decision? And what's the path of communication that happens once that decision is made? Those are all key steps in helping you become an optimal performer in the vision and strategy piece. The next thing we want to talk about is the people and process that we've mentioned, the convergence. So getting people together, you're bringing spreadsheets together. You're bringing all sorts of communication styles together. When you're looking at different systems, housing information in this system, housing information in this system, how are you going to look across and identify the areas? Maybe there's some areas you want to align, maybe there's some that you don't. Maybe it doesn't make sense from an efficiency perspective. So it's sitting down and identifying those common elements. And when we talk about common elements, it's also about identifying where you're going to have a common language. How are you going to understand and be aware that when I'm talking about something, Melinda knows that that we're sharing. We're talking about the same thing. So we help clients and we walk them through sort of defining terminology. So what is a risk in your organization? How do you define an issue? We've done many workshops on that.
And a great example of this is risk assessment scales. These different silos within organizations have a different way to monitor and manage their risk. In internal audit, you can have 3 different levels, and it's going to be high, medium, and low. In ERM, they're going to have red, yellow, and green. So when you start to integrate and pull your information together in order to look at that underlying data and the reporting to really see what your top risks are from an organizational perspective, how are you going to be able to compare a red to a 3? Do they mean the same thing? So one of the things we help organizations do is to align that language and to all start to look at their foundational elements and their different scales through the same lens.
And then we talk about maturing the organization. So that can mean a lot of different things, right? You can mature a little bit or you can mature a lot. So looking at current state process and then figuring out what do you want your future state process to be. And it's working through that. Maybe you want to keep very close to what you do today, but maybe you want to identify industry best practices that you can embed in your process. Or maybe you want to look outside and have fresh thinking to identify what you want to do in the future. So it's helping taking what you do today and then making sure you've clearly defined where you want to go in the future. And that's where I think it was mentioned over here, doing the workflow and actually mapping it all out. And sitting in a room and going through it and discussing it can be very helpful and beneficial to understanding, maybe identifying gaps or areas of improvement as well.
And this is one of the areas that we've seen our high performers leverage that digital labor aspect. And an example that we had is everybody has their different spreadsheets of all of their different issues. And as you're going through this GRC journey, it's really important to align on what is an issue and the different categories so that you're able to aggregate up through the organization. So what we did is we helped an organization develop some form of digital labor to help scan the different words in the issue description, and then based on those words, categorize them based on the new taxonomy. So that is one way some of our clients who are moving towards that optimal performance are looking at industry trends and embedding them in what they're doing today to move along their GRC transformation.
Program management is key in making sure the people, process, the mission is all aligned. So you're tracking, you have that integrated project plan, people are aware of it, it's communicated, and making sure you're setting realistic goals. We like to talk a lot about quick wins. Do you have quick wins identified? Those are key in establishing success early to get more buy-in for the program. The program management piece can help. The program management piece can also bring together a lot of different aspects. It can bring together the training piece. It can bring together, the timeline for the technology implementation. It's bringing all the discrete pieces of the program and tying it all together sort of in one messaging. And program management, a lot of times, it's maybe pushed aside or pushed to the back. But we notice on the clients that are in optimal performance level have a very clearly defined project plan. They're really tracking, they're really monitoring their resource allocation and those types of things, where they're paying attention to the program management piece.
And this piece also ties very closely into that vision and strategy, because when you're thinking through that vision and strategy, it's really important to set clear expectations around what is going to make you successful. And program management is the tool to help you monitor those different aspects to see if you are going to be successful. And it really helps to align the expectations throughout the organization and will ultimately help your sponsors sell this program.
People and change. We've talked a lot about it today. Poor communication can derail a GRC program very quickly. Making sure that you've identified those stakeholders and continue to reinforce the messaging. And the messaging needs to be consistent, right? So when we're talking about a lot of different things, keeping it simple and having a clear objective, simple message oftentimes works the best. And we see that with a lot of clients. Maybe just having a quick one-sentence sort of vision type statement and maybe defining a couple keywords. We're helping drive transparency in the organization. We're providing value in proactive risk management. It's bringing those types of keywords that help align people and help to facilitate the change management piece, which really gets into the cultural pieces, it gets into training, it gets into bringing everybody along on this journey.
And for the people in change management, we've helped organizations define a what's in it for me statement. And what this is it's a tool to go out and to communicate to other stakeholders that are going to be impacted by the project, and helps them to identify with what the overall goal is, and then what are the benefits specific to the first, second, and third line that they're going to see from this GRC program. There's a lot of time and effort that is going to go into these programs, so it's really important that you articulate and communicate the benefits.
So technology enablement, it's making sure you've clearly defined what you're looking for. So visualizing that future state is key, because it's taking the time to understand the capabilities, right? And how they fit into your business model. Are you looking at, the right things? Are you really understanding your people and your processes, and that how the future that will be enabled in the technology? It's making sure you're focusing on that first piece, because the technology piece comes next.
And this is another key area where our high performers are leveraging digital labor. They're taking those business process flows that we talked about that are so important and translating those into automated test scripts for UAT, and then automating the testing of that, because that takes a lot of time and effort, and any way to kind of streamline the different activities is going to bring efficiencies to your program.
So this sort of sums up some tips and the ways that we sort of look at what does it mean to be an optimal performer, what areas would focus on as you're moving up this ladder. So we have about 5 minutes left. We talked about a lot of information. We'd like to leave some time for sort of questions. So I'll open it up to the audience. Any questions? Anything you'd like us to maybe give some more information on? Okay, I'm going to call on somebody. So, regulatory change. I don't think I sit in a meeting where regulatory change doesn't come up. It's on the front of the newspaper. It's in our daily conversations. It's part of economic uncertainty, I would say it's tied into. So, I know we have a team here from Fannie Mae. Would they like to maybe give a little bit of insight into what they're thinking about regulatory change?
There's a little ways down our map. Thank you. That's a little ways down our road.
Could potentially affect you all, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I thought you might be a good candidate to call on for this one.
That question comes often.
Maybe every day?
Maybe every day when we're talking about our roadmap.
Mm-hmm.
So as we kind of move through our journey, We've started with some of the more basic modules, we like to say, that don't cross over so many different parts of the organization. But we continue to get the question, when are we going to put in place that regulatory piece? So that is definitely in our plan, but we have not taken that on yet.
But it's good that you're aware of it. You're thinking about it, so then you can be proactive against it.
Yes, and MetricStream has done a good job reminding us we need to keep that in mind.
What about any struggles or any sort of roadblocks?
I think we have one more regulatory change comment.
I think you mentioned regarding that, right now is the way you are identified the risk is like high, medium, low, and then you guys right now is going by the numbers, like 3 by the question, you're putting risk. Can you provide some detail? That how are you weighting those things or
Sure.
what? Okay.
So we call those our foundational element workshops, and really the point of those is to get all of the different stakeholders that are spanning the organization to come together. These are difficult conversations. They are often a little bit lengthy, but essentially what we do is we have everybody come participate in the meeting, and everybody brings their view of how they're risk assessing or how they're defining a risk. And we go around and we understand the different perspectives that everybody is bringing, and then collectively as a group, we define what is a risk from your organization's perspective. What are going to be those scales that are meaningful so that you're going to be able to prioritize those risks, and it's going to be able to be reported on the way that you want to report. So it's really about converging all of the different silos on how you view your risk and control information to come to one view of it from your organization's perspective.
I was talking about when we talked about convergence, breaking down the walls, coming across, having communication where you can start identifying those opportunities to align or maybe not align. Maybe it doesn't make sense. So it's starting to facilitate those conversations.
All right, thank you, because I find this one is more challenging, actually, to bring all the people
You're not
together
alone
and
on
learn
that.
by
It's
the
a lot
way.
harder
than it sounds, too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you're definitely not alone. And one of the things, value that a lot of our customers have found is we bring in industry perspective. So we will listen to everyone in the room. We'll, and have you guys share amongst yourselves. And then we'll say from an industry perspective, here's what we're seeing. And it's another way to bounce off the ideas. And ultimately, you are trying to get to that aligned state. But to Kate's point, there may be some instances where you agree to disagree, but it's known, it's part of the program, you've approved it, agreed to it, and folks know, we have this one-off thing here.
Any other questions? Yep.
Hello?
You're on.
Okay, hi. Well, here's a interesting situation that will probably unfold relative to regulatory compliance. And I think it's associated with your brand and your values. So as some regulatory rules get rolled back, as a company and as an executive, you may feel, well, that change in the regulations can help me be more profitable, but in my heart, I really don't think it's the right thing to take advantage of. Any of those discussions ever happen or come up given the new environment we're in?
Yeah, absolutely. With any risk that exists, there's a downside, but there's also an upside. So there's a constant battle of where you land, and one of the most important ways to understand that is really the tone from the top in your organization's risk appetite to see where you're going to fall. Because your risk appetite should really drive on whether or not you're going to get a little bit more of, be a little bit more risky, but then also take opportunities that exist. So really understand the tone from the top in your organization's appetite and then figuring out where you fall on that.
And it's a lot about the messaging, right? So there is value in risk management. Now, you may have to sell it, right? Some type of cost-benefit analysis in terms of, regulatory compliance, high cost, but there is value to the organization in doing so. So it's looking across, and then, as Melinda said, having that messaging from the top, having that reinforcement, having that buy-in can be very critical as well. I think we're out of time. If you have any additional questions, we'll be here at the conference. Come up to us. Happy to help.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
Thanks, everyone.
So thank you, Team KPMG. So not just for the session, but also, KPMG are our platinum sponsors for GRC Summit this year as well. So thank you very much for that. We now have a 35-minute networking break at the Potomac C&D. And from what I've been told, it's a chocolate break. So there's a lot of different chocolate-related items on the menu, from chocolate strawberries to chocolate biscuits. Enjoy, and we'll reconvene at 4 p.m.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Mike Melton. I'm with MetricStream. I'm here to introduce our next speaker. This topic is realizing your enterprise GRC vision. And I'm here to introduce Michael Cover. Michael is a manager in the Compliance Technology and Support Group at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, based in Detroit. Michael and his team are responsible for implementing GRC solutions, and they've done so. It's a true enterprise implementation that they have there. Prior to Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, Michael was 8 years at Ernst & Young. So in addition to having this wonderful healthcare background and the nuances for GRC, he's also got great background because he was implementing GRC solutions at E&Y and also doing business process reengineering. Michael will be talking about various topics such as how to do things differently, accountability, keeping GRC simple. So please join me in welcoming Michael Cover.
Thank you very much, Mike. Good news, I didn't fall, so that's a bonus. And that's as funny as I'm going to get today. So thank you very much for the introduction, Mike, much appreciated. As Mike mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about our organization, discuss our GRC program, some of our benefits, some of the things we've done well, some of the things we kind of struggled with, to be honest with you. But hey, that's part of the vision, that's part of the growth. We're then going to get into some recommendations for building your own enterprise program, because I think that's important to understand. In my role, I've been fortunate enough to talk to a whole bunch of different companies over the past couple of years, so I can share with you some of the learnings and things that I've heard from them, as well as some of the things that we're bringing to the table as we're kind of going through this. Additionally, beyond that, we'll talk about our road ahead, both for ourselves and for you guys. And I'm going to do my best to leave time for questions because I'm kind of a talker at times, so I kind of carry on and moan on and get into the weeds here a little bit. But just at a high level, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, we are 78 years young. We are the largest healthcare payer in the state of Michigan. We're responsible for roughly 6.1 million lives between Michigan and the rest of the United States. We are an independent licensee of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association, and we have roughly around 8,100 employees today. We build, design, and implement healthcare plans and solutions. Everything's from traditional plans to PPO, HMO, dental, health, vision, cradle to grave, wellness-based plans, fantastic. So let's talk about a little bit about our program. And right out the gate, you're going to see something here, a massive gap, and we'll be talking about that because I think it's important to understand. Back in 2010, our Senior Vice President, Corporate Compliance Officer, Michelle Samuels, asked a question. And that question was, how can we, as Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, implement an enterprise program or process to manage business metrics, issues, policies, procedures, audits, risk? How can we do that? We can't be the only ones asking that question. What's out there in the marketplace? So they started an RFI process to figure out the vendors that are in the space, did a full RFP by bringing all the compliance, oversight, audit, risk, enterprise programs together to be able to say, what are some high-level requirements? What do we need to do? Went through a full vendor scoring. Turns out MetricStream was the vendor that we selected, and we started executing our contracts. Once we got to that point, it was really a process for us where it was, okay, now we've gotten all these areas together and they've said, I need A, B, and C. We've selected a vendor, we've gotten them to the table, we've purchased the modules that we need to fulfill the work that we're trying to do. Now let's move forward. And we started down the process of BRD, doing our business requirements, starting to document those needs, those use cases. And then something happened in our marketplace and in our landscape. The Affordable Care Act, Patient Protection Affordable Care Act, ACA, Obamacare came into play, and a lot of our resources were kind of pulled away and pushed into that process. We didn't stop, even though that was all going on. Kelly Lang, my vice president, started working with those areas that were initially at the table to be able to say, again, What do you need? What functionality? What are some of those common processes? Do you want to monitor business metrics, self-assessments, issues, policies, procedures, risks? What's important to you? And then working with them to be able to define not only what's important to them, but what's the business value? What's the benefit? It's really like a mini business case for each one of those areas to define it. And the purpose of that was to build out our roadmap, our strategic plan. And we built out a 5-year plan initially across each one of those areas and each one of those modules. Well, that was all going on, and we're implementing the Affordable Care Act as an enterprise. I came onto the company in 2013. And on day one, I sat down with Michelle Samuels and Kelly Lang, and they said, this is what we're trying to do, get us there. And we went through all those business cases, started meeting with all the areas, focused on some initial pilot spaces as well. We raised our hands and said, look, we're implementing the Affordable Care Act right now. It makes a lot of sense that that's really probably our highest risk area. That's something new. We had an idea on what it was going to look like because the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services governs Medicare Advantage. We knew they were going to be governing the Affordable Care Act. It made sense. Let's start there with our pilot. So from there, we began to define our program objectives and what those look like. We started to align with all of those areas on what we called foundational elements. And really all that is a common language for issues, for risks, making sure that myself in compliance, when I say something is a high risk issue, it's the same to the folks over in ERM. It's the same to the folks over in information security. And that was a critical piece from a common taxonomy that you can't overlook. So while we were doing that, we said, okay, what are those 2 modules that make the most sense? And we looked at the ones we initially purchased, and our initial roadmap was compliance management, issue management, policy and document management, risk management, and audit management. So we said, given what we're trying to do with the Affordable Care Act, we looked at the modules and said, what's the most bang for the buck? Beyond just compliance, what's going to get the most value based upon those business cases in that roadmap? And we started with compliance management and issue management. Once implementing those 2 modules, we were able to implement those in October of 2014. 2015 to us was really about taking those modules out above and beyond and pushing them out to additional business areas. That was important for us because our initial implementation was 1 compliance area and about 60 end users. And Michelle and Kelly's goal was enterprise GRC. Well, we've got 8,000 employees. It's time to start rolling this bad boy out. So we looked at our prioritized roadmap and said, who's next? What's that next big area for us? And for us, it was model audit rule. So we started working with model audit rule and we said, okay, we've got compliance and issue management in now. We know that kind of meets your needs, but let's do a pilot. And the most important thing to understand, anytime you're rolling out an enterprise-wide solution, anytime you're rolling out a technology, metric stream, GRC, agnostic, doesn't matter, any technology, pick a pilot, control that pilot. So with model audit rule, it was a controlled pilot in 2015. Our initial implementation focused on that department, their applicable end users, and their processes. I got that business area to buy into the tool and the solution. We worked with them to make sure that those end users, all the analysts, the managers, the director, they all knew how to use the system and the tool before we rolled it out to all the finance folks, all the IT folks, because model audit rule is our version of Sarbanes-Oxley. So before we rolled it out to over 100 users, testing 300 plus controls multiple times a year, I wanted to make sure the department knew how to use the tool and that they were comfortable with the tool. So 2015, that was our pilot there. Beyond that, we started working with the Office of National Health Reform. There are significant attestations related to the Affordable Care Act, things like the Qualified Health Plan attestations. We worked with them to be able to implement those controls and those processes in the tool and in the system because we could do attestations through compliance management. So we were coordinating the evidence, the support, the people, everything, training them, getting them on board. And that 60-ish, 70-ish users initially in October of 2014, by the end of 2015 was over 500. We started to see growth. People started grabbing on to certain pieces of functionality. And anytime you roll into a technology like this, you're always going to hit a situation or a speed bump where it could be something along the lines of, It's a new tool. It's scary. I've been doing this a long time. It's scary. It's scary. It's scary. I'm going to say it one more time. It's scary. I'm bad at jokes right now. Anyway, this type of application really drives transparency, helps drive some of that automation. And those areas were really grabbing onto the reporting. They were grabbing onto the workflow. You could see very quickly where you were within your process there. So it was important for them to be able to grab onto something because it's different than your spreadsheets. It's different than your SharePoint sites. It's different than your shared drives. And all your evidence is right there. It's important. The last bullet on there is executive surveys. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. We haven't been flawless since 2014. We've had some speed bumps, and that was one of them. As the program manager responsible, I let a little bit too much go. And I'll tell you, it didn't go well. So we left a lot of sour taste into those executives who were using the tool to do some surveys for an annual Office of General Auditor Corporate Compliance Risk Assessment Survey. Didn't go very well. It didn't go very well because I let a little bit too much of the rein go. Somebody else kind of ran with it. There were some hiccups. The tool didn't do exactly what we thought it was going to do. It didn't go well, and it left a lot of sour taste in some of these executives' mouths because that was their first experience with MetricStream. I felt like I was back at square one. And it's my fault. It's not the other manager's fault that was running his process, not the other team's fault that was running their process. It's my fault. I'm the program manager. I own it. So when you run into those issues and you run into those things, we learn something pretty hard and pretty fast. It's not about the vendor. It's not about the third-party support. It's not about your team. It's not about that end business area user. It's you. There's always something you can build into your process to catch those things, and we missed. We spent about 8 months working with those various areas to get everybody comfortable again, to win back up the support of those people. The nice thing that we ran into is those people that were on the roadmap that were like, please give me this functionality. Please, I need it. It's going to save me so much time. They were like, look, it's a hiccup. We just don't want to use that piece of the app. We already know what's there. And so it was real quick for us to get there. But there were a lot of conversations, a lot of meetings, and we had to get people comfortable with the tool again. We had to. So it's kind of like going back to square zero there, but hey, we rebounded. 2016, again, for us, was about module implementations. If you haven't noticed, there's kind of a theme here. Readiness, implementation, readiness, implementation. And for us in 2016, it was really about, we implemented 4 modules last year. We implemented audit management, risk management, regulatory alerts, and policy and document management. We were supposed to be implemented in May, June for all those things, but we decided to throw a platform upgrade on top of it, right? So we said, forget about it. We're going to do a platform upgrade too with it all at once. We're going to get us up to the latest version of MetricStream. Why? Because there were a whole bunch of end user enhancements. Because I really cared about at this point, I've got over 750 users on the tool. I care about what they think about the tool. I care about their end user experience. And as a program manager, I'm constantly surveying those people to figure out what else I can be doing, my team can be doing to support their needs, to support everything that they're trying to accomplish. It's critical, it's important. Know what your end users say, don't be scared of it. So we completed those end user upgrades. We did all 4 of those modules and a platform upgrade. We completed and rolled into production in November. Should have been earlier in the summer and the spring, but that's okay. We did it the right way. We had a lot of functionality already there. We had large business areas like model audit rule, and we could not mess with that testing at the time we were trying to launch. We've got great business partners in that space that were constantly working with us to be able to do that. Because while we're doing that, we're rolling out to all their end users, right? Those 100+ people we were talking about earlier, we rolled the tool out to them. We trained them. We got them using them. 2016 completely ran all of our audit rule testing right out of MetricStream. Huge win for us. Making up for the little hiccup in 2015, because that's what I call it. It's a little hiccup, a little bump in the road, right? Everything looks clear. Everything looks clear straight ahead. No cloud, rain, nothing. But you're bound to stumble every once in a while, and we did. And we course corrected, and that's okay. So for 2017, what are we doing now? Well, this year, we've got a whole bunch more pilots. When I talked about pilots, picking large areas and taking one little piece of functionality, rolling the tool out from a pilot perspective, information security, Office of General Counsel, enterprise risk adjustment, a couple other government program areas as well. And we're implementing case management. That module in itself is not only a significant culture shift for our organization, not like just any kind of normal GRC would be in itself as a culture shift, any kind of significant piece of application is a culture shift. This changes the way we report private incidences as an organization. This changes the way we do fraud and financial investigations. This changes the way that we do cases from a legal matter management perspective. This touches everybody in the company, all 8,100 plus. They're not going to realize it, but it does. So that when I'm updating my roadmap and I'm working with those new business areas that say, hey, I'm trying to do some policy, life cycle management, I got a whole bunch of policies, I want to manage them now, and I was told you've got this tool. I can say, great, that's fine. You may not have heard of MetricStream, but you've been in it already. Everybody in the company will have access to the tool at that point. We're launching that later this summer. We have to, and we're going to. But when I think back to when I started in 2013 and I said, hey, here's what my executives want to have happen. They want everybody in the tool to be on the tool. That's the huge step to get us there. That's a significant step. So when we were talking about in 2014 and defining our program objectives, because that's step one to all of it, we did. And our program objectives are scalable and they match that enterprise vision. So when you talk about things like governance right out of the gate, we have executive committees throughout the enterprise. I've got steering committees for all my implementations that have the executives on them of those areas that I'm implementing. And it's not just the areas that I'm implementing, it's the ones where I've already been. And that's important to understand because I want those areas that where I've already been and I've already implemented them, I want them to have a say in where we're going because they're stakeholders, they're partners. This isn't the GRC Mike Cover show. It's the Blue Cross show. So I want them to have ownership and feel like they're part of what we're doing and they're not just left out to the side with their issues. So we've got those committees, we've got organizational structures, we've got data governance structures. Why? Because these tools, doesn't matter what it is, can turn into a SharePoint or a shared drive real quick. We all know that. We want to be able to understand where the information is, how it is, up to date, maintained. That's a critical piece to everything that you're doing from a program perspective. We want to integrate risk management, and we're doing that, and we've done that. The risk identification process, the analysis, all directly done within the tool. The updates, business area ownership, that's significant. So now I can take feedback from the business that says, this risk that we identified last year is still the same, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's changed. Maybe we got to do a little bit more around it. Maybe it's now becoming a compliance monitoring review or an internal audit. Things that matter through that integrated risk approach. Oh yeah, and it's all getting reported up to ERM. That's what we're working on right now. So the ERM folks have direct visibility into those items because it might go, ooh, light bulb. These are all things that we got to care about. And we want to coordinate. Who here has been through an audit, be it internal or external? Show of hands. Oh, audience participation, I love it. So one of the things that we constantly get and the things that we hear are, you always get this knock. Compliance asking for something. 2 months later. Information security. 2 months later. I missed. Internal audit. ERM. All these oversight areas asking for the same universes, the same control support. So we want to share the controls. We want to get those business areas into MetricStream as quickly as possible so that knock stops. And that knock is no longer a knock. It's more of a, hey, FYI, you know I'm completing this project in your space. I saw you were submitting this monthly control for whatever reconciliation that it could be. I see your universe. I see your support. I see the sign off. I just got a question about this entry. The touch on the business area user, their experience goes through the roof because you're doing them a favor. you're helping them out. And that's what matters, that transparency, that automation is significant. And we really focus on that business level performance. We can see those metrics that are coming in. From a compliance perspective, it might not be a key metric, but our folks in corporate compliance, the Somerset Blacks, the Barb Stockmans of the world, my peers, when they're using the tool, they can see how those are coming in, and they can figure out, hey, maybe that's something else I got to pay attention to. They can see their results. It helps. That visibility, that transparency is significant. And it's things like this that have helped us to grow over 1,000 end users right now. 2014 to 2015, we had roughly 200 metrics submitted in that first year. A couple years later, I've got over 3,000 qualified metrics within the application. It's taken off. People are getting it because of stuff like this. They see the value. They're okay with the transparency. It's a significant understanding. So how do we do it? How do we do it from a program perspective? What are the marching orders? Because I can't be everywhere. My peers can't be everywhere. How do we do it? We got a methodology. We got guiding principles. And those guiding principles, although looking at them seem pretty basic at times, every single one of those reigns true. Bottom left, challenge the status quo. That's important to understand. Your end business area users, in some cases, are very mature processes. They've been doing these things for a while now. It's not new to them. It's not some new regulation. It's not some new process. It's just a new tool. And when you go in and you take their requirements, they're like, Mike, I need this to do this. I need the tool to do my work for me. I need it to dance. I need it to shine. I need to run all my reports and magically take everything off my plate. It doesn't do that. You still have to do the control. And again, really bad joke. Fail on my part. Anyway, so you really get to a point where the tool's not going to do your work for you. You still have to do it. It's still important that you do it. Again, that transparency, which leads us to partnering with the business. Why is that critical? Everything we do is with the business. It's not the GRC program. It's not Mike Cover. It's not Kelly Lang. It's not Michelle Samuels telling you. I mean, in some cases, it's Michelle and Kelly telling you because, yeah. Anyway, and sometimes Mike, okay. But you want to partner with the business, right? You want them to have ownership of the application and the tool. They own their process. They own their controls. They own their data. They own their functionality, but you want to have those guiding principles in place to be able to tell them how to manage their data and their information. So it's not new, right? You want to provide that oversight, but you're partnering with them. You want to leverage that out-of-the-box functionality. I can't tell you how many times I was either working for a customer or implementing with a business partner, and they wanted to configure, customize. Newsflash, people. We're not the first people to ever do, the first company to say, I want to manage a policy life cycle. I want to manage a key document. I have this metric, this financial metric. We all do it. We're not the first one. The vendor's been around for a long time. Your third-party integrator's been around for a long time, and they're telling you, we're not special here. Try the tool. Figure out if it works for you. With every new area that we implement, I tell them, leverage that solution that's there today. Short of maybe I'll configure a couple reports for you. You gotta go to executive committees, corporate compliance committees, audit committees, the board, whoever. You need those reports. We'll configure those for you. But use the tool in its current state, 6 months. If you still need those 3-4 things that you were like, I need, talk to me then. And if you need it, I'll go to bat for you. I'll take you to the governance committees. We'll fill out all the forms. We'll do that configuration for you because you said you needed it and you've been using the tool. And newsflash, as an administrator, I know when you're using the tool. So I know if you're in there. I know if you're doing those things and you're doing things timely. So leverage that functionality. It's important because it makes upgrading so much easier. It makes the patchwork so much easier. It's very important to understand. And then always, one of my forefronts of if you get three things out of this, readiness, readiness, readiness is always number one. But readiness and maturity, you want to work with those business areas because sometimes you could run into a situation where you think they're ready to go, you want them to be ready to go, you want to implement with that area, but you're really not ready to go. Maybe their process isn't completely defined yet. The policies and procedures, the process flows, the reports, all of those things haven't been readily defined. Slow down. Do it right the first time. Otherwise, you're impacting their experience and how quickly they'll go to their executive leader and say, hey, we did these things and oh yeah, it didn't work. I need something else. So now we're going to have duplicate tools that do the exact same thing in the environment, all because you didn't say, hang on a second, let's slow down. And as a program manager, for those of you that are program managers, for those of you that oversee programs, remember that point. It's better to say stop and slow down than fail. Because if a business area goes, the tool's not going to do it, Mike and his team didn't do it, that's a failure. Sometimes it's that business area. But again, look in the mirror. Ask yourself the question. It's not always the vendor. I know we like to blame the vendors from time to time. And sometimes it is them, sometimes it's the integrator, sometimes everything else. But as a program manager, you got to take ownership of that. That's important. Focus on the customer. Customer is always, thank you. Audience participation. Customer is always right. Now, you challenge the status quo. You can push back. You should be pushing back. Always push, but know where that line is. Know where that understanding is and know what's going to get you there from point A to point B and how far you're willing to go. Between that line, you going all the way to point B? Or are you going to say, screw it and jump to C? Those are always the best. Be your own champion. If you're not up here and when you're talking about your tool, your process, your program, and if you're not excited, they're not going to be. If you're not bouncing around, if you're not, oh man, this is awesome, and I know sometimes you need a little pick-me-up, but be your own champion. Be supportive. Be out there. Put yourself out there. Know your tool. Know your processes. If they're nimble enough, tools and your processes, things are going to go really well for you. If you make them really rigid, it's really hard to partner with the business. If you say, I must have A, B, C, D, E, F, it's really hard to partner with the business, and they're going to lose you immediately. Communicate often, frequently, up, down, even level. Your partners with the business aren't just at your level. They're all the way up and all the way down. That little analyst can be the squeakiest wheel to your program. That analyst is the squeakiest wheel to your program because that analyst is the one that's in there every day. I know, I'm looking at one. He's a squeaky wheel. But if you don't have them on your side and if you don't have them working with you and you're doing everything in your power to help them and support them, they're going to tune you out. So you got to be enthusiastic. You got to be your own champion. You got to communicate often and frequently. One-on-ones. Take things out of email. Go talk to the person. It's a novel concept these days. Not just text messages, not just emails. Go talk to them. If it's longer than 3 sentences, pick up the phone or go to their office and talk to them. It's something that we're missing more and more. But now I've talked a little bit about my program, some of the things that we've done really well and some of the things that we do. Let's talk to you about yours. Let's talk to you about yours. One of the biggest questions I constantly get is how? How do we do this? How do I build an enterprise program? How do I go from 67 users to 1,000 in 2 years? How do I go from 200 metrics to 3,000 in 2 years? Let's simplify it in the most easiest fashion. Define those program objectives. Talked about it a little bit today already, but I'm going to keep harping on it. You want to focus on reducing risk wherever you can. Risk is a good thing. We should like risk. We shouldn't be scared of it, but we should be able to manage it, understand it, and try to reduce it where we can. Define that ongoing support model. And what do I mean by that? That ongoing support model is how you manage your business area users. Give them every tool in the book before they ask for it. And if you can't, you're not ready to launch. We've got live training, quick reference guides, automated video training, over 70 videos, 1 to 5 minutes in length. We got process-specific training. I don't just take the model audit rule folks and work with the model audit rule team and say, here's our general metric stream training, go. No, you have process-specific training, how they do things and how they're gonna be using the tool in the system. The same thing for all the attestations and federal reporting. You wanna be able to have that quick reference guide. You know, that painful step by step by step by step manual, we're gonna keep going this way a little bit. That thing, you gotta have it. I'll tell you, 1,000 users, maybe been open 5 times. But you gotta have it because there's always that somebody that wants it. Between the automated training, the live training, that quick reference guide, that accomplishes 95% of my user base without a phone call. Without a phone call. That's significant. Configure it. And if you want to talk about it afterwards, come find me, I'll show you how. Prioritize those projects and keep prioritizing those projects. You heard me talk about back in 2010, 2011, when Kelly Lang was running, she was fully in charge of everything there, and she still is. But when she was running it, that was the first thing she said and she did. She took those business areas, made them do a business case, and prioritized them based upon value and accountability within their spaces. We are constantly updating that. The who's next. And sometimes that area that you think is next, take a look at that readiness and maturity and they're dropping down. But you want to work with them. You don't just disappear. Part of being that GRC program manager is you want to be there with them, day in and day out. You want to help them. So even if they fall down on your list and your prioritization scale, don't just walk away from them. Don't just say, hey, go create policies and procedures. I'll be back in 2 years. No, work with them. Help them out. Help bridge that gap. Give them a resource to help them do that. Show them what other business areas are doing. Bring them in there. Bring them into the fold. Bring them into your executive committees so they can hear how other areas are doing. They can see it. Hook them up with some of those other subject matter experts. Align those common processes. That's huge. If you've already implemented one area for something like attestations, right? You should be able to work with those other business areas that do attestations and get them up quickly. Which leads me back to quick wins and areas of greatest need. You should be able to look at a business area for a process you've already implemented in other areas and tell them, point blank, how long is it going to take? Is it just you and your team? Do you have to bring in the vendor? Do you have to bring in your third-party integrator? How much is it going to cost? Is there a cost? You should be able to tell them that. If it's a completely new thing, say, look, I got to do some analysis, and be honest with them. Some people say under-promise, over-deliver, and whatever you do, don't over-promise and under-deliver. I just say deliver. If you've been around and you've implemented the tool, you should know as a program manager what it's going to take. And if you don't, take some time to know, because that's important. Readiness, readiness, readiness. Always critical in everything that we do. Maintain that sense of urgency, that up, right? If you're not excited, they're not going to be. And you want to be like, how can I get you up as quickly as I can? It's important to run with them. And you want to communicate to their executive area frequently because, again, that squeaky wheel. You want to maintain that. You want to make sure that you're okay from that side of the house. You want to establish and enforce that governance, and that really aligns back to that program objectives, but align with any corporate strategies you can. Let people know what functionality you have. Scream about it. Send out email blasts. Work with your corporate communications folks. Let them know, let the company know what you have. By doing so, you're going to get more people involved. More people are going to want to be part of that program. And added to that, you're going to be able to say, this is what we're doing, and you're going to limit the risk of the ability of another tool to come in, another process, another GRC area to pop up. Trust through delivery. We talked a little bit about it. But you got to build that trust with your executives, with your peers, with the doers of the team. Trust through delivery. If you're successful and you're enabling them and you're helping them, they'll want to be around you and they'll take whatever you say as gospel. But you screw up once, you got to rebuild that trust. You square right back down to square zero all over again. And you got to work to build that trust. But if you're communicating frequently and often and being honest with where you're at in the process and you understand how long it takes you to do things, you can put caveats on that all day. Hey, if I don't have your undivided attention for the next 45 minutes, you might miss some of this, but that's okay. But if you're paying attention, you're going to get all this. Put those caveats in there. That's okay. That's all right. And that's significant from that piece. But how do you do it? And it all starts with driving that accountability in order to realize that right, in order to realize your benefits here. That's a significant piece. It's not just you holding yourself accountable, you holding your team accountable, you holding your business partners accountable, because remember, they're with you every step of the way. They are with you every step of the way, and they have to be. And you got to remember throughout this entire thing, we've heard it a million times today. When you look at it, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. It's taken us 7 years almost to get to where we're at. We're rolling now, but it took us a while to get going. It took us a while to take things back to square zero and reset a couple times. That's okay. That's all right. Next point here that I can't stress enough is that ROI and being effective in achieving business results shouldn't be mutually exclusive. I will tell you this in every company I talk to that's like, hey, how did you guys get funding? How did you do that? GRC implementations are strategic implementations. You're not going to drive a significant ROI. You should be focused on the business results and what you're going to get out of that tool. You might have a positive ROI if you're retiring a bunch of applications. That's a thing. Doesn't happen often. Because the second you implement and you go to launch that you go to retire that old app, that business will go, hang on a second, I don't want to give it up yet. You got to hold people accountable to those things, to what they say is part of that business case. You got to hold them accountable to that. And it's important to understand that. And you will never be successful in any of this if you don't have clearly defined scope and roles. Who's doing what, when, and how. If it's not clear, it's not defined, it's not agreed to, you're going to fail. Right out the gate. It's the easiest thing you do. Define that scope, define those roles. Be good to go from that stage of the game forward. Business cases. Focus on the real savings. Real savings. What do I mean by that? Any hard costs, any admin savings? Hard cost admin savings. I'm retiring applications, retiring hardware, terminating contracts and agreements. Maybe I'm saving an FTE. Maybe I'm able to get rid of contractors. Those last two statements are few and far between with these. Soft cost. It's important to understand that cost avoidance. If we don't automate, if we don't implement these things, what are we going to have to do to maintain? How much time am I saving by automating policy management? Where else am I going to be able to deploy my resources because of those things? If I implement something like compliance management, I've got metrics coming in. That's important. How much time is that going to save me? Partner with the business on everything you do. I cannot stress it enough. They're your partner. If you're standing up in a room like this and you're pitching, hey, we got to automate with a GRC solution, and they're not standing next to you, you're doing it wrong. You're going to wind up in a situation where you've implemented a tool, they're not going to buy in, and no one's going to use it. I cannot tell you how many conversations I've had in the last 2 years on that scenario. People calling and saying, how did you get them to use the tool? Well, see, we bought this thing and we implemented it, whatever it is, and they're not using it, and I can't make them use it. It's because you didn't have them there with you. They weren't bought in. The executives weren't bought in. The area wasn't bought in. You just went and did something, and now you're telling them to use it. It doesn't work. Strains relationships. Have them there with you. Have the right level leader there with you. And understand all those potential costs before you draft a business case. You should be able to tell those leaders on day one how much it's going to cost. Consider not only the vendor, consider your team's time. Consider if you need a third-party integrator. and have the vendor there, your third-party integrator there. Budget for it. Don't let them leave. Keep them there. And if you're using a company that has third-party resources in India, budget to have them over. So if you're using MetricStream, plan to budget to have them over. Have them there with you every step of the way. You do that, you're already putting yourself ahead of the game. Those people they'll understand your requirements. They'll understand why the business needs something. And you'll be successful. It's going to help you be successful. I can't stress that enough. That's all we care about. We all want to be successful in our implementations. So we got a mantra, and I love to say it's my mantra, but it's not. I'm taking this from one of our senior executives because it fits in everything that we do. Our mantra, and you can remember it, you can say it, use it, do different, do better. Everything that you do, every time that you implement, it doesn't matter what the process is, do different, do better. Challenge that status quo. Align those new areas to the enterprise framework. If I can get all the compliance, audit, oversight areas at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan to align on what a critical issue is, you can too. Provide those end users every single tool that they could possibly want. Give it to them before they even ask for it. I'm going to implement your process. Here's that automated training. Here's a quick reference guide. Here are some slides about it. Oh yeah, I've already scheduled all that training with your end users. They're already set up within the tool. We're ready to go. Give it to them all immediately. The more they have at their fingertips, the better off they're going to be. And make sure that your processes are as nimble as they possibly can be. The more rigid they are, the less likely you are going to be able to bring in those additional areas. Stay engaged, maintain that level of urgency, and engage with your vendors frequently and often. Have them at the table. Don't let them leave. Keep them there. In 2014, my boss put us in a room, no windows. We had my team, we had MetricStream, we had our third-party integrator team, we had our Ernst & Young team there with us, we had our contractors, we had business area resources. All in a room, no windows, worked great. We got a lot done. We didn't know when it was time to leave. Bad joke. Can't implement without the business, and readiness, readiness, readiness. 3 things right out of the gate to remember. Readiness, readiness, readiness. Partner with the business in every implementation that you do. Do different, do better. So we were talking about that road ahead. It looks clear, there's curves. You're gonna hit a little bump here and there, it's gonna happen, and that's okay. It's how you course correct that matters. I know where I'm going. I'm implementing a whole bunch of pilots this year. I'm implementing a module that is going to change the culture of compliance at my company. I'm excited about it. I'm off the walls happy that we're doing this. And I know what I'm doing next year too. I'm going to implement more modules in other areas. And we're going to keep enabling the business, and I'm going to keep partnering with the business because it's important. Stay engaged. Put your plan together. Challenge yourself. Challenge your team. And above all else, try to be different. Do different. Do better. That's the program. That's what you want to do. Thank you. So, I think I got like 2 minutes for questions. Any questions? Yes, up front. So in terms of kind of our production support team, we've got my team, which is myself, and I've got 2 full-time resources and FTEs, but they're also responsible for implementing other areas as well. Typically about 50% of one of those FTEs' time is really kind of driving those support calls and details, bug fixes, and things of that nature. In the back.
Policies and procedures.
Yep.
If you had to change your policies and procedures, how long it took for you? Did you take any external counsel help?
So just so I can hear it correctly. So for policies and procedures, cradle to grave, how long did it take us to are you saying like make a change to a policy? Or, all right. So it really depends on the business area itself. As we all kind of can understand, you can have a policy and procedure, it can be a departmental policy or it could be an enterprise-wide policy. They're all going to have different amounts of approvals that'll be required. Those department policies, we update those pretty regularly depending upon the area, about every year. The federal regulated policies, I believe they got to be updated every 3 years. I think that's right. I'm looking at Nick. I'm getting a head nod. Some of those are updated every year on an annual basis, but it really depends on the applicable area. We tend to set up 2 life cycles with each one of those areas. There's like an automatic, hey, auto load, no approval needed, those key documents, things that we want to share with business areas. And then they tend to set up a couple approval workflow, depending upon whatever that department requires. So really they have 2 to 3 life cycles for each one of the areas, but it moves a lot quicker and it's all stored and you can track your comments. It's pretty nifty. Anything else? Oh.
2 questions for you. One is, how did you operationalize change requests for your foundational libraries? And the second is, did you have any specialized training for your executives separate from other training?
That's a great one. So how do we operationalize, tongue-tied, the requirement libraries? So we put ownership within the compliance areas for their owned requirements, and then they work with the business areas on a defined basis as those change. And we also work with on the Affordable Care Act side, we really have 2 major areas that we work with when there's changes and updates that need to be made. And that's our Office of National Health Reform and Federal Public Policy. And then on the state side, we work with our state public policy department. And they tell us, hey, you should really be updating this on an ABC basis. And we get together as a leadership team with them on a monthly basis to do that. And then in terms of executive level training, because when the executives log in, they really care about the reports and getting to their reports. So we've got those videos that they're all linked to, and they're 1 to 5 minutes in length, and it'll get them there. Additionally, we're also like training their admins as well, so how they can pull down those applicable reports.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, we have 2 questions as well. One, did you migrate from any pre-existing tools before MetricStream? And our second question is, of the 7 years that it took you, what took you the most time? Like, what was the most challenging?
Okay, so first question was, we had disparate solutions throughout the enterprise, but not any kind of formal technology. We had purchased MetricStream back in 2010, and that's where we knew we were going as an enterprise. So we had to migrate from a whole bunch of SharePoint sites, Excel documents, files, things of that nature, SharePoint lists, and we had to migrate those and over from that side of the house. And your second question was, what was the hardest to do? Honestly, for us, it was 2016. Like, there's not like a simple answer to that. For us, it was 2016. We implemented a lot of modules. We also threw on a platform upgrade on top of it. We had a lot of moving pieces. We had a lot of UAT that was involved. We tested that system. I think it was over 6,000 test scripts we executed against the application because I needed to make sure I wasn't impacting my end business area users and things were going to work for them. So we had a lot of testing that was involved, and that was just in itself, I'll say 2016. It wasn't any one module that's more difficult than the other for us, but 2016 was, the good thing is we had a great team. We had great resources from the vendor side. We had a great third-party integrator helping us out. Our team was ramped up. We knew what we needed to do, and the business was with us every step of the way. Time for one more? Are we good? You may call. Okay, yeah, perfect. I'll be off on the side here. Any other questions? But thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, this on? Yep. Okay, we're good to go. I think we have more folks coming in, and when they do, just wait a couple more seconds. We're going to introduce French Caldwell and get the session started. So I think we're just going to 2 minutes. Got it. I was given the reminder as folks are coming into the room that if you do have a dietary restriction and you did not have something in your name tag, such as the example here is gluten-free, please go to the registration desk and pick up any sort of dietary restriction tags so you can present that at the dinner tonight. Susan, did I cover that? Is that a thumbs up? Okay, cool. I guess we all know who's gluten-free in the room. Yeah. A lot more these days. Okay, so let's get started. I'm very pleased to introduce French Caldwell, who is our Chief Evangelist. I think we all know what that means by now. French actually runs our global marketing group, and he comes with great background and perspective, having been a former fellow at Gartner, who actually was one of the developers of the GRC Magic Quadrant. As you know, Gartner has started to go back into individual kind of point solution evaluations. Back in the day when it was GRC and EGRC, French led that process. He's highly influential in that area, as well as disruptive technology, which has become a formal term now. French is a retired naval officer and former submariner. And this is something we share. I'm a Navy brat myself, so it's great to have a fellow naval officer here. When he was in the Navy, he actually worked with the digital Pearl Harbor war game, which was actually a precursor to the actual threats that were in Qatar and in the attacks or the cyber attacks against the oil and gas infrastructure. So I'm very, very pleased to introduce French Caldwell to the stand.
Come on down. Okay, thanks, Kristen. Yeah. Kristen, just one correction. I was not a submariner. I was a submariner. I was just as good a mariner as anyone else. So we're going to be talking about the intersection of cyber and geopolitical risk. And I'm going to invite our panel to please come on up and have a seat and then provide a little bit of background information. On our panel, we have Dr. Bob Simon, who's an advisor. Well, I'll start with Ann Bader, who's first here. So with Ann Bader, who's a principal of Bader Resources. We have Dr. Charles Niemeyer, who's director of the U.S. Marine Corps History Gray Research Center at Marine Corps University. Next to Dr. Niemeyer is actually Dr. Bob Simon, who's an advisor for Protect Our Power and a former principal advisor in the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. And then we have David Loffman, who is the chief of the Counterintelligence and Export Control Section at National Security for National Security in the U.S. Department of Justice. So a very illustrious panel, and they will give you a little bit more background about themselves and also their key issue. Now, I assume we have a couple of roving mics out here. Do we have two? One? We have one? We need one more at least. We have, who's the other roving mic? So we have one, and where's the other? Okay, so we have two roving mics back here because we're going to ask the audience to get engaged. We're not going to wait for Q&A at the end. I'm going to ask you for your questions very early. So as the panelists lay out their key issues on this topic, be thinking about what your key issue is. If there's a key issue that you did not hear, you will be invited to state your key issue and tell us your name, your company, and in 30 seconds give your key issue, because we want to, and all we want is the issue. Don't want the answer, just the issue, and then we'll start the debate, and I'll come back to you, believe me, if you share a key issue. Well, let me just give you a little bit of background here. We've heard today a number of our speakers talking about fragility and how to build resilience, and how necessary it is to overcome silos, and how those silos that we have actually decrease our resilience, our ability to not only recover from disaster, but to plow right on through and get back to full functionality as rapidly as possible, and even to learn and improve from the uncertainties that struck us from out of the blue. Now, I think this is it seems to be an ongoing and common topic these days. Disruption and resilience seem to be intertwined. Now, as Kristen mentioned, many years ago in 2002, Dr. Niemeyer and I actually ran a war game with the White House and the U.S. Naval War College. So Charles Niemeyer at the time was the dean, academic dean of the U.S. Naval War College. Yes, they did let a Marine actually become academic dean. Don't know how that happened, but it did. But he was, and he's, he served in the Marine Corps before retiring. And we decided, at the request of Richard Clarke at the White House, he asked us, is there such a thing as a strategic cyber attack? Is that possible? In other words, a cyber attack that would shift the balance of power, even just momentarily. And I actually called Charles and said, have you heard any such thing? He goes, no, but I actually have this wargaming center, and let's use it and go find out. And at Gartner, I was at Gartner at the time, we brought together 120 CIOs and subject matter experts to wargame this over 3 days, and the answer was yes. It is possible. It's very expensive, takes a long time to plan, would involve a lot of people, but it's possible. Well, it took 10 years before we saw this first inkling of what of people trying to do strategic cyber attacks. And I would say Stuxnet was maybe the first example, followed by the attack on Saudi Aramco and Rasgas in 2012. I call this the lost decade of cybersecurity. We could have been doing a lot during those 10 years, but we didn't. In the interim there, we certainly saw some cyber warfare, but it was mostly website defacement and, DDoS attacks and so on like that. Recently, we've seen attacks from other nation states. We saw the North Korean attack on Sony over a motion picture. And one of the things I have found most interesting today is that we are seeing attacks on critical infrastructure carried out by cyber criminals. This is not something we ever expected from Digital Pearl Harbor, from the war game. We anticipated maybe nation states, maybe some really advanced cyber terrorists, but definitely not cyber criminals doing attacks on critical infrastructure. As we saw just in recent days with the ransomware attack WannaCry where we took out where the cyber criminals took down factories, they took down healthcare systems, and so on. So we're in a new age, a totally new age. This panel is here to share with you their perspectives on it, and then we're going to have, we'd like to get your perspectives and then have a few key takeaways. And we're going to do all that in 42 minutes and 2 seconds. All right. Let's start out here. Bob, maybe start with you with a brief introduction and what you see as a key issue for our audience.
How about this? Great. So my name is Bob Simon. As French mentioned, I was recently in the White House in the Office of Science and Technology Policy as a principal energy advisor to the director. And at the moment, I'm on the advisory board of a group called Protect Our Power. And the point of Protect Our Power is to provide a neutral, fact-based, nonpartisan group that to highlight the need to take some action and to influence both policymakers and stakeholders on the criticality of protecting the electric grid. And Jim Cunningham, I see in the audience. Jim, stand up so people can see you. If we say something sufficiently disturbing that you want to sort of tackle us at the cocktail hour, you can sort of see Jim or me, and we can talk about it. You know, when I sort of think about the intersection of cyber and geopolitical risk, obviously not only my background in energy policy, but I think the facts show that the electric grid is a very potent geopolitical target. And it's one that has actually been attacked successfully. Back in December of 2015, this guy was sitting at his control panel in an electric utility control room, and he suddenly saw the cursor on his screen move all by itself. And it sort of wandered down and started to click off and turn off the circuit breakers to electricity substations. And of course, the guy did what any of us would do. He tried to move the cursor away. He found his mouse didn't work anymore. In fact, he found he was locked out of the system. And he just sat by and watched 60 substations get taken offline. 250,000 people lost their electricity. And this happened in the Ukraine in December of 2015. And it's probably one of the first highly successful attacks on industrial control systems controlling the grid. And that sort of shows, and the actors behind it, by all accounts, were people who were state-based actors or state-sponsored actors in Russia, which was having its own geopolitical issues with the Ukraine. And it's sort of a wake-up call, I think, to all of us of the kinds of vulnerabilities that the electric grid presents at this nexus between cybersecurity risk and geopolitical risk. Now, could something like that happen in the United States? Well, in the United States, when we sort of talk about the problems of siloing, right? The electric utility industry in the United States is incredibly siloed, is incredibly fragmented. We have like 7,700 different power stations, 700,000 miles of transmission lines, 36,000 or 56,000 plus electric substations. And they're managed and owned by a wide variety of organizations. You know, you have large multi-state investor-owned utilities that you've heard of, like Exelon or PG&E. You have tiny little municipal utilities, like in Wheeling, Minnesota. The municipal utility serves a town of like 65 people. So you have a tremendous diversity of entities that have ownership and control over the grid. And that presents a real problem in terms of getting your arms around the cyber threat. So at this point, I'll sort of let some of my other colleagues introduce ourselves. But those are sort of the two issues that I think are most salient for me in this discussion.
Thanks, Bob. Charles, by the way, this is a contest here to see who can come up with the scariest scenario. Okay. And I think, Charles, I think you might be able to share with us another scenario that has a cyber component, but maybe gets us a little bit closer to all-out war, but not quite there.
Well, thanks, French. I appreciate the invitation to come in here. French and I go way back, and I remember his Submariner joke then. He tells it many times, so Kristen, you're not the only one that ever received that joke. I got it as well, being a Marine. But I just wanted to couple of issues kind of bring to mind, and some of the things that I was concerned about when I thought about geopolitical risk and cyber, and something that perhaps we need to start thinking about. And one was, French mentioned that he and I put together this war game, Digital Pearl Harbor, which was a tremendously eye-opening event in 2002 in Newport, Rhode Island. And from that, being a historian that I am, I looked at some of the lessons learned from Pearl Harbor and said, well, are we any better in some ways? What you're worried about in national security affairs, and that's my specialty, is strategic surprise. The Pearl Harbor was a strategic surprise to the United States. 9/11 was a strategic surprise to the United States. And in many ways, what can surprise us that we don't think about? Because there was a lot of complacency back in 1941. There was a lot of interconnectivity between government agencies, between military services, all that stuff. And I said, well, of course, that all went away, right? No, it's still around in many ways. But one big issue that many people think about or don't think about when we think cyber is the amount of electronic devices that have proliferated out there today and that are literally inundating the cyber structure world, that are vulnerable not necessarily to a cyber attack per se, but something called an electromagnetic pulse, or EMP. The only way these things will survive if such weapons are developed and utilized by potential adversaries of the United States or anywhere in the world, in fact, is that a very good chance that nothing will work. As an example, there are naturally occurring electromagnetic pulses that happen when a lightning strike hits and it fries a computer. I had a lightning strike hit my house when I was living in Oklahoma on active duty, and literally every electronic device in my house had to be replaced from one lightning bolt hitting our chimney. And it literally ruined my computer, my phones, everything. Now imagine that on a scale, a billion times over. And think what it will do to critical infrastructure in just that one way. The other key issue I think we got to worry about are nation states who are using cyber warfare as part and parcel of their planning process for wartime fighting. And who particularly comes to mind, French just mentioned a minute ago, was North Korea. And in fact, North Korea could combine cyber warfare and EMP in such a way that could make it very difficult for the United States to remain engaged in the region, at least on a temporary basis, until we could recover our communication assets. So that's the things that kind of keep me awake at night, and something I think we got to consider. And again, I'll get back to more of this later.
So, and thanks, Charles. David, the threat from nation states. I mean, Charles presented a hypothetical, but are there real things that are happening?
Regrettably so. And just to make sure you understand, so I'm from the Department of Justice. The National Security Division of the Department of Justice was established in 2006 following some of the reforms coming out of 9/11. Within the National Security Division is the Counterintelligence and Export Control section, of which I am chief, and we are responsible for investigating and prosecuting cyber attacks and intrusions perpetrated by nation states and their proxies. And what we've come to understand, as you all know, is that the cyber threat environment confronting the United States today is pervasive and relentless. Every sector of our economy is now targeted by malicious cyber activity. U.S. government, U.S. political institutions are also under cyber assault, and today malicious cyber activity increasingly is linked to nation states with extremely sophisticated capabilities and resources, thereby exponentially altering the severity of the threat and the ability of companies to protect their networks. We do continue to see malicious cyber activity that's aimed at stealing sensitive intellectual property and personally identifiable information, but two other trends appear to be emerging. First, we're now witnessing the weaponization of information obtained through hacking to retaliate for corporate behavior, damage reputations, extort money, or otherwise influence events and decision-making. And secondly, we're seeing an increased willingness to be disruptive and destructive, as in the case of North Korea's attack on Sony in 2014, or the disabling and costly DDoS attacks on financial institutions in the New York area between late 2011 and mid-2013, which we attributed in our indictment to 7 Iranian hackers affiliated with the Iranian government. So the Justice Department, therefore, obviously regards this problem as a threat to U.S. national security, and that's why responsibility for countering this threat rests with the National Security Division. This mission is among our highest priorities. We apply to the cyber threat the same approach we applied to disrupting other national security threats like counterterrorism, which is to say an intelligence-led, threat-driven approach that aims to raise the cost to malicious actors. And to implement that approach, we employ what we describe as a whole of government strategy using all available tools, both criminal and non-criminal, to identify and hold accountable bad actors, whether they seek to harm critical infrastructure, damage computer systems, steal trade secrets, and other sensitive information. We work very closely with our partners in law enforcement and the U.S. intelligence community to identify and respond to malicious cyber activity perpetrated by nation states and proxies. But so too, countering this threat requires a close public-private partnership in which law enforcement works early and collaboratively with victims of cyber attacks and intrusions, both before, during, and after cyber incidents. I'll talk more later about the implementation of this whole-of-government approach and what we're doing to counter the national security cyber threat and the public-private partnership that's essential to countering that threat, including what you may expect, what you should expect from the government in dealing with the cyber incident and the benefits of cooperating with the government early on after a cyber incident.
Thank you. And Anne, you, I know in some of our earlier discussions said, despite all this sort of doom and gloom, there are things that are working, right?
Exactly. I'm Ann Bader. I founded the International Cybersecurity Dialogue in 2012 with a speaker from today, Richard Steenen, who may have scared a number of you earlier. And we did it because we saw a worrying increase in the lack of shared perspectives, looking at the requirements of how we needed to treat cyber domain, cybersphere. It was all a very ambiguous, amorphous situation with a tremendous amount of concern mounting. And we saw so many people. So what we did is we created roundtables off the record, put people together in the room. They talked from their own experience, not from their either government or their business or their academic or their intel organizations, and they shared their concerns, and they shared and started to understand how their perspectives differed, but the fact they shared many of the same concerns. So it's been a very useful. This past year, I've done a project because I was very dissatisfied with the increasing inability of nations, particularly in the West, to sort of beat the strikes, always vulnerable, never responding well. And it was giving many of my colleagues a great deal of concern, and there was a sort of defeatism abound. So I determined, after a visit to Estonia and then another one to Israel on delegations, that there were very successful things going on. People didn't necessarily expect perfection, but they had no choice but to meet the threat. And using innovation as well as threat capabilities. So for the last year, I've created a newsletter every week sending out to friends and colleagues. Everybody's introduced or referred. We're now at 42 countries, and we have readers who started by saying, I'd really have no need to know about this. But the purpose of this is to create a better understanding, and things are starting to work, whether it's ransomware, whether it's North Korea threat, whether it's the increasing complexity and second and third generation potential disasters, whether it's the lack of option Bs that we see in most of our sectors. There is a lot of concern. So people are beginning to act. And over the next couple of minutes, that I have with you again. I'll give you some very interesting examples of what's been going on in the last year. But the good news and the bad news is things are beginning to work with very few rules on the international level, and yet people are starting to actually improve the way they're dealing with this, learning the context and understanding better the analogs with previous conventional methods of meeting some of these challenges.
Okay, well, thank you. And so far here, we've heard about the potential fragility of some of our critical infrastructure like the grid, the difficulties of identifying and preparing for strategic risk, the challenges from nation states and how do we encourage public-private cooperation partnerships there, and also how do we extend this dialogue out into an international, more of an international cooperation since the cyber attackers, whether they're criminals, nation states, or others, don't know boundaries, right? So are there other issues that might be top of mind from a cybersecurity geopolitical risk perspective? Audience, does anyone have an issue they would like to lay out right now? Just raise your hand quickly.
French, I'd like to play your game of come up with the most scary threat. So the one hypothetical that I'd like to come up with is it possible for a enemy nation state or an unfriendly nation state to influence our political systems to cause a inappropriate candidate such as a reality TV actor to become elected as president? Could that ever happen?
Okay, all right. So thank you. That's our head of R&D. I guess that's your next project. Okay, good. Thank you. Any other particular issues out there? Right now, just the issue, and then we'll come back to it. Remember, Anendo, if you ask a question, you must know the answer. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go. So as we look at cyber threat and hacking, right? A lot of the effort that we take as organizations are around preventive controls and how do we prevent this. Unfortunately, we don't get recognized for it. So when things don't work out, that's when people start noticing that there was a hack, right? Something happened, something went wrong. How much of assistance do you think organizations should be taking from white hat hackers, or even the not so good hackers in identifying some of those vulnerabilities?
So the issue here is more how do you? I'm trying to put this in a geopolitical risk perspective, right? So how do you go and identify resources to actually test the vulnerabilities and so on, maybe on a scale of something like the electrical grid? I would be interesting to see how we do white hat hacking there. Okay, so let's, I think we had one more over here.
Yeah.
One more.
So,
sure. The question over here is, so we frequently look at the geopolitical situation and what can be done insofar as a threat towards us. What are the thoughts here on how or what kind of tools can be done? Ransomware was not really foreseen a few years ago. There are a number of these different tools that are coming out. What keeps you up at night as far as threat tools to inflict damage upon our infrastructure?
So threat tools, okay, very good. Okay, now I'm going to try to get to all of these. We have one more.
French, this is Sam here. Yeah, on your left, right. The question is about Bitcoin. Is this Bitcoin a real threat or is it just a hype? We keep getting conflicting reports and not clear as to what the real issue here is.
What is the, could you state that again?
The Bitcoin.
Oh, Bitcoin. Okay. All right. So let's come back here, and I'm going to bring this back to the more the geopolitical risk aspect. But let's start out here, Bob, with looking at, and keep in mind, a couple of the questions here I think are relevant. You know, what are the tools or capabilities that you would look at? What are that you would look at as far as ensuring that you are identifying the right, you know, the vulnerabilities on a large-scale level of something like the electrical grid. It should be different, I would think, than what you're looking at when you get to, you know, individual business IT systems, right?
No, that's right. I think that you know, the grid is different, and industrial control systems like the grid are a little different than sort of classic IT systems when it comes to the cyber threat. You know, oftentimes I'm on the internet and I'm surfing to a site, and there's a little banner at the top saying, well, you know, this site will be down from 2 to 3 a.m., you know, on Saturday morning, you know, for some preventative maintenance, right? And that's fine. I am an insomniac, but I'm probably not going to be surfing at that point. But, you know, your electric utility does not have the luxury of saying to you, well, you know, our electric grid will be down from 2 to 3 a.m. on Saturday morning so that we can do some preventive maintenance. So the issues of, it's not only, you know, there are a number of issues that need to be, you know, you have to sort of keep in mind when you talk about the grid as a particular object of people's attention. One is that upgrades and patches are difficult, right? Because you can't upgrade and patch them the same way you can an IT system. It's an operational system. We rely on the grid to be operating 24/7, right? And so that is that's a real issue that comes into it. Another question is, how do you measure fragility of the electric grid? I mean, I think the metrics of fragility, of cyber fragility, for large, complicated distributed systems like that are not very obvious. And I think that's a real research area where you do need to have a lot of public-private interaction. The grid is mostly owned by private actors, right? And you know, having the ability to garner the information that you need to have good public policies really requires, you know, a really sort of deep partnership of information sharing between the kinds of information government has that people in the private industry ought to have, to know about, and the sort of the information that they have about the actual, you know, details, the innards of how their systems work that people in government need to have greater insight into. And there are potent barriers and potent silos on both sides of that equation that sort of impede that information transfer. So I think that there's some real issues there and some real places where you know, we really do need to have, you know, a breaking down of silos and a more robust transmittal of information between parties in order to get our arms around the problem.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to hear a little bit too from, you know, from our government representatives here, though. On, you know, we hear this idea of a public-private partnership, but you know, when it comes to attacks on physical property, there's certainly a governmental responsibility for helping to ensure that those things are both, you know, prevented and responded to, right? Particularly when we get to something that's at a strategic level. Does that apply? You know, does the government have a responsibility for protecting the electrical grid, much of which is in private hands, or protecting the water system or the gas distribution system, or hospitals? You know, what do we mean when we're talking about public-private partnerships, and what's kind of the constitutional role of the government in this regard?
Well, of course we bear a responsibility in protecting the homeland from these kinds of attacks. That's why the FBI, among other agencies, conducts sweeping corporate outreach where threat indicators, sometimes classified information, is shared with cleared company officials to share malware signatures, other threat data to put them in a position to prevent attacks. But as we all know, even the most robust network defenses can fail despite the best intentions. And when those defenses fail, then we are there to work hand in glove with you to identify what happened and prevent further attacks, and through the criminal justice system to hold bad actors accountable. And we have demonstrated our resolve to hold even nation states and the proxies they use accountable. Most recently, in March of this year, In response to one of the largest data breaches in history, the Justice Department unsealed a 47-count indictment of 4 defendants, including 2 officers of the Russian Federal Security Service for hacks associated with Yahoo's account and Gmail webmail accounts. And that was both the latest example of indicting, bringing charges against nation states and their proxies. Before that, as you're probably aware, in March of 2016, as I mentioned before, in the case of the Iranian DDoS attacks on the U.S. financial sector, we indicted 7 Iranian hackers affiliated with the Iranian government for conspiracy to commit and aid and abet computer hacking. One of those defendants was also charged, we're talking about industrial security, with perpetrating a computer intrusion into the supervisory controller data acquisition or system, or SCADA system, of Bowman Dam near Rye, New York, which allowed him to obtain information regarding the status and operation of the dam, including information about the sluice gate, which is responsible for controlling water levels and flow rates. That access normally would have allowed him to remotely operate and manipulate the dam's sluice gates, conjure the havoc that could have befallen the local surrounding community, but fortunately he did not have that opportunity because the sluice gate fortuitously had been manually disconnected for maintenance at the time of the intrusions. So our enforcement actions in cases like the Yahoo case, the Iran DDoS case, show our resolve in going after nation states. It builds on the precedent in 2014 of indicting several Chinese military hackers in connection with attacks on Westinghouse and other U.S. companies. And when we're talking about the force and resources of nation states, the PLA case illustrates what we're talking about. Each of these defendants was an officer in the same unit of the People's Liberation Army of the Chinese Army, and either in combination with criminal prosecution or separately when necessary. That case shows our resolve to work with interagency partners to consider alternative options. In that case, by the way, the banality of state resources was demonstrated. The evidence in that case demonstrated that these Chinese hackers in the same unit of the PLA would show up for work at 9 o'clock in the morning. They would hack for 3 hours. They'd take an hour lunch break. They'd come back. They'd hack for 4 or 5 more hours, and they'd go back at it the next day. That's what companies are up against today. We have other tools, Treasury sanctions, Commerce Department entity list. We're using those tools in conjunction with other government agencies, either when criminal prosecution is available and sometimes when it's not. Some of these sanctions were used under the cyber executive order last December when President Obama imposed sanctions against 2 Russian government services in connection with Russia's attempt to interfere with our elections.
So, yeah, go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
No, I think, the sluice gate you mentioned is an interesting example of one of the things that we are up against, in this general area. I'll bet that when that dam was built and the sluice gate was first put in place, it wasn't connected to the internet, right? It was behind locked doors. It was probably manually controlled. It was only later that someone decided, it'd be good to be able to automatically operate things like sluice gates or things like electrical substations. And these things were sort of, retrofitted to be accessible through the internet. And that's sort of one of the problems we have from a cyber perspective, is that when people went back and retrofitted them for remote operation and remote operation over the internet, they didn't sort of have the information or the expertise to really do that in a very, cyber rigorous way. Okay, and so now we have a lot of legacy infrastructure in dams and in our electrical system and other sort of similar infrastructures around the United States that we're kind of playing catch up with on cyber. It's a considerable vulnerability that we have to address.
So, and Charles, are we ready right now if someone were to do a strategic cyber attack and maybe combined with an EMP, localized EMP on one of our allies? Are we ready to respond?
I would say only partially. The problem we have is that the lack of hardening of communications gear because of the proliferation of it and the use of it has made it very difficult for us to catch up with the technology. We're partially there, obviously, working on it, but it's not quite there yet. One of the problems we have is that the era of cyber war being something that maybe just one or two nations could afford to dabble in, as we found out with Digital Pearl Harbor, is over. We're now having medium-sized states can now have a very effective and fairly robust cyber warfare capacity. We only stood up Cyber Command in 2009, and it went provisional in 2006. And for a while, there were folks inside the government that didn't believe it was a good idea to have a separate command that focuses on cyber. But I'm here to tell you that cyber warfare is here to stay. Now, you guys talked a little bit about this problem we have, and that a lot of what that Bob and Jeff, David were talking about are inside the United States. And the United States military is specifically prohibited by Posse Comitatus from getting involved in activity that would be of a military nature inside the United States. However, we know that the cybersphere is transnational. So we're entering a brave new world. And so what do we do about that? There's a clear seam between what militaries can do as far as defending ourselves and what it does inside the United States. Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice with the FBI, as well as other entities inside the United States are responsible for that aspect of defending our critical infrastructure and grid. The United States, as well as its military forces, has a cyber command that can do much more offensive things, and if they need to. But remember this, and this is important, and I learned this as a young officer many years ago. If you can't talk, you can't fight. And if you can't fight, you're not going to win. Okay, and so the bottom line is that other militaries, other cyber entities that are going to be out there that are out to do our nation harm or other nations, such as our allies, harm, are going to use cyber. And there's no way around it. They're going to do that. And they're going to try to shape the battlefield to the best of their ability. Let me give you a real quick example, and I'll stop. In 1991, well before, obviously the cyber infrastructure was too robust, but it was still starting to get there. We launched, in Operation Desert Storm prior to the ground attack that went down range. It only lasted for 100 hours. The first week and a half, we attacked with a massive air campaign. And we didn't go after necessarily the first targets being Iraqi tank formations or Iraqi Scud missile sites or Iraqi troop formations. We went after command and control. We went after radar sites. We went after the ability for them to coordinate and talk to each other. And as we found out, when we attacked their command and control infrastructure in a kinetic way, not even in a cyber way, but in a kinetic way, they had a very difficult time coordinating anything after that. And so as a result, that's how important this is, I think, in a modern era. But again, internally, it really is we're at a kind of a gray zone, a seam right there between public, what the military can do inside the United States and what it can do in other places.
Okay. I can't emphasize enough how important it is to engage the private and the public sector, the government and business together. Michael Heightened called for it very strenuously this week because we cannot operate without that connection. Perfect example, the grid is public and privately owned. There are very powerful dinosaurs out there who have no need to do anything until they are personally stunned. And this is just a ridiculous level of detail for us to be when we look at the potential of having the electrical systems in our country and in our neighbor go down with quite little effort at times and have no ability to, I've given classes on this, given scenarios at the NDU for our State Department Defense, Intel, and a lot of these people know who they should call, but they really don't know what is going to be done. They don't know. The scenario has not been carried out because this integration has not, I hope I'm not overstepping, this integration has got to happen. It's happening in many other countries, but because of our pioneer and our American attitudes, it's a harder thing for us to do, and we have to lead with this, because if we lead with this, we will be much more difficult to beat.
I think one of the challenges here, David, too, is sort of differentiating between, sort of cyber criminals and state actors. We were talking a little bit before about this. How does the Department of Justice sort of separate that out, or do they try to?
Well, sometimes the lines are blurred. We may develop credible forensic evidence of state actors like the PLA officers in the PLA case, but we have similarly developed evidence in cases involving Russia and China of outsourcing of malicious cyber activity by nation states to people we would otherwise identify or describe as criminal hackers. These are highly skilled guns for hire, cyber actors for hire. Sometimes they provide a kind of plausible deniability to the nation states. We've seen, Vladimir Putin's interview over the weekend. So that is increasingly sort of the paradigm that we're seeing. Nation states and their sophisticated deep resources in combination with sometimes supplemented by private cyber actors.
Yeah, one of the questions, by the way, that came up here too was sort of attacks on our democratic systems, way of life. Is this something that is a responsibility for where the lines here kind of blurred too? If you were looking at where's the governmental responsibility for things like that? Should the FEC be doing something about it? Should the political parties actually be hardening their systems and so on? Where does that fit?
Well, in the case of the 2016 elections, without getting into the details, I can assure everybody in this room that there was a whole of government high prioritization to identifying and evaluating whether there were threats to our election system and taking all appropriate measures to counter those threats. And in the aftermath of the election, to undertake appropriate intelligence gathering and law enforcement investigation to determine what happened. You saw, I think in October, the IC first published its initial assessment, and then in January of this year, a remarkable public report issued by ODNI that laid responsibility for interference in our electoral system at the feet of the Russian government.
Yeah, I think that if we sort of step back and take a look at sort of the broad range of the activities that have to go around the cyber issue, I mean, you can sort of think of sort of 5 basic things that need to happen in the cyber world and in sort of infrastructure protection generally. There's prevention, there's protection, there's mitigation if something starts happening, there's response after it happens, and recovery, right? And each of them have sort of a different mix, I think, of public and private actions that need to happen. On the prevention end, obviously there is sort of intelligence information that the government can share with the private sector to sort of bolster the private sector's ability to then protect its assets, because in the case of the electricity system, most of these assets are privately held. Mitigation, there's something that the government can do in terms of providing technological information, but again, it's the private sector that has to take those mitigation actors. Once something bad happens to the grid and you have a power outage, then you're sort of in response and recovery. And there the role of the government becomes a little more central, because it's the government that's sort of organizing, the large-scale response and then recovery activities. And there's sort of a national response framework for all sorts of emergencies, and they're in the process of actually developing sort of an annex to the operational plans to clarify what roles specific government agencies have in recovery from a widespread power outage. And that's an annex to the national plans that will probably become public a little later in the summer. And I think that's, for people in the room, that's something to be looking for, that's something to be reading, so you have a sense of, well, who's on deck for what, if there actually is a power outage, and which will certainly affect your organizations and your companies.
So we've got just a minute and a half here, so I'm going to ask everyone, each of our panelists, I think, to go through and just give a quick takeaway. If you said on this issue of sort of strategic cybersecurity, what should our audience take back to their office and take some action on, Thursday morning when they get back in the office? And
Me first. Well, first of all, thank you for listening. It wasn't the easiest thing to listen to, I'm sure, at times, because it's pretty scary stuff. But the good news is that I unfortunately didn't have a chance to say is things are working. Insurance is being underwritten. Thank God for the Justice Department. They led the way, and now other countries are prosecuting cyber criminals. We're starting to make things work, not perfectly. There's accountability. There's a requirement for accountability now in various laws from New York to China. And the important thing is to keep pushing on this. As we learn more, as we understand how everything relates, that we should not get relaxed, because there is a tremendous amount that still needs to be done on every scale. But there is good news.
Charles?
Yeah, very briefly, let me just say a couple of things about the future that kind of concerns me about from a military standpoint in particular. Is I'm very much worried about what I call precision attacks, which is cyber criminals, cyber hackers, state-sponsored hacking that takes place on a daily basis around the world will target a specific piece of infrastructure, specific economic infrastructure that we have in order to influence the action, so to speak, or to pull political influence towards a certain direction that may send a message to us or to the rest of the world that we can be reached out and harmed at any time. And it's very difficult for us to predict where that precision interruption is going to take place. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm also concerned with the lack of hardening of communication assets that we have, both here on Earth and in space. EMP is definitely something that we have to think about in the future. I always tell people, I said, if you're happen to be in a geopolitical region where one of these weapons is set off even locally, don't count on any of your cell phones working. And think about how dependent we are on cell phone communication just in a citizen non-military aspect. Be prepared for that eventuality. Very quick sidebar story. I was once involved in a landing operation in California, Camp Pendleton, practicing going ashore. The landing ramps came up to the beach. They dumped us off with all of our communication jeeps. I drove off in my communication jeep, which had a lot of expensive radios. We drove off right into the Pacific Ocean, and I had to swim out of the jeep in order to get ashore. The jeep stayed in the water, so did the radios, and when they came out, none of the radios worked, and it didn't work for the rest of the operation, so I was sending runners, like they did in World War II, back to the battalion command center in order to communicate. So again, going back to my point I made earlier, you can't talk, you can't fight, you can't fight, you can't win.
Just a couple things to underscore the benefits of working with the government collaboratively early after a cyber incident. Quick action is essential to help preserve forensic evidence, which is fleeting. It dissipates quickly in the aftermath of a cyber incident. It's essential to enabling the government to establish attribution, who was behind the attack. Cooperation with the government can help enhance how government regulators are going to view how you handled your cyber incident. The Federal Trade Commission, the Securities and Exchange Commission, helping getting us in early, access to your log files, and we're not really interested in your substantive content. We're trying to figure out what happened. Will help us determine how your intrusion compares within a wider range, a wider context. Just one brief anecdote in the immediate aftermath of the Sony attack by North Korea. The president of Sony at the time had in her hands, in her office, contact information of a senior FBI official who she had met in some totally other context months before. It happened that at the time of the North Korean attack, he was now in charge of the FBI cyber division. She got in touch with him. The FBI and the Department of Justice surged resources into California, working side by side with Sony. And she has publicly said that the FBI and Department of Justice's assistance was absolutely instrumental in helping Sony reestablish their networks, get back on their feet, and in determining who was behind the attacks.
So widespread power outages are extremely expensive to your organization. So I mentioned one thing, this upcoming, it's called the Power Outage Incident Annex. So you want to write that down and Google that in a month or two time. It'll be a helpful report, I hope, in terms of making sure that you know that if you are the subject of a widespread power outage, which federal agency is responsible for what. And that would be a very helpful roadmap for you to navigate what could certainly be a very sort of confusing and difficult time. The other thing that you should do is to start talking to your electric utilities for whom you are the customer, right? As industrial customers, you have a lot of influence. They will listen to you in ways that they may not listen to the government. And there is one other report that I will recommend to you. If you Google NARUC, N-A-R-U-C, Cyber Primer. NARUC is the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, and their research arm in the Department of Energy put together this really nice primer on cybersecurity that has an appendix with 100 questions that you could ask your utility about various aspects in which they are prepared and capable in the cybersecurity realm. In fact, those 100 questions actually are probably questions you may want to ask people in your own company. So they're in Appendix A. So look for the NARUC Cybersecurity Primer. And that's another thing that you can do as a takeaway from here to educate yourself better about this particular issue and give yourself some good questions to start asking your utility and maybe people in your own organization.
And thanks. Now, I would just like to sort of add a little bit here. Keep in mind when the types of cybersecurity and geopolitical incidents that we've been talking about here, most of them we're looking at this and saying, hey, what happens? What if this what if type of scenario happens that is occurring at a strategic level? So most of this is not focused on having credit card data stolen or personally identifiable information and so on. This is looking at this from more of a strategic level. If you're going to do that, there's two things I think that you need to know. One is, what is it as an organization that you need to be able to do no matter what? What are the minimal level of services that you need to be able to deliver, particularly if you're in a critical industry like healthcare or electrical grid and so on? What is that minimal level of services that you have to have available at least to be able to start recovering? Let's say you went down totally. What is it that is required for you to start recovery? But the next thing is, what is the information and the data that you need for that? And do you have the right data governance around that information that supports those critical processes? All right. Thank you very much. And we now are moving into, well, we have a few more words, and then we'll move into the session. So thank you to our panelists. Really appreciate you being here. All right. Thank you. And one more announcement. Come on, Kristen.
Thank you so much. Fascinating. I just think of the driverless cars and North Korea hacking into a satellite as a potential scenario there. Love to hear after the session. But thank you so much. So we're headed out now. It's the completion of all the arranged programming. We're going to move to a reception that's going to be hosted by our wonderful partners and vendors and sponsors over in C&D. This is going to go for 1 hour, and then we're going to migrate back into this room at around 6:45, and we'll have dinner here. We're going to actually have tables set up with little table tents, and there'll be topic tables, so you can pick the topic in which you might be interested in engaging. So you'll see those on little table tents. I think Susan has that already. She's saying yes, so that's great. Then after dinner, we're going to migrate back into C&D, and we have the 2017 GRC Games and dessert and libation. We'll have air hockey, table tennis, and other types of things. Tomorrow morning, we're going to start with breakfast at 7:30 and our keynote by our chairman, Gunjan Sinha, at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We want to remind you as well that tomorrow evening we're going to be meeting to have our GRC awards and then move on to a dinner cruise which we will meet out by the Ferris wheel. Our cruise ship will await. And as French would say, tide and time wait for no one. It will be departing somewhere between the 7 and 7:30 range, but we recommend 7 would be the arrival time. I think if you do have a guest that you'd like to bring along, your own ticket should be in your badge. If you are bringing a guest, the fee for the guest is $150. Please see the registration table and we'll arrange to have tickets, additional tickets. I think that's all the notices for now, so enjoy the dinner. Thank you.